Chapter 1 Awakening, Hextech System. Baroque Kingdom, Soto City, Rose Hotel. In the hotel lobby. This is clearly our room, why are you blocking the way? A girl with scorpion braids and pink clothes spoke to a little yellow-haired boy in a very dissatisfied tone. People were coming and going around, looking over here from time to time. What? The blonde boy was stunned for a moment, looking at the scene around him with a dazed expression. Wipe. Where is this? Why does it feel like this scene looks familiar? And many more. The blonde boy just looked down, felt his own body, and immediately understood. I feel like I have traveled through time. Moreover, he traveled to the Douluo continent and entered the body of Dai Mubai. The little girl with scorpion braids in front of him is Xiao Wu. The current timeline is before Tang San entered Shrek Academy and when he had a conflict with himself in the hotel. Dai Mubai pondered. I feel that my situation is not very good. After traveling through time and becoming Dai Mubai, it is inevitable that he will have to deal with Tang San. However, my identity is pretty good. Just as Dai Mubai was thinking about his situation and feeling emotional, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! Hextech system activated. What the hell? Hextech system? Dai Mubai, who was already a little confused after just crossing over, was now even more confused. Isn't this the golden shovel thing? Ding! Please choose one of the following 3 hexes. Newcomer, get an extra spirit seed and immediately get a spirit replicator. Golden egg, provide a golden egg that takes 11 years to hatch. After opening it, you can get rich rewards. Level up, every time you increase your soul power by 2 levels, you gain an additional level of soul power. Immediately gain 2 levels of soul power. Oh my god! Dai Mubai understood that this system actually provided him with the Hextech inside the golden shovel. This is so cool! Colorful start. These 3 Hextech items are all good stuff. However, since he could only choose one, Dai Mubai was a little conflicted. First of all, this golden egg definitely cannot be chosen. The golden eggs in the game are definitely the favorite of gamblers. It now takes him 11 years to hatch, which makes him worthless. According to the timeline of Douluo continent, 11 years is enough for him to become a god. If a reward is given to become a god, won't I become a clown? So there is no need. And if I don't want to be the same kind of person as Tang San, I might get killed if I choose this. As for new members joining the team and upgrades, Dai Mubai was really hesitant. Newcomers to the team can develop twin martial souls, and twin martial souls are very advantageous in Douluo continent. It can greatly improve your combat effectiveness. If you are like Tang San, you can even fight against the enemy across a major realm. And this upgrade is not bad at all. After upgrading 2 levels, you will get another level. It is so easy to upgrade all the way. Whether in the early stages, quickly improve your soul power level. In the later stages, it is very useful to reduce the difficulty of upgrading yourself. Before becoming a Soul King, the speed of cultivation was very fast. With the upgrade, you can quickly reach the Soul King level. As for the Soul King and beyond, the further you advance, the more difficult it becomes to upgrade. As long as he reaches level 98, he can break through to level 99 instantly. There will be no bottleneck period at all. This hex can greatly increase the speed of one's soul power. Combat power and upgrade speed, how should I choose? Dai Mubai hesitated for a moment, but decided to upgrade. Although newcomers can be given twin martial souls and a martial soul replicator when they join the team, twin martial souls can only be cultivated in the later stages, and in the early stages, they can only cultivate 1 martial soul. This slows down progress significantly. Fight. With only 1 martial soul, one can still reach the top. Dai Mubai directly chose to upgrade. Ding! With a ding sound from the system, Dai Mubai immediately felt that the soul power in his body had reached a higher level. Directly upgraded from level 37 to level 39. This is already a big improvement. With his talent, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the soul sect level. Host's Hextech selection is complete. The next Hextech selection will be triggered when the host's level reaches Soul Master. Oh? Can Soul Sect choose again? Dai Mubai raised his eyebrows. If it keeps exploding in color, wouldn't it be? Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Xiao Wu's voice came, pulling Dai Mubai back to reality from his joy. Tang San, who was standing aside, frowned as he looked at Dai Mubai, who was slightly dazed. What's going on with this guy? They were just about to check into a hotel when this guy jumped out to cause trouble. He also said that he wanted to compete with himself. But now this guy is standing here in a daze. What happened? Tang San couldn't help but shook his head. It seems that he is not a very powerful character and he doesn't even know how to prepare for a battle. You guy, do you still want to compete? Tang San also spoke at this time, his body a little tense, and it was unclear whether he was preparing to do something. Maybe he's preparing a hidden weapon. Dai Mubai just gave the two of them a cold look. There was such a saying in the previous life. I would rather be Xiao Yan's younger brother than Tang San's brother. There is no need to establish a relationship with Tang San at this time. As for teaching Tang San a lesson, that's even more unnecessary, he doesn't have that much free time. Moreover, Tang San, that old silver coin, can also use hidden weapons. He has a dragon beard needle in his hand that even Zhao Wuji can be defeated. Humph! Dai Mubai left with a cold face. There was no need to be nice to them. Upgrade, upgrade. The most important thing now is cultivation. Third brother, why is this person so weird? Xiao Wu jumped on tiptoe, looking at Dai Mubai who was leaving, confused. Tang San remained silent, also confused. Just a second ago, the situation was tense and they were about to fight. But the next second, this guy left? Looking at Dai Mubai's departing back, Tang San raised his right hand slightly. Since he spoke rudely to Xiao Wu, even if that person was ready to leave, he had already decided on his own death. Otherwise, catch up. Forget it, forget it. It's better for him to leave. It's better to have less trouble than more. I probably won't see him again anyway. Xiao Wu scratched her head and pulled Tang San back. That's right, it's better to save trouble than to worry about more. Tang San smiled slightly, withdrew his hand, and then looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, you can't be like him and be dazed when preparing for battle, otherwise the opponent will be able to sneak attack you. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Zhu Zuking, Mubai, I wronged you. Chapter 2 Zhu Zuking, Mubai, I wronged you. The next day, there was a crowd of people at the entrance of Shrek Academy. A large group of people were in the admissions team, looking around from time to time. Zhu Zuking stood far away, looking at the huge crowd of people in the enrollment team, feeling a little complicated. I don't know how he is doing. I clearly hated him when he ran away. But, somehow, I still came here. Zhu Zuking clenched her fists. Breathing is a little heavy. On the way, Zhu Zuking heard a lot about Dai Mubai. He doesn't have a good reputation around here. That's all. Zhu Zuking shook her head and walked towards the team. Even if he gives up, I will never give up. Suddenly, Zhu Zuking felt an extra backward force on her arm. Who? Zhu Zuking's body tensed up instantly. Zhu Zuking, who grew up in that kind of environment, became subconsciously alert and turned around suddenly. It's you. Zhu Zuking didn't expect that the person holding her hand was actually Dai Mubai. You. Zhu Zuking looked at Dai Mubai, and at that moment, her tense body relaxed a lot. Zhu Zuking didn't understand why her body reacted like this. And I don't hate him as much as I thought. He had clearly escaped, leaving me alone. He was clearly living a life of luxury here, but I... Zhu Zuoqing looked into Dai Muebai's eyes. Surprisingly, his eyes were so calm, without a trace of surprise. Let me go. Zhu Zuoqing opened her mouth and tried to break free. But the force was too strong, making it impossible for her to break free. It didn't make her feel any pain. Zhu Zuoqing opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. You finally came. Dai Muebai spoke softly. His eyes were as affectionate as possible. Since I have traveled through time, it is impossible for me to disappoint Zhu Zuoqing like in the original book. The sooner the barriers disappear, the better. Moreover, he traveled through time and space and became Dai Muebai, and inevitably became one of the Shrek 7 devils. Among the 7 monsters, only Zhu Zuoqing is a die-hard member of their group. You must grasp this kind of power. You knew I was coming. Zhu Zuoqing looked very surprised. If I had stayed in the palace, I would have been defeated. I had to leave there to have a chance of survival. Dai Muebai explained, I understand that no matter where I escape to, I will be monitored by Davis. For the past 3 years, I have pretended to be corrupted just to make Davis believe that I ran away to save my life and gave up the throne. I believe you will come to me. I have been waiting for you. One day, we will seize the throne together. What? Dai Muebai's affectionate words made Zhu Zuoqing's heart tremble. The moment she heard these words, she believed them unconditionally. Rather than thinking that Dai Muebai was a heartless scum who abandoned her and ran away alone, she would rather believe that what he said was the truth. Original. I have misunderstood Dai Muebai for so many years. For 3 years, he lived a very painful life, but Dai Muebai also had a hard time. Muebai. At this moment, Zhu Zuoqing seemed to have found an outlet to vent her emotions and hugged Dai Muebai tightly. Zuoqing. Dai Muebai felt the warmth and softness of her body and gently stroked Zhu Zuoqing's hair. Steady. Everything is stable. Dai Muebai thought to himself. It's still easy to fool little girls like this who are inexperienced in the world. All the bad debts of the original body were fooled away. Muebai, I miss you so much. Zhu Zuoqing suddenly raised her head and looked at Dai Muebai with tears in her eyes. I also want to spend those painful 3 years with you, but, you know, I want to find an opportunity. Dai Muebai spoke softly. I see. Zhu Zuoqing lowered her head. Dai Muebai gently patted Zhu Zuoqing's back. It was not until Zhu Zuoqing's emotions stabilized a little that he took her to the admissions team. Zhu Qing, let's go. I'll take you to the enrollment point. Dai Muebai introduced Shrek Academy to Zhu Zuoqing. Although Shrek Academy is only a small academy in such a remote place, its faculty is not weak. Dean Flanders is a high-level soul sage. Teacher Zhao Wuji is also a soul sage. He once escaped from the encirclement of the Spirit Hall. As for the other teachers, they are all at the Soul Emperor level. Regardless of scale, if we only consider the faculty, Shrek Academy is more than capable of challenging any of the 4 Elements academies. Dai Muebai held Zhu Zuoqing's hand and spoke as they walked. I didn't expect that this seemingly small Shrek Academy is actually so powerful. A strange light flashed in Zhu Zuoqing's eyes. It seems that Dai Muebai has indeed been keeping a low profile for all these years. Studying in this college does indeed allow you to remain inconspicuous. The admissions standards of Shrek Academy are not low. Of course, you will definitely pass it. Dai Muebai rubbed Zhu Zuoqing's head. Although he felt that Shrek was just so-so and could not compare to the 4 Elements Academy, it was obviously more beneficial to him now. When he arrived at the enrollment point, Dai Muebai stopped. Level 29, Great Soul Master. The admissions teacher's voice was full of surprise. When Dai Muebai heard this level, he understood that this was Tang San. Just finished the qualification test. Sure enough, when Dai Muebai looked up, he saw Tang San and Xiao Wu. When Xiao Wu turned around, she happened to see Dai Mubai. "It's you? The weirdo from yesterday." Xiao Wu pointed at Dai Mubai and spoke in surprise. "Xiao Wu." Following Xiao Wu's exclamation, Tang San turned around and held her arm. Tang San glanced at Dai Mubai. Then, his eyes drifted to Zhu Zuqing beside him. She was a top-notch beauty. Although she doesn't look very young, her figure is already so good that many people are ashamed of themselves. This woman was very cold, but her hands were tightly clasped with Dai Mubai's. Did he change his female companion again? Tang San frowned, feeling disgusted. What a scumbag! If I had known I would meet him, I should have. Hey, you weirdo, didn't you want to have a duel yesterday? Come on, duel with your little sister Xiao Wu. Seeing that Tang San didn't say anything, Xiao Wu immediately started shouting. End of this chapter. Chapter 3, The New Dai Mubai, Full of Talent. Chapter 3, The New Dai Mubai, Full of Talent. Okay. Zhu Zuqing's body blocked Dai Mubai almost instantly. A fierce aura came towards me. Anyone who dares to touch her is her enemy. What? A duel? Ning Rongrong, who was standing aside, seemed to have triggered a key word. I don't know where he got a handful of melon seeds from. While knocking his head, he looked at Dai Mubai and Tang San. I didn't expect that there would be such a good show to watch before I even started school. Hey, please give me the bench. Go up to the side. The admissions teacher rolled his eyes at Ning Rongrong. The other side. Tang San pulled Xiao Wu behind him. His eyes moved. His expression was somewhat serious. This breath. It's murderous. How could such a young child have murderous aura? Tang San's purple demon eye opened instantly, and a purple halo flickered in his pupil. Everyone else was paying attention to her angelic face, but Tang San noticed her determined eyes. It's like going through a lot of difficulties. Having suffered so much, she must be an honest person. Honest man, scumbag. Tang San looked at Zhu Zuqing and suddenly felt sympathy in his heart. I don't know what your situation is, but I advise you to see the true face of the man next to you. Tang San's eyes swept across Dai Mubai and fell on Zhu Zuqing, warning her with words. Don't worry about my business. Zhu Zuqing was not grateful at all. Really? What if I saw him and a pair of twin sisters entering the hotel yesterday? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing's body moved slightly. However, he then thought of what Dai Mubai had just said to him, and his eyes were still staring at Tang San sharply. In the past 3 years, he could only pretend to be decadent and do that kind of thing. I think there was no other way. I can't blame him. Zhu Zuqing gradually convinced herself in her heart. Hey, how can you be so stupid? You're standing in front of such a scumbag. Xiao Wu couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He was very surprised and didn't understand, so he advised Zhu Zuqing. All right, you two, figure out your own issues first. Dai Mubai stepped forward and said bluntly, it's not your turn to meddle in other people's business. See you later for the entrance exam. Teacher, please register for school. The test fee is 10 gold soul coins, but it's non-refundable. The admissions teacher's opening remarks were almost template-like. You. Xiao Wu put her hands on her hips angrily, wanting to go up and teach Dai Mubai a lesson. Forget it, Xiao Wu. Tang San held Xiao Wu back, there was no need to conflict with them. Ding! Dai Mubai threw a few gold soul coins onto the table. It seems there is nothing exciting to watch. The admissions teacher teased Dai Mubai and said with a smile, Hey, Mubai, you have a new girlfriend. Do not. Dai Mubai also smiled, she is my wife, and from now on she will be my schoolmate. Is it? The admissions teacher was stunned. Suddenly, he remembered something and understood Zhu Zuqing's identity. Mubai, you. The next moment, he was stunned again. He saw that the decadent aura on Dai Mubai had disappeared. If the original Dai Mubai appeared flamboyant on the outside, he actually hid a deep gloom in his heart. But now he has changed from the inside out, becoming extremely confident, as if he is very sure of doing anything. The whole person took on a new look. Why has the change been so big? Is it because of her? The teacher looked at Zhu Zuqing next to him. Zhu Zuqing still had a cold look on her face and didn't say much. But there was a hint of shyness in the corners of her eyes. What? This guy is also a student of Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu frowned when she heard the conversation between Dai Mubai and the admissions teacher. If someone like that can get into the academy, it seems like this Shrek Academy isn't that great after all. Third brother, let's change schools. Xiao Wu's words made Tang San a little shaken. He didn't have a very good impression of Dai Mubai either. No. After all, this academy was recommended by my teacher, so it can't be that bad. Tang San still shook his head. Besides, I feel that it's not easy for that golden-haired guy to make a girl so devoted. Maybe I underestimated him before. Okay. Xiao Wu curled her lips. On the other side, the admissions teacher was still chatting with Dai Mubai. Mubai, although she is your wife, the rules of Shrek Academy are still the rules. Don't worry, I'll surprise you. Dai Mubai waved his hand. Beside her, Zhu Zuqing seemed not to hear the conversation of the people around her, and her face was calm, as if she was immersed in her own world. The admissions teacher smiled. Afterwards, Zhu Zuqing began to be tested for qualifications. Level 27. The admissions teacher blinked as he looked at the soul power displayed by Zhu Zuqing. How's it going? Did you pass? Dai Mubai looked at the admissions teacher with a smile. Of course I did. I said, this academy is not simple. Looking at Zhu Zuqing's level 27 soul power, Tang San was also moved. Tisk, isn't it just level 27? Not even as high as me. Xiao Wu curled her lips. Xiao Wu. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu helplessly. The other side. Treat her well and keep doing it. The admissions teacher watched Dai Mubai walk into the academy, patted Dai Mubai's shoulder gently, and spoke. Will do. Dai Mubai knew very well what the admissions teacher meant by come on. All right. The admissions teacher slammed the table and said, those who just passed the aptitude test, come in and take the other tests. In the yard. Dai Mubai looked at the people in front of him and said calmly, okay, now, let's begin the entrance examination, the practical examination. Wait, where's the examiner? Xiao Wu looked at Dai Mubai and couldn't help but ask. Examiner? I am. Dai Mubai smiled. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 3v1, a more brutal battle. Chapter 4 3v1, a more brutal battle. What? You? Xiao Wu widened her eyes in disbelief. This guy is actually the examiner. Tang San was also very surprised. Wait, a combat assessment? Do I, a support-type spirit master, need one too? Ning Rongrong blinked and asked. Of course, everyone does. Dai Mubai crossed his arms. If you escape unscathed from my hands, you'll be considered a successful test. Zhu Qing, you come first. We still have to take the entrance examination. After Dai Mubai finished speaking, he turned and looked at Zhu Zuqing. It is good. Zhu Zuqing walked to the opposite side of Dai Mubai very actively. She also wanted to prove her strength. Let's start. Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zuqing's confident look and smiled. Dai Mubai knew very well that Zhao Wuji would come and snatch his job from him soon. It's better to start as soon as possible. As Dai Mubai opened his mouth, Zhu Zuqing rushed out instantly. Behind him, the netherworld cat martial spirit appeared. At this time, the speed of the whole person increased again. Boom! Mubai clenched his fist, wrapped in soul power, and punched out. The place where this punch hit was exactly where Zhu Zuqing was moving at high speed and preparing to launch a sneak attack. The two men's moves just touched, and Zhu Zuqing's body instantly retreated several steps. Moving at high speed around Mubai's body, looking for the next opportunity to attack. This is such a fast speed. Tang San looked at Zhu Zuqing's actions and felt surprised. Zhu Zuqing has a very agile figure. It looks like he has really experienced battle. After realizing that his sneak attack has failed, he will immediately make adjustments. And Mubai is also. Even with Zhu Zuqing's high-speed movement, he was still able to avoid Zhu Zuqing's sneak attack. This strength is evident. Moreover, even when Tang San activated the purple demon eye, he could not see Mubai's specific strength. White Tiger Vajra transformation. Mubai suddenly released his soul skill. The whole person's strength doubled in an instant. The next moment, Mubai's body appeared in front of Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing did not show any fear at all. Driven by soul power, the speed increased a lot. Mubai's attack was dodged by Zhu Zuqing. The speed is pretty good. After Mubai praised her, he attacked Zhu Zuqing again. This attack was unexpected and was dodged by Zhu Zuqing. Several attacks in a row did not cause any actual harm to Zhu Zuqing. Under Mubai's continuous attacks, Zhu Zuqing was unable to fight back. During the first encounter, she already felt the difference in soul power between the two. However, with continuous dodging, Zhu Zuqing's soul power was almost exhausted. Zhu Zuqing passed. Next. Mubai crossed his arms and looked at the others calmly. Judging from the time, Zhao Wuji should be here by now. I'll come. Xiao Wu volunteered. And many more. Tang San frowned and pulled Xiao Wu back, looking a little nervous. What's wrong? Xiao Wu was puzzled. We have some conflicts with this guy. Tang San's brows were filled with worry. Mubai was able to bring a pair of twin sisters into the hotel. Judging from the fact that he went to see Zhu Zuqing the next day, I'm afraid that Mubai is not a good person. And besides, his strength is even greater than yours. If he kills you, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it. Judging from Mubai's performance, he can easily deal with the level 27 Zhu Zuqing. It does not matter. Xiao Wu was obviously heartless. This is a college. No matter how arrogant this guy is, he wouldn't dare to do anything in school. Xiao Wu's expression was nonchalant. What are you mumbling about? Suddenly, a large man appeared on the playground and asked, do you still want to take the test? What? Tang San was shocked. Why didn't he notice this person just now? How did this guy appear on the playground quietly? Including Mubai. Feeling the oppression brought by Zhao Wuji, Mubai was secretly shocked. Is this the soul saint? I still need to become stronger. Zhao. Mubai smiled and nodded at the visitor. Mubai, let me take care of this year's assessment. You can rest first. Zhao Wuji spoke lightly. Okay, Teacher Zhao, this student has passed the test and his soul power is exhausted. Mubai hurriedly explained on behalf of his wife. What? How can we change the examiner? You Shrek Academy are too troublesome. Ning Rongrong was a little dissatisfied. What are you talking about, you little bastards? Come on, all three of you. Zhao Wuji clenched his fists and raised the corners of his mouth. Now it's time to loosen up your bones. In fact, even if Zhao Wuji used his soul skills, Tang San could not defeat him. However, Tang San has hidden weapons. The three of them fought on the playground for a while. There was only a whoosh sound. The dragon beard needle pierced into Zhao Wuji's body. Ouch! What the hell? Zhao Wuji felt pain in his body, and the corners of his mouth twitched. You brat! You brat! Zhao Wuji stretched out a finger, pointed at Tang San, twitching for a long time, unable to utter a word. How was it? Did we pass the assessment? Tang San walked up to Zhao Wuji and asked with a smile. It's over, it's over. Zhao Wuji spoke reluctantly. Okay. Tang San smiled and began to clean the dragon beard needles for Zhao Wuji. What method is this? Zhu Zuqing was a little surprised. Surely, he was able to surpass Teacher Zhao's level? Even if Teacher Zhao doesn't use soul skills, he is still a soul sage who has activated his martial soul. This is something called a hidden weapon. Dai Mubai spoke lightly. What? A hidden weapon? If this thing is so powerful, why didn't he take it out earlier? Zhu Zuqing blinked. He looked at Dai Mubai, as if Dai Mubai knew everything. Strange and ingenious skills are not worthy of being accepted by the upper class. Dai Mubai shook his head, don't learn from him. What did you say? End of this chapter. Chapter 5 I'm poisoned, the poison is upgraded. Chapter 5 I'm poisoned, the poison is upgraded. What did you say? When Tang San heard Dai Mubai insulting his hidden weapon like that, he couldn't help himself. I was also a little surprised. I didn't expect that this guy could actually say the word hidden weapon. It seems that people in this world also know about hidden weapons. It's just that I've always been in a small place and didn't know. Humph. Dai Mubai didn't want to provoke Tang San in front of Tang Hao, so he turned his head and stopped looking at him. Tang Hao was watching nearby. Tang San was so angry that he wanted to bite her. You. Tang San's breathing became a little faster. He originally wanted to call Dai Mubai's name to scare him. As a result, he found that he didn't know Dai Mubai's name at all. Okay, Zuqing, it's getting late. I'll show you around and then take you back to the dormitory. Dai Mubai simply ignored Tang San, took Zhu Zuqing's hand and took her for a walk. It is good. Zhu Zuqing was suddenly held by Dai Mubai's hand, and her face immediately turned red. After taking a few steps, he clasped Dai Mubai's hand tightly. Teacher Zhao, what's the name of that yellow-haired guy? Tang San walked to Zhao Wuji's side and asked while helping Zhao Wuji clean the dragon beard needles. Oh, his name is Dai Mubai. Zhao Wuji doesn't have any ulterior motives. As for soul power, it should be level 37. However, I think his soul power is almost level 38 now. Zhao Wuji saw that Dai Mubai looked radiant, as if he had encountered something good, so he said that he was about to make a breakthrough. In his opinion, Dai Mubai had the same expression every time he made a breakthrough. It's just that this time the breakthrough was a little faster. Zhao Wuji muttered. What? Tang San was secretly shocked when he heard this. I have long known that Dai Mubai's strength may be above my own. Did not expect. Level 37? So how old is he? 15 is old. It turns out he is already 15 years old. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that such talent was probably not as good as his. He was full of confidence and believed that as long as he was given 5 years, he would be able to catch up with the other party. What happened? Zhao Wuji saw that Tang San's face looked strange and asked. Fine. Tang San remained silent and continued to pull out the needle. Dai Mubai. I remember this name. At this moment, he had a goal in his heart, to surpass Dai Mubai. This was the first genius he met after coming to the big city from a remote town, and he would eventually be trampled under his feet. Zuqing, it's getting late. Let me take you back to the dormitory. As the sky grew darker, Dai Mubai took Zhu Zuqing for a walk around Shrek Academy. I got a preliminary understanding of Shrek Academy. Tang San and the others were probably taken on a tour by Zhao Wuji. At this time, they probably all went back to the dormitory. Now, it's time for me to send Zhu Zuqing back. It is good. Under Dai Mubai's escort, the two came all the way to the door of the girls' dormitory. As you get closer, you can hear chirping sounds coming from inside. Okay, you go in first. Dai Mubai patted Zhu Zuking's back gently. Well, Mubai, see you tomorrow. Zhu Zuking blinked and walked into the dormitory. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will still be by your side. Dai Mubai chuckled. Hate. The moment the door was closed, Dai Mubai seemed to hear these words. There was a hint of shyness in the corners of Zhu Zuking's eyes. Ah! Dai Mubai touched his nose. Zhu Zuking, I have almost completed my strategy. It's time for me to go back to the dormitory. Zhu Zuking lying on her bed, thinking about everything that happened today. I met Dai Mubai myself. The man I haven't seen for 3 years. Zhu Zuking wondered what it would be like when she saw Dai Mubai again. I will question him myself. I will break up with him. I would fight him to the death. But I never thought that I would actually make peace with him. Before Zhu Zuking came, she was actually just looking for the last bit of hope. Even in Zhu Zuking's heart, Dai Mubai has completely fallen, and the possibility that she will have to persevere alone is the greatest. In particular, the rumors along the way made her even more certain of this. Did not expect. It actually gave her hope. Dai Mubai has been keeping silent all these years. He practiced in Shrek Academy, an academy that looked weak but actually had a lot of hidden secrets. He even learned a lot. For example, when we were testing today, he could tell at a glance that Tang San could defeat Zhao Wuji. He really great. I can't hold you back. Zhu Zuking closed her eyes. After so many years of fear, now it is so safe. Her guard was lowered a lot. As the candle light flickered, I felt more and more sleepy. Today, I saw a weird old man in the academy. He even asked me if I wanted to eat his sausages. What? The world is really going downhill. How can there be such weird people? Under the flickering candlelight, the chattering voices of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong could be heard. Such rustling sounds actually made Zhu Zuking feel more at ease. Maybe he was thinking of Dai Mubai again. In her sleep, Zhu Zuking smiled happily. Back mountain. Zhao Wuji came all the way here, and the man in black stood in front of him. Obviously, his identity is not simple. The feeling of oppression coming from his body made Zhao Wuji feel like he was facing a formidable enemy. Who are you? Zhao Wuji asked with a frown. Me? I'm a bullied father. Tang Hao took off his cloak and smashed down with the clear sky hammer in his hand. Ow! A shrill scream instantly spread into the boys' dormitory. Hearing the scream, Dai Mubai immediately understood what was going on. However, Dai Mubai did not make any move. He was just sitting on the bed practicing. And the sound he heard was obviously the sound made by Tang Hao beating up Zhao Wuji. Speaking of Zhao Wuji, he is also quite miserable. Today I went to test Tang San and the others. I tried to bully the weak but failed. He was beaten so badly by Tang San with the dragon beard needle that he had no face at all. I'll be beaten a few more times by Tang Hao in the evening. It's too awful. As for Tang San, he is also not someone to be trifled with. Seeing Xiao Wu was injured, he threw a hidden weapon. Tisk tisk. Dai Mubai shook his head and continued to practice. Opposite him at this moment, Tang San looked at Dai Mubai. This guy? Are you really working so hard? No wonder it's so powerful. Tang San was extremely surprised. Dai Mubai is 3 years older than me and 8 levels higher. If I can get 2 levels faster than him every year, I can surpass him in 5 years. What's more, what he was practicing was Xiantian Gong. It must be much faster than his speed. Make a plan and start executing. The next moment, Tang San also sat cross-legged and began to practice Xiantian Gong. Dai Mubai certainly didn't know what Tang San was thinking. He just felt that his original body did not practice very hard, but he could still reach level 37, which showed that his talent was really good. Just a little lazy. Now, with the upgraded Hextech, he wishes he could practice it all night long. Didn't even feel tired. He felt like he was poisoned, and his heart would itch if he didn't practice. Daimyobai just wanted to say, let this upgraded poison be more violent. Yawn. I don't know how long I have been practicing. Tang San finally couldn't hold on any longer. Yawned and stretched. Sleep. Tang San blew out the candle that had been burning in the room. The waves of fatigue coming from his body made him feel a little unable to hold on. However, as Tang San's body lay down, the last scene with eyes closed seems to be. Daimyobai is still practicing. Damn, is this guy a beast? End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Soul Fusion Technique, Netherworld White Tiger. Chapter 6, Soul Fusion Technique, Netherworld White Tiger. That beast, where's Daimyobai? After waking up, Tang San looked at the empty bed opposite him with a look of surprise. This guy, it's okay that he sleeps later than me. He actually got up earlier than me? Damn, what a beast. Tang San cursed inwardly, thinking that he would even risk his life for the sake of cultivation. Forget it, let's go find Xiaowu first. Tang San stood up and straightened his clothes. I plan to look for Xiaowu first. Back mountain. Daimyobai and Zhu Zuqing stood together. Both of them had strange changes in their bodies. After Daimyobai's martial spirit was released, he was possessed by the evil-eyed white tiger. Zhu Zuqing released her own martial spirit, the netherworld spirit cat. The two people put their palms together. The soul powers blend with each other. Along with the souls, as the soul power blended, there were signs of intertwining. That's right, Daimyobai is practicing the martial soul fusion technique with Zhu Zuqing. Although the two have been separated for a long time. However, Zhu Zuqing is now completely convinced of herself. Naturally there will be no barriers. The feelings have been restored. As long as you become a little more familiar with it, you can easily release the martial soul fusion technique. As the two people's soul skills intertwined, the tacit understanding value is also getting higher and higher. Myobai. Suddenly, Zhu Zuqing's voice came. This voice not only entered Daimyobai's ears, but also entered Daimyobai's soul. Daimyobai understood that at this moment, the soul power of the two people was completely intertwined. The tacit understanding was also restored at this moment. Netherworld White Tiger. Daimyobai's Adam's apple rolled. A rough sound came out of his mouth. A delicate cry also burst out from Zhu Zuqing's mouth. The next moment, a strong light burst out from the bodies of both people. The strong light gradually merged, and the evil-eyed white tiger and the ghostly cat also slowly merged together in the fusion of the strong light. Roar! The bright light dissipates. The two bodies disappeared from where they were. Instead, there was a huge, white tiger with black and white intertwined. The netherworld white tiger let out a startling roar the moment it appeared. Powerful force spread out in all directions. Several trees on the back mountain were blown away. It worked. This joyful thought appeared in the minds of both people at the same time. Next is. The two people's thoughts coincided at this moment. It was all because of the tacit understanding between the two people and a burst of joy. Roar! The huge netherworld white tiger, under the control of two people, slowly opened its bloody mouth. The netherworld white tiger breaks. The netherworld white tiger spoke human language. It's just that the sound is weird. As the netherworld white tiger spoke, the soul power of the two people gathered together at this moment, continuously transporting it into the mouth of the netherworld white tiger. A huge ball of light formed in the mouth of the netherworld white tiger. Roar! The moment when the light ball reaches its maximum value, the two of them simultaneously pushed out their soul power, and the huge ball of light transformed into a wave of light, spraying into the distance. Wherever the light waves reached, hundreds of meters of forest were razed to the ground. What the hell is going on? Principal's office. It was actually a shabby room. It's just that this room is full of money. Flanders stood up suddenly. His eyes were full of surprise. This power is a bit interesting. Flanders looked towards the mountain behind. At this time, there was actually wisps of smoke in the back mountain. I want to see what's going on. Flanders muttered to himself as he quickly rushed to the back mountain. Daimyo Bai? Zhu Zuking? Why are you here? Flanders looked at the messy scene. His expression was astonished. This forest is a mess. Not to mention how miserable it was. So much land has been plowed into flat land. This. At least one needs to reach the level of Soul King to achieve this. But here, there are only Daimyo Bai and Zhu Zuking. We are practicing here. Daimyo Bai's words made Flanders more certain of his thoughts. Wait, you did this to such a big place. An incredible light flashed in Flanders' eyes. This is this. Yes. Daimyo Bai smiled faintly. Your strength is surprisingly so strong? Wait, how did you reach level 3? It is generally difficult for a soul master to see the soul power of the other party, but it is an exception if the other party deliberately releases soul power. As a soul saint, Flanders could sense the vigorous soul power in Daimyo Bai at a glance. It actually increased from level 37 to level 39. Isn't this amazing? Is it possible? An idea flashed through Flanders' mind. Was this guy hiding his abilities before? Facing Flanders' question, Daimyo Bai smiled and said nothing. Feeling the completely different temperament of Daimyo Bai, Flanders' pupils rolled. Finally, Flanders burst into laughter. Not bad, not bad. Daimyo Bai, you are such a genius. Awesome. A genius emerged from my own academy. Maybe in the future, I can make a lot of money by relying on Daimyo Bai. Okay, I'm leaving now. It's true that heroes emerge young. Flanders sighed. Dean, walk slowly. Daimyo Bai spoke with a smile. Oh, by the way, you should pay compensation for the woods. Flanders turned suddenly. Damn, you're such a miser. The corners of Daimyo Bai's mouth twitched. Just now I thought that Flanders looked a bit like a teacher. I didn't expect that the next second. The true colors are revealed. No, you should pay for my mental damages. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Breakthrough Level 40 and Break the Record. Chapter 7 Breakthrough Level 40 and Break the Record. The entrance to the girls' dormitory. When Tang San knocked on the door, it was Xiaowu who opened it, holding Ning Rongrong in her other hand. The two girls only stayed together for one night, but they seemed to have developed a deep relationship. Talk about anything. Xiaowu, it seems like you and Ning Rongrong have a pretty good relationship. Tang San looked at Xiaowu who was being teased by Ning Rongrong and spoke. Yeah, Rongrong is a pretty nice person. Xiaowu spoke with a smile. That's good. Tang San was worried that Xiaowu would not be able to adapt to living here, but now he can rest assured. Ning Rongrong, right? He looked at the girl in gorgeous clothes. It was obvious that she was not an ordinary person and had her own secrets. But since he gets along well with Xiaowu, he will take care of her. Tang San thought silently in his heart. Okay, I'm starving. Ning Rongrong looked at the sundial. It was already past 7 o'clock. They would have starved to death long ago. Okay, let's go to the cafeteria and eat. Tang San took Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu to the cafeteria. Just when a few people had just walked to the cafeteria door, I happened to see Daimyo Bai and Zhu Zuking walking into the cafeteria. Daimyo Bai, Zhu Zuking. Xiaowu was a little surprised. Zhu Zuking, where have you been? Why didn't I see you this morning? Oh, Mu Bai, and I went to practice. Zhu Zuking spoke. What? You guys, it's too early. Xiao Wu couldn't help but speak. Well, let's go eat. Tang San didn't really want to talk more with Dai Mubai. He simply pulled Xiao Wu and the others inside. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing walked inside slowly. What? Why, breakfast is actually, these things. As soon as Xiao Wu entered the cafeteria and saw the food, she couldn't help but shout loudly. That's right, this. Ning Rongrong also complained bitterly. It's even worse than Notting College. Tang Sanyi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Dai Mubai calmly walked to his seat and sat down. Is this food for humans? Xiao Wu looked at the food in her hand and felt annoyed. That's right, this. Ning Rongrong's spoiled daughter temper flared up again. Beautiful ladies, do you want to eat my sausage? Suddenly, Oscar appeared from nowhere with a sausage in his hand. Perverted bearded uncle. Get out. Ning Rongrong was so frightened that she couldn't hold the plate in her hand steadily, and it fell to the ground with a bang. I say, Dai Mubai, do you usually eat this? Tang San finally couldn't help it. He walked to Dai Mubai and asked. Oh, no, you all have to eat this from now on. Dai Mubai took out 2 meals from somewhere with an expressionless face. This was the takeaway he had ordered a long time ago. Are you kidding? I am the prince of the Xingluo Empire. How could I possibly eat something that looked like slop? Dai Mubai glanced at the breakfast in front of Tang San. It's just noodles, nothing else. And the noodles don't look very clean. This guy Flanders really doesn't care about anything else just to save money. A strong youth means a strong country. Fortunately, these people are all soul masters. Otherwise it would be the boy collapsed in the cafeteria. Zuqing, come and eat. Dai Mubai opened the 2 lunch boxes. This is breakfast for the 2 of them. There is some soul beast meat inside. The taste is still good. Dai Mubai, how much do these cost? Xiao Wu looked eagerly at the breakfast in front of Dai Mubai. I'm almost drooling. Seeing this, Tang San felt itchy in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he walked up to Dai Mubai and asked. Oh, 1 gold soul coin per copy. Dai Mubai fed a piece of meat into Zhu Zuqing's mouth and answered Tang San's question. Come on, Zuqing, this venison is delicious. This. Tang San's face changed, and he was surprised. I didn't expect that Dai Mubai eats so well. 1 gold soul coin is equivalent to 10,000 bronze soul coins. Tang San didn't have much money on him to begin with, and Flanders had tricked him out of a lot of it. I can't even afford such good food. Third brother, this tastes so bad. Xiao Wu frowned and couldn't eat any more after just 1 bite. Xiao Wu, we still need to eat these things. The sage once said, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a man, it will first make his heart and mind suffer, his muscles and bones toil, and his body hungry. In order to persuade Xiao Wu to eat these things, Tang San started to deceive her. Third brother, what you said seems to make sense. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San and nodded. He buried his head and started eating. Ning Rongrong, who was standing by, couldn't help but snort coldly when she saw this. Isn't it just that you don't have money? You're still trying to reason with me. When Tang San heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched and he didn't know what to say. Dai Mubai watched this scene and ate his breakfast leisurely. The food he ordered was extremely nutritious. They are all soul beast meat. After eating it, there is a slight improvement in soul power. Although it is just a little bit, it is still a great achievement after all. There are more obvious ways to take shortcuts. That's unlikely. Such precious food is too expensive and Dai Mubai cannot afford it. He is now just a down-and-out prince. Although some people sent him gold coins, it was not much. We still need to find a way to speed up our cultivation. Dai Mubai stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth and thought silently. Have it. How about practicing dual cultivation with Zhu Zuqing? He suddenly thought of the Xiantian Gong that Tang San practiced. Since this kind of martial arts technique can play a role in the cultivation of soul power, the dual cultivation method should be the same. Of course, it's the serious kind of dual cultivation. It's not a fusion technique. As we all know, dual cultivation is a method that can quickly improve one's strength, second only to magic skills. But the problem is coming. I don't know martial arts, so a dual cultivation method like this, I really don't know how to do it. There is a martial soul fusion technique between me and Zhu Zuqing. Perhaps, this method of dual cultivation can be glimpsed from the martial soul fusion technique. Dai Mubai now has a deep obsession with cultivation in his heart. Who among those who have received an upgrade doesn't keep leveling up? This is what Dai Mubai is like now. Are you a genius? Can you challenge opponents of higher levels? What if I am 10 levels higher than you? If you are still surpassed at level 10, then level 20, level 30, level 50. There will always be a time when you can't win. Dai Mubai's idea is just that simple. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Inventing the Method of Dual Cultivation, the Dean was shocked. Chapter 8 Inventing the Method of Dual Cultivation, the Dean was shocked. Next, for several days, nothing happened. Everything is happening step by step according to the direction of the original work. However, there are some differences. In addition to practicing under the guidance of the teacher every day, Zhu Zuqing, and I also have to practice the martial soul fusion technique. With the help of the martial soul fusion technique, the speed at which the two people's soul power increased was indeed much faster. Dai Mubai is also constantly improving his skills. Not only did he find a lot of medical books and learn about meridians, he also treated Zhu Zuqing as a test subject all day long and explored her meridians. During this period, nothing major happened to other people. According to the development of the original work, the Shrek 7 devils also gradually got to know each other. Oscar also shaved off all his beard. Everything is developing in the original direction. That day, training had just finished. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can all disband and practice on your own. I'll arrange a training plan for you for the next while. That day, Flanders stood in front of the 7 people and spoke lightly. Dean, I've reached level 30. Suddenly, Oscar raised his hand and spoke to Flanders. What? You broke through level 30. Flanders immediately raised his eyebrows. I was overjoyed. These students of mine are really. It can bring surprises to yourself. Having a talented student can add a bit of shine to your face when you tell others about it. Okay, if that's the case, then you should prepare to go to the Stardo Great Forest to hunt souls. Flanders smiled and spoke. Of course, Oscar is not going alone, but all of you are going together. It's not just about helping Oscar obtain his 3rd spirit ring, it can also enrich your combat experience. What's your problem? Flanders glanced at everyone, and finally set his gaze on Oscar again, and spoke with an approving look on his face. Support-type spirit masters are often the weak link in a team, and their cultivation is always the lowest. And you, now the tallest among all of you except Mubai, that's pretty good. Dean, I've also made a breakthrough. When Flanders was praising Oscar, suddenly Dai Mubai said, I am also level 40 now, and I need to obtain a 4th spirit ring. What? Flanders, who had just been feeling so happy about Oscar's breakthrough, felt like he was about to fly to the sky at this moment. Dai Mubai, he broke through to level 40 so quickly? This. As long as he can hunt one more soul ring, Dai Mubai will become a soul master. 15-year-old soul master. This is a record-breaking event in the history of all academies in Douluo continent. A top genius. However, Mubai, how come your cultivation level has improved so quickly? I saw you a while ago, and you were only level 39. While Flanders was happy, he also took another look at Dai Mubai. The dean said he was level 39? Tang San was shocked. Isn't it level 37? That big bear tricked me. Don't pursue self-cultivation and go astray. Flanders said earnestly. Dean, you don't have to worry about this. Dai Mubai shook his head. When I was using the martial soul fusion technique with Zhu Qing, I found that the speed of soul power flow would increase when we both used the soul technique. That's why I usually practice closely with Zuking, that's why I can improve so quickly. As Dai Mubai spoke, Zhu Zuking's face turned redder. Pulling Dai Mubai closer, Tang San looked at Dai Mubai, and the surprise in his heart turned into relief at this moment. He immediately understood the principle behind it. In his previous life, Tang San had also heard of the method of dual cultivation. If two people practice together and have a high level of tacit understanding, then the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2 can be achieved. However, he has never practiced it. Moreover, Tang San understood that Dai Muabai's method of practicing closely with Zhu Zuking was still not perfect among the methods of dual cultivation. If yin and yang are blended, or even yin is used to replenish yang, then the speed of cultivation will definitely be faster. Of course, Tang San had no intention of helping Dai Muabai perfect this method. He himself disdains to use this method. Oh, what a pity! I thought I could use this method too. Ma Hongjun shook his head with a look of regret. Others had the same reaction. Although this method is good, it can increase the speed of cultivation. You know, even if it increases by 1%. They are all very popular. Not to mention, Dai Muabai's cultivation is improving so quickly now, so the bonus must be very high. It's a pity that the training requirement for this thing is to be able to release the martial soul fusion technique. Everyone can only think about it. Mubai, you are indeed a genius. It's a pity for others, but this doesn't stop Flanders from thinking that Dai Muabai is a genius. He can find such methods. However, Dean, this method is still not perfect. Dai Muabai smiled modestly, it still needs to be gradually improved. Really? Flanders was surprised by Dai Muabai's humility. Dai Muabai was not like this before. However, change is always a good thing. In that case, I have a friend who is very knowledgeable about martial spirits. I can ask him for you. Flanders spoke to Dai Muabai. As soon as Flanders opened his mouth, Dai Muabai knew who he was looking for. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be Dashi Xiaogang. Alright, let's go. Let's help Mubai and Oscar get their spirit rings. Flanders waved his hand, signaling everyone to set off. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Ning Rongrong takes the initiative to come to the door. Chapter 9 Ning Rongrong takes the initiative to come to the door. On carriage. Dai Muabai and Zhu Zuking sat face to face, holding each other's hands. At the same time, the soul power in their bodies is running at this moment. This is what they call the cultivation method. Oscar moved closer, looked at the two of them, and asked curiously. Flanders was generous for once and actually allowed them to ride in a carriage. Under normal circumstances, this would be a no-brainer. This also means that Dai Muabai and Zhu Zuking can practice in front of everyone. And those who didn't need to walk also came over to watch. It looks quite interesting. Ma Hongjun spoke while chewing food that he didn't know where it came from. Yet, but, having said that, Ning Rongrong suddenly had a question. Dai Muabai, now that he's already level 40, why is he still practicing? He might as well rest up and save his energy for soul hunting. Soul power can actually be stored. Tang San shook his head and began to explain to Ning Rongrong. After obtaining the spirit ring, the stored spirit power will allow him to level up faster. Tang San's words made everyone suddenly realize. There is actually such a thing. However, Tang San himself fell into deep thought. How did Dai Muabai know about this? Could it be that Dai Muabai also has someone as capable as his teacher who teaches him? Or maybe Dai Muabai is just simply hard-working. Tang San couldn't figure it out. Of course, before he could figure it out, a rough voice rang out. All right, what are you looking at? This is my unique cultivation method, don't peek at it secretly. Zhao Wuji asked everyone to turn around. Besides, you won't learn anything even if you watch. Why are you staring at others? As Zhao Wuji spoke, everyone turned around. Indeed, they could not learn Dai Muebai's method. Zhao Wuji secretly muttered to himself. Dai Muebai has really changed a lot now. There is such a unique method of cultivation. The most important thing is that Dai Muebai is much more hardworking now than before. If this continues, in another 20 years, wouldn't Dai Muebai be able to surpass me? It seems that I have to be more polite to Dai Muebai in the future. As the group entered the Stardo Great Forest, Dai Muebai also became alert. According to the original story, after they enter the Stardo Great Forest, they will do so because of Xiao Wu. The Titan giant ape, a 100,000-year-old soul beast, was attracted to the core area and attacked by the soul beast. Zuking, follow me closely. Dai Muebai held Zhu Zuking's hand tightly. To prevent Zhu Zuking and others from getting hurt. Entering the Star Forest. That was still very exciting. After all, besides encountering a 100,000-year soul beast, you can also obtain the 4th soul ring. By then, you won't just be able to reach the soul sect realm. Most importantly, you can also get a new hex. Okay, this is a dangerous area. Let's divide the work and move forward. Zhao Wuji spoke in a low voice. Just now, they encountered Meng Yuan and his group. And Oscar also obtained the 3rd soul ring just like in the original book. The soul ring of a 1,000-year-old coxcomb and phoenix-tailed snake. It is worth mentioning that when encountering Meng Yuan, it was not Tang San who fought with Meng Yuan, but Dai Muebai who stood up. Dai Muebai said that he had the highest level of cultivation among all the students at Shrek Academy, so when he encountered problems, he would of course solve them himself. He then defeated Meng Yuan and won the soul ring for Oscar. And now, the reason why Zhao Wuji looked so solemn was they were going to go deeper into the Stardo Great Forest, a more dangerous area. Get a soul ring for Dai Muebai. The spirit ring that Dai Muebai needs should be between 3,000 and 5,000 years old. That is to go deep into the area of 1,000-year soul beasts. It is easy to encounter danger here. If you encounter a soul beast that is more than 5,000 years old, even Zhao Wuji will not be able to kill it instantly. There is also the possibility that students may be injured due to a moment of carelessness. It is good. Zhu Zuking quickly climbed up the tree and observed the view. Tang San also walked in front to keep watch. Everything went according to plan. But suddenly, Ning Rongrong started to move closer to Dai Muebai. As an auxiliary soul master, Ning Rongrong originally had no mission. At this moment, the cat suddenly came to Dai Muebai's side and said, Dai Muebai, how did you pursue Zhu Zuking? Before, Xiao Wu told me that you checked into a hotel with a pair of twins. Is this true? Can Zhu Qing tolerate this? Ning Rongrong looked at Dai Muebai with curiosity. Yes, you are like this, but Zhu Qing can still endure it. Do you have any magical powers? Hearing this, Xiao Wu also hurried over and looked at Dai Muebai. She was also very curious. Dai Muebai had already done this, so was Zhu Zuking a ninja turtle? What? Where are the twins? Ma Hongjun approached Dai Muebai with a pig-like face and said, Wow, Boss Dai, are you still a brother? You didn't even call me. Although Oscar wanted to ask, he glanced at Ning Rongrong from a distance and was too embarrassed to ask about the twins. That's right, Boss Dai, aren't you letting Zhu Zuking down a bit by doing this? Hearing everyone's questions, Dai Muebai shook his head and at the same time pushed away Ma Hongjun who was sticking to him. Then he pretended to be cool and said, Of course it's all because of love. Cut. Dai Muebai's words immediately caused everyone to roll their eyes. What era is this? We still talk about love. Ma Hongzhen speaks much more directly. I do believe in love, but between you and Zhu Zuqing. Xiao Wu's eyes were full of contempt. Dai Mubai is really amazing. But, the scum is really scum. Wow, it seems like Zuqing is really generous. Ning Rongrong's eyes rolled, and it seemed that a plan came to her mind. Then, he took the initiative to approach Dai Mubai. Well, Zhu Qing is so generous, he probably won't mind having me by your side. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, Capturing the Heart, Meng Yuren. Chapter 10, Capturing the Heart, Meng Yuren. Click. As soon as Ning Rongrong finished speaking, she heard a strange sound. When I looked up, I saw that Zhu Zuqing had moved too hard and had actually broken a branch of a tree. After Zhu Zuqing moved, her fists were clenched tightly. It seems that he is in a bad mood. Wow, Boss Dai, you are so lucky. Ma Hongzhen rushed to Dai Mubai and squinted his eyes. Oscar in the distance also looked at Dai Mubai with envy. But his actions were not as obvious as Ma Hongzhen's. Of course, no one cares about him. Okay. In response to Ning Rongrong's question, Dai Mubai pushed away Ma Hongzhen who was trying to rub against him. On the other hand, he responded to Ning Rongrong without any embarrassment. Come to my tent tonight. Dai Mubai's words made everyone fall into silence for a moment. Ning Rongrong was stunned by Dai Mubai's words, which were not embarrassing at all. Don't know how to respond. Oscar and Ma Hongzhen looked at Dai Mubai with envy. Zhao Wuji curled his lips, glanced at Dai Mubai, and quickly moved away. Zhu Zuqing, who was on the tree, felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. Is it? Does he really like Ning Rongrong? Zhu Zuqing looked down at her own reflection on the dagger blade. Her face was beautiful but with a hint of coldness. Could it be that Mubai likes the type of girl who is dependent on others? It seems that I have to change it in the future. At worst, I will be gentle only to Mubai. I'm telling you, you're such a playboy. Finally, Xiao Wu broke the silence. However, Xiao Wu had just opened her mouth when the next moment, everyone felt the sky shaking and the earth trembling. The ground beneath my feet was shaking uncontrollably at this moment. From time to time, it separates from everyone's feet. The strong feeling of shaking made everyone startled. What happened? How? It started suddenly, an earthquake? As the ground shook, the trees also began to shake wildly. The strong vibration made everyone very uneasy. What happened? Ma Hongzhen couldn't help but ask. We seem to have offended a big guy. Zhu Zuqing stood on the tree, observing the situation ahead. In front of him, a huge monster suddenly appeared. What? Following Zhu Zuqing's surprised tone, everyone looked up. The sky was dark at this moment. That big guy actually covered the entire moon. There was no longer a ray of light in the woods. Where did this monkey come from? It's so big. Ma Hongzhen's sudden idiotic remarks made Dai Mubai want to slap him to death. Wait, this thing seems to be approaching us. Zhu Zuqing screamed, and the bumpy feeling became more and more intense at this time. Retreat. Stay away from him. No matter if he's coming for us or not. Zhao Wuji shouted hurriedly, signaling everyone to retreat. Zhu Zuqing quickly climbed down from the tree. The tree had fallen over and it was very dangerous to stay on it. Dai Mubai reached out and hugged Zhu Zuqing tightly. All his strength was mobilized at this moment. Roar! A voice sounded from Dai Mubai's body. The power of the evil-eyed white tiger was exerted to the extreme at this moment. Stay away from Tang San and Xiao Wu. Once the Titan ape captures Xiao Wu, he will definitely be safe. At this time, of course I would rather die than let my friend die. Boom! As the Titan ape approached, a large number of trees fell to the ground, and the risk of retreat continued to increase. The other side. Roar! The Titan ape's roar just now stunned Meng Yuren's family of 3, who were some distance away from the Shrek Academy group. What is this sound? Meng Yuren's mind was a little unclear. This is 100,000-year-old soul beast. Run! Meng Shu was a man who had seen the world after all. When he felt the powerful soul power of the Titan ape, he immediately understood. This is 100,000-year-old soul beast. If you don't run away, then wait for death. Quick! Run! Meng Shu grabbed Meng Yuren's hand and was about to run away. Although no one knows why the 100,000-year-old soul beast is not in the core area of the Douluo Great Forest, but runs to the periphery. However, at this time, within the attack range of this big guy, he might die. It's always better to run to a safe zone first. Then what should they do? Meng Yuren suddenly asked. What are they? Where did they come from? Meng Shu was stunned when he heard this. Just now, Grandma and I ran into people from Shrek Academy. They must be in danger now. Meng Yuren was a little anxious. Just now, she and the Snake Lady ran into the group from Shrek Academy. The leader among them, Dai Mubai, easily defeated Meng Yuren after suppressing his own strength. Although Meng Yuren lost, he was still thinking about this person in his heart. After all, Meng Yuren's personality led her to like a strong man. Now, Meng Yuren is still worried about Dai Mubai. It is worth mentioning that. Although Dai Mubai stepped forward to fight with Meng Yuren, but it certainly wouldn't be like what he said, that he is the boss and he will take responsibility if something goes wrong. It was because Dai Mubai knew that Tang San was not far from level 30 at that time. If he fights with Meng Yuren, Tang San will be able to break through to level 30. Then, according to the plot of the original novel, while chasing Xiao Wu, he encountered the human-faced demon spider. Then absorbed the external soul bone. Dai Mubai certainly wouldn't allow this to happen. Just kidding, the external spirit bone has been Tang San's trump card for a long time. Of course he can't get it. That's why Dai Mubai chose to step forward at this time. Avoided the battle between Tang San and Meng Yuren. Silly granddaughter, they have no relationship with you, why do you care about them? Run! Meng Shu didn't care about the people from Shrek Academy. He just took his granddaughter and ran away. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Comfort Zuking, I will make you the queen. Chapter 11 Comfort Zuking, I will make you the queen. The riot subsided. In the dense woods, a group of people moved forward cautiously. At Zhao Wuji's signal, everyone slowly moved forward, following Tang San's footsteps to see if they could find Tang San. After all, this is a dangerous area in the Douluo Great Forest. Everyone must stay together and be alert to their surroundings. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed by the soul beast that appeared from nowhere. Looking at the way Tang San left, Zhao Wuji felt annoyed. What is going on with this Tang San? So impulsive. Now everyone has to go look for him. Don't you know this is a dangerous area? If a 4,000 or 5,000-year-old soul beast appeared, Tang San would be in danger. Oscar is also a no-brainer. Zhao Wuji followed behind everyone with a gloomy face. The soul power is released to the surroundings, sensing the surroundings. To prevent any accidents. I don't know if Xiao San knows we're chasing him. Oscar looked around fearfully, perhaps because he felt it was too quiet, so he said something to break the silence. After saying it, he was not so scared anymore. But everyone could hear the complaint in his tone. Now that everyone has been in school for only a month, they haven't developed a deep relationship with each other yet. It's normal to feel a little resentful about Tang San leaving alone. Just when everyone didn't know what to say. Came back. Zhao Wuji suddenly spoke. He used his outward soul power to sense someone approaching the Shrek Academy team. Soon, a thin figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Tang San. Third brother, are you okay? Several people spoke hurriedly. Xiao Wu, I didn't find it back. Tang San's figure was staggering, his eyes were a little dull, and he looked distraught. It's okay, third brother. Maybe Xiao Wu is okay. Ning Rongrong originally wanted to blame Tang San for running around. But then he thought, Tang San was already in such a miserable state, so he started to comfort him. Yeah, I saw that the soul beast didn't do anything to Xiao Wu when it took her away. She must be fine. That's right. Everyone came forward to comfort him, and Zhao Wuji also looked concerned and asked him if he was in danger. Zhu Zuqing looked at Dai Mubai and held Dai Mubai's hand tightly. It was obvious that she was a little worried inside. Dai Mubai looked at her worry, smiled and gestured for her to relax. Don't worry, it's okay. Xiao Wu is a transformed soul beast of 100,000 years old. That Titan ape came here to play with Xiao Wu on purpose. We won't encounter this kind of danger under normal circumstances. Dai Mubai said in a low voice. For now, I can only tell Zhu Zuqing about this matter. What? Compared to Dai Mubai's calmness, Zhu Zuqing was shocked. However, she didn't ask any more questions. She was also curious about how Dai Mubai knew this, but he must have his reasons for not telling her. She believed in Dai Mubai. The hands that had been clenched tightly because of worrying about Xiao Wu loosened a little at this time. Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zuqing. He knew Zhu Zuqing's character. That's why he chose to tell Zhu Zuqing about this important matter that could even determine Xiao Wu's life or death. If it was Ning Rongrong or Xiao Wu, he definitely wouldn't say it. It was also his luck that the only person who followed him was Zhu Zuqing, who was highly executive and deeply in love with him. It allows him to directly instruct others on what to do without too much explanation. Oh, right. Dai Mubai suddenly remembered something. Ning Rongrong is the young master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Zhu Zuqing was a little surprised when she heard this, and then she had other thoughts in mind. So, you want to please her and help you ascend to the throne? She felt a little uncomfortable. What are you thinking about? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect's little princess and her partner must join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect in the future. This is the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect's rule passed down through the generations. Dai Mubai paused here, then looked at Zhu Zuqing beside him with a serious face. In the future, I will make you the queen of the Xingluo Empire. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Zhu Zuqing's body trembled violently. She immediately understood what Dai Mubai meant. Just now, what Dai Mubai said to Ning Rongrong was all a joke. For a moment, Zhu Zuqing's heart was filled with emotion. Okay, it's getting late, let's all go to bed early. As Tang San returned to the team, Zhao Wuji looked at the sky and said, let's set up camp and sleep early. It's too dangerous to move at night. Tonight, I'll keep watch for you. And. Having said that, Zhao Wuji glanced at Tang San again and said, don't act on your own again. There are many high-level 1,000-year soul beasts here. If you encounter one, it will be very dangerous. Yes, I understand. Tang San was already uneasy because he couldn't find Xiao Wu. Now that he was warned by Zhao Wuji, he felt even more irritated. The same goes for everyone else. Also, regarding Xiao Wu's matter, we're going to find a spirit ring for Mubai tomorrow, and we'll go to the deep end. If we still haven't found Xiao Wu after Mubai has hunted the spirit ring, we'll go back. Rather than everyone getting into trouble in the Xingda Great Forest, it's better to retreat first. Zhao Wuji snorted, found a place, made a bonfire, and began to keep watch for everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 12. If you don't save Xiao Wu, I will. Chapter 12. If you don't save Xiao Wu, I will. Early the next morning. At Zhao Wuji's call, everyone came out of the tent. Tang San smiled slightly and revealed some soul power. Hey, Tang San broke through level 30. Zhao Wuji extinguished the bonfire, and while everyone was gathered, he looked at the soul power around Tang San with a hint of approval in his eyes. Not bad, not bad. It seems that we have gained a lot from this trip. What? Congratulations! Oscar immediately came up to Tang San and spoke with a smile on his face. Yeah, great! Ma Hongjun also came forward to congratulate. Ah! Tang San just said softly, without saying much else. What's wrong? Third brother, are you still thinking about Xiao Wu? Ma Hongjun seemed to know what Tang San was thinking and spoke to comfort him. Yeah, maybe if we go deep into the abyss today, we'll find Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong also spoke to comfort Tang San. Tang San, okay, I understand. Well, next, let's go deeper and look for Mu Bai's spirit ring. For Mu Bai's spirit ring, we will try to find a suitable one, a tiger spirit beast, 4 or 5,000 years old. Zhao Wuji said calmly. As for Tang San's spirit ring, we'll look for it on our way back. As Zhao Wuji spoke, everyone continued to go deeper. A flash of dissatisfaction flashed across Tang San's eyes. He planned to find a soul beast at random, hunt for its soul ring, and then leave the crowd to find Xiao Wu alone. Even if they were with them, they wouldn't go looking for Xiao Wu. After all, he is just an ordinary student. The teacher has done his best to search in the forest for several days. Even Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others cannot accompany him to search forever. Tang San had already made up his mind. As everyone went deeper, soon a human-faced demon spider came into their sight. Go away! Zhao Wuji roared angrily, and his soul power suddenly burst out. Just when he was about to drive away the human-faced demon spider, Tang San's voice rang out, Teacher Zhao, I want this human-faced demon spider. What did you say? Zhao Wuji was stunned and turned to look at Tang San. Teacher Zhao, I want this human-faced demon spider. I want to kill it and make it my spirit ring. Tang San looked at the human-faced demon spider in front of him with a firm gaze. As long as he kills this human-faced demon spider, he can obtain his soul ring. You can become stronger. Then you can go find Xiao Wu. Tang San, this human-faced demon spider is 2,000 years old. Dai Mubai suddenly spoke, glancing at Tang San. Besides, this soul beast is not suitable for you. I think it's very suitable. Tang San glanced at Dai Mubai with dissatisfaction. Even if it is 2,000 years, it doesn't matter. A spirit ring that exceeds the age limit is not necessarily impossible to absorb, but there will be a risk of death. He really needs this human-faced demon spider and must absorb its spirit ring. If he really has to wait until the return trip, he can get the spirit ring. At that time, how could I save Xiao Wu? I've decided on this human-faced demon spider. Teacher Zhao, help me control him. Tang San said. Third brother, don't act on impulse. Boss Dai just said that this human-faced demon spider is not suitable for you. Ma Hongjun hurriedly spoke up to dissuade him. I know you're sad about Xiao Wu's situation. But we're sad too. You can't risk your life just for this. Ning Rongrong also spoke up to dissuade him. Moreover, theoretically speaking, the lifespan of the third spirit ring should not exceed 1,700 years. Oscar said worriedly, if you absorb beyond your level, you will die. No. It won't be. Tang San waved his hands and said in a somewhat tough voice, I can absorb this spirit ring, I will be fine. Dai Mubai looked at him with some surprise. I thought that if I told Tang San that this spirit ring was more than 2,000 years old, he would not choose to absorb it, but I didn't expect him to be so persistent. It seems I overlooked it. Dai Mubai recalled that after the master learned that Tang San had absorbed the 2,000-year spirit ring, he just taught him a lesson and was not very surprised. It seems that it is possible for a soul master to absorb soul rings beyond their limits, and it is really possible to succeed. In this case, Tang San must be stopped. Tang San, don't act on your own. Dai Mubai shouted seriously. We are all from the same academy. How can we bear to watch you die? I won't die. I can do it. Tang San was already getting impatient, and suddenly shouted, quickly throwing the hidden weapon in his hand. Hiss! As Tang San attacked, several hidden weapons hit the human-faced demon spider. Several people were also discovered by the human-faced demon bead. Feeling the pain, the human-faced demon spider was about to fight back, but when it saw Zhao Wuji's amazing momentum, it turned around and tried to escape. Where to run? Tang San roared, wanting to pursue the victory. Tang San, what are you doing? Stop running around. Zhao Wuji was getting anxious. Why was Tang San causing more trouble at this time? Wasn't the trouble we caused yesterday enough? Zhao Wuji was so angry that he really wanted to pin him down and beat him up, but the scene of that night suddenly came to his mind and his body shuddered. Leave it to me, Teacher Zhao. Daimyo Bai said at this time. He jumped onto the tree trunk, and the soul ring under his feet rose. White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. Just when the human-faced demon spider was about to run away, a wave of light hit it hard. In just a moment, the human-faced demon spider fell to the ground. A purple soul ring floated out. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Level 43, Hex 3 Choose 1. Chapter 13 Level 43, Hextech 3 Choices. Daimyo Bai. What are you doing? Looking at the purple soul ring floating out of the human-faced demon spider, Tang San's eyes were bloodshot. This is a 2,000-year-old spirit ring that is extremely suitable for me. If I absorb it, I will definitely become stronger. The probability of rescuing Xiao Wu is even greater. But Daimyo Bai actually. Daimyo Bai looked at Tang San, who was full of anger, but did not react at all. Although his heart was not in helping Tang San. Originally, Daimyo Bai also liked this external soul bone. However, Tang San ignored everyone's advice and insisted on taking the human-faced demon spider as his spirit ring, refusing to let go. Then Daimyo Bai had no way to snatch it away by force. I can only kill this human-faced demon spider immediately. It can't be given to Tang San. He thought so in his heart, but everyone felt that his actions were helping Tang San. So Daimyo Bai was not panicked at all. There are great scholars who will debate the scriptures for me. As expected, Ning Rongrong spoke first. Third brother, Boss Dai, this is also for your own good. Ning Rongrong said with a worried look on her face, your condition isn't right to begin with. If you absorb more. Yes, third brother, don't be so stubborn. Boss Dai, this is all for your own good. Ma Hongjun also spoke. Tang San, apologize to Mu Bai. Zhao Wuji warned him seriously. This time the other party went too far. Zhao Wuji also has a temper. Even if the other party has someone behind him, he will teach him a lesson. But although Tang San is usually humble, he actually never looks down on others. He was so worried about Xiao Wu that he lost control of his emotions. You, what do you know? Tang San turned around and looked at everyone fiercely, it's just a 2,000-year spirit ring. Xiao San, don't do this. Oscar was a little worried about Tang San's current mental state. Just as everyone was worried, an unexpected figure walked out from behind the bushes. What? Third brother, are you calling me? Suddenly, Xiao Wu came back jumping. Xiao Wu? Are you okay? Seeing Xiao Wu, Tang San was stunned, then hugged Xiao Wu tightly in his arms. Xiao Wu, it's great that you're back. Everyone was extremely happy that Xiao Wu came back. They all spoke. Hehe, I thought I was dead, but who knew that big guy would let me go? Xiao Wu scratched her head and took the lead in explaining. By the way, when I came here just now, I heard you guys arguing. Tang San let go of Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu looked at everyone, also a little curious, what are you guys arguing about? It's like this, Xiao Wu, just now. Tang San wanted to absorb the spirit ring of a 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu have a better relationship than most people. At this time, Ning Rongrong stepped forward and said, "But, Boss Dai killed the human-faced demon spider, which prevented third brother from absorbing it, and that's why they started arguing." "What?" Xiao Wu was a little surprised, then took a look at the human-faced demon spider on the ground. This is indeed a 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. "Third brother, if you absorb it, you will die." Flowery Tiger is right, you really shouldn't absorb it. Don't you believe in the master's theory the most? This. Seeing that Xiao Wu didn't even stand on his side, Tang San felt so aggrieved. But, looking around, no one was on his side. Tang San was also very helpless. "Boss Dai, I'm sorry, it's my fault." Tang San gritted his teeth. At this moment, he could only choose to apologize. "It's okay, just be careful next time." Dai Muebai's casual words made Tang San even more unhappy. But he could only endure it. "Okay, nothing happened, let's move on." In the end, Zhao Waoqi ended the farce. Now that Xiao Wu is back, everyone no longer has so many worries. Over the next few days, they searched the area carefully. A 5,000-year-old soul beast was found for Dai Muebai. As the soul ring of this soul beast was absorbed by Dai Muebai, Dai Muebai's level has also reached level 41. Trigger the Hextech effect and upgrade to the next level. Reached level 42. The soul skill is the same as in the original, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully upgraded to Soul Sect. Please select one of the following 3 hexes. Furious to the extreme, all your soul skills are recast into White Tiger Light Waves. Each time you use White Tiger Light Waves, the power and casting speed increase by 10%. Immediately upgrade to level 68 Soul Power, regardless of the cost. You cannot choose your future Hextech. Revitalize the Forge. All your spirit skills are recast into powerful random spirit skills, and the lifespan of your spirit rings is doubled. It is tricolor again, but the intensity is not high. Not as good as the first hex. The first one is violent to the end. It seems that the ceiling is very high. He can release his first soul skill 10 times in combat, and stack the highest number of layers with the least soul power. Then double the power of the 4th soul skill and release it. The 4th soul skill, White Tiger Light Wave, has the highest attack power and is used for attack. Normally, I use the 1st soul skill, White Tiger Light Wave, to stack multiple times. However, the disadvantages are obvious. He needs enough time to stack up. There is a startup time. Moreover, after being recast into the White Tiger Light Wave, it can be said that it has no defensive capabilities at all. The second one is still very tempting. Directly upgraded to level 68. A 15-year-old Soul Emperor, a quasi-soul sage, his strength can be imagined. But since Hextech is no longer an option in the future, it can only be said that it is a bit regardless of the cost. The third one is also easy to understand, the soul skill has become stronger. However, it is full of randomness. This time the choice was much easier than the first time. Let's rule out the second one first. This is completely overdrawing your potential. No need. First, there is no defense capability. I am a strong attack type soul master. A warrior type character. Giving up defense is not a good idea. As for the third one, although the soul skills are random. However, as long as there is a random defensive skill, you will have room for error. Anyway, in the later stages, the early soul skills are rarely used. I always choose the most powerful ones. After thinking about it, he already had the answer in his mind. That's it. Choose Hextech, and liven up the forge. As Dai Muebai's voice fell, the system also began to take effect. Soon, new soul skill information appeared in Dai Muebai's mind. First soul ring. 900 years. Soul skill, Triforce, all attributes increased by 100%. Second soul ring, 1500 years, soul skill, Mysterious Windbreaker. The main body transforms into 3 clones, each of which shares its soul power equally. As long as one clone survives, the main body survives. Third soul ring, 3200 years, soul skill, Dark Walker's Claw, get rid of negative effects, teleport behind the enemy, and launch explosive attacks. Fourth soul skill, 10,000 years, soul skill, Zhonya Paradox, once per day, enters a state of immunity to damage and untargetability for 3 seconds. As the age of the soul ring increased, a huge amount of soul power suddenly appeared in Dai Muebai's body. Ding! Your soul power level has increased to level 43. End of this chapter. Chapter 14, Shedding Mortal Bones, Becoming a Divine Artifact. Chapter 14, Shedding Mortal Bones, Becoming a Divine Artifact. After understanding his own soul skills, Dai Muebai breathed a sigh of relief. A look of joy on his face. I was lucky this time. Although my Hextech skills were average, my soul skills became pretty good. The first soul skill is strengthening. The second soul skill, the clone, can also release skills. It can be used not only to save life, but also to attack. The third soul skill is an attack soul skill, which can also move instantly and be immune to control. The fourth soul skill is the invincible golden body. Although it can only be used once, if used in conjunction with the second soul skill, it can be used 3 times. However, if it is a range attack, all 3 clones may be killed instantly. Then the second soul skill is useless. The Misty Windbreaker was originally a passive skill, but now it's active. Dai Muebai felt a little regretful. Originally, the effect of the skill of Misty Windbreaker in the game is that when the health drops to half, it will turn into 3 clones. This is equivalent to having an extra famous sword. Unfortunately, it has now become an active skill, so there is no way to get this famous sword for free. What's going on, Muebai? Seeing that his expression was not right, Zhao Wuji walked to Dai Muebai's side. Asked. It's absorbed. No problem. Dai Muebai stood up, shook his head and spoke. What type of soul skill? Zhao Wuji asked. It's a soul skill that accelerates and bursts, called the Claw of the Dark Walker. Dai Muebai's fourth soul skill has now become a 10,000-year soul ring. At this time, it must not be released. Just use the third soul skill to block the knife. As he spoke, a purple soul ring rose from Dai Muebai's feet. He deliberately called out the name, Dark Walker's Claw. In just a moment, Dai Muebai's body disappeared from the spot. Zhao Wuji's naked eyes could not catch Dai Muebai at this moment. When the tearing sound was heard, Zhao Wuji discovered that Dai Muebai had actually appeared behind a big tree in the distance. And as Dai Muebai exerted force with his arms, the tree was torn into pieces by Dai Muebai in an instant. The fragments of the tree torn into pieces by Dai Muebai flew everywhere and almost hit Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji looked at Dai Muebai's figure with a look of surprise in his eyes. Such a fast speed, like teleportation. Even with my soul saint cultivation, I can't even sense it. He didn't see Dai Muebai's movement clearly. Just like same as teleportation. However, the soul skill of teleportation does not seem to be something that the evil-eyed white tiger can possess. It may be because the speed is too fast. He comforted himself in his heart. Furthermore, your soul skills and soul power are surprisingly strong, at least twice that of an ordinary soul master. Zhao Wuji's surprise quickly turned into joy. With such strength, only a peak soul sect can contend with it. Teacher Zhao, thank you for your praise. Dai Muebai smiled slightly and spoke modestly. Critical damage? Double it. This scene was not only seen by Zhao Wuji, but also by other people in Shrek. Such a strange soul skill. Tang San also felt a surge of pressure in his heart. Too strong. Fast and powerful. Is this the 5,000-year-old soul ring? A trace of fear flashed in Tang San's eyes. But soon, he touched the hidden arrow on his wrist. I felt a lot more at peace. So what if he's the Soul Sect? Even Soul Sect couldn't block his own hidden weapon. This is just the basic hidden weapon now. I can make all the hidden weapons of the Tang Sect. From now on, Dai Mubai will never be able to defeat me. Mubai, so amazing. Seeing how powerful Dai Mubai was, Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but puff out her chest. This is my fiancée. She is so powerful, so I am naturally quite proud of myself. Zuqing. Dai Mubai felt Zhu Zuqing's gaze, slowly walked to Zhu Zuqing's side, and put his arm around her waist. Zuqing, I promised you, and I will definitely do it. Looking at Dai Mubai's affectionate eyes, Zhu Zuqing's heart was beating bang bang bang. I know. Zhu Zuqing's eyes were a little blurry. Is this the sour smell of love? Ning Rongrong, who was standing by, looked at the affection between the two and felt envious. So, is this what love is like? Oscar, if you don't mind, I can also. Roll. Ning Rongrong glared at Oscar, who came closer with annoyance. Dirty sausage uncle. All right, you two, stop being so annoying. We still have to go find a spirit ring for Tang San. Zhao Wuji urged everyone to prepare to return. Everyone walked towards the outskirts of the Stardo Great Forest, and as they walked, they helped Tang San look for a suitable spirit ring. In the end, at Tang San's own request, he killed an ordinary human-faced demon spider. The soul skill obtained is still spider web binding. However, its power is definitely not as strong as the 2,000-year soul ring in the original book. At the same time, there is no external soul bone such as the 8-spider lance. The income is still much less. Afterwards, everyone quickened their pace and returned to Shrek Academy. What? Dai Mubai is actually level 43 now. Flanders learned from Zhao Wuji what had happened along the way, and his eyes began to shine as he looked at Dai Mubai. A soul master who just broke through, his soul skills are actually as powerful as a peak soul master? Moreover, before breaking through to the soul sect, he was already able to break the turtle shell of Soul King Yezhaikia with Zhu Zuqing? This is this. If this is sent to the Great Fighting Spirit Arena, how much money can be earned? Flanders looked at Dai Mubai as if he was looking at a mountain of gold. Dean. What are you thinking about? Xiao Wu's voice brought Flanders back from his fantasy. Hey? Oh, nothing. Flanders waved his hand and said, Jinshan. Mubai, congratulations. Also, Xiao Ao is pretty good too. As Flanders spoke, he sighed, Mubai is truly the most talented student I have ever seen. At this moment, a middle-aged man standing aside frowned. This person is Yu Xiaogang. I heard Flanders say Dai Mubai is the most talented. Yu Xiaogang was unhappy. How could anyone possibly be better than his students? Oh, I haven't finished yet. Xiao San and Xiao Wu have also broken through to the Soul Master level. Zhao Wuji spoke again. Really? Xiao San and Xiao Wu are pretty good too. Flanders was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, this time when I went out, I actually got an unexpected surprise. Yu Xiaogang, who was standing by, also felt much better. This is my student. By the way, this is Yu Xiaogang. In terms of spirit theory, he is considered the strongest in Douluo continent. Flanders remembered that he still had to introduce the master to the students. You can call him master. By the way, from now on, your training will be in the charge of the master. Flanders said, pushing back. Hello everyone, but I just heard from Zhao Wuji that Dai Mubai just broke through to Soul Sect and is already level 43. Yu Xiaogang suddenly looked at Dai Mubai and asked. Not only that, Dai Mubai has already upgraded from level 37 to level 43 in less than 2 months. Zhao Wuji was very satisfied with Dai Mubai's upgrade speed, and at this time, he stood up and added. What? This leveling speed is simply unheard of. A trace of disbelief flashed in Yu Xiaogang's eyes. Dai Mubai, can you let me check your body? As he spoke, Yu Xiaogang took a step forward. Dai Mubai quickly took a step back. No. Are you kidding? Dai Mubai is not used to an old man touching her. Is Zhu Zuqing no longer fragrant? Yu Xiaogang frowned, as if he didn't expect the other party to react like this. Just checking. No, go away. Dai Mubai rejected him again and looked at him with disgust. Yu Xiaogang was deeply stimulated by the other party's gaze. It was as if his own pain was being stared at deeply by others, making him feel inferior and afraid, and making him feel like he couldn't breathe. The look in his eyes when others looked at him existed in his childhood memories. Damn it, ever since he left that family and formed the Golden Triangle with Flanders and Lu Erlong, no one dared to look at him like that anymore. And today, this yellow-haired kid actually. Damn it, you are worthy of despising me? Yu Xiaogang suppressed his dissatisfaction and kept a cold expression. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, The improvement is so fast, could it be because of taking medicine? Chapter 15, The improvement is so fast, could it be because of taking medicine? Now in middle age, Yu Xiaogang is actually not so easily angered. After a little slowing down, I calmed down. Yu Xiaogang suppressed his dissatisfaction and said indifferently, this student, you must know that taking drugs will cause certain damage to your foundation. Yu Xiaogang's words even began to say explicitly that Dai Mubai had achieved his current success by taking drugs. Ma Hongjun on the side was not happy. What? You said our boss Dai cheated. As Ma Hongjun said this, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Ahem. There's definitely no problem with Mubai's improvement. Xiaogang, you're worrying too much. Flanders hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over for Dai Mubai. As a teacher, I naturally need to be fully aware of my students' bodies. Inspections are essential. Yu Xiaogang insisted. Although there is a reason for dissatisfaction with Dai Mubai, another reason is also true. He didn't believe it. This Dai Mubai can actually surpass Tang San. Tang San has twin martial souls and his own guidance. I don't want an old man touching me. If you can't do that, then don't teach us. Dai Mubai took a step back. This Yu Xiaogang is not a good person at all. Hey, Mubai, you. Flanders was a little anxious when he saw Dai Mubai talking like that. Mubai, just cooperate with Xiaogang and go through the motions. Zhao Wuji, who was standing aside, watched this scene and tilted his head. Although he didn't know why, Flanders valued this master who was less than level 30 so much. However, based on his understanding of Dai Mubai, this guy is not able to compromise. As expected, Dai Mubai shook his head. It seems that the master's training is not suitable for me. After saying that, Dai Mubai turned and left. Mubai, wait for me. Zhu Zuqing followed Dai Mubai directly. Boss Dai, I'm not fit to be touched by an old man like this. Let's go find the twins. Ma Hongjun followed happily. Roll. Zhu Zuqing turned her head abruptly and glared at Ma Hongjun fiercely. Ma Hongjun was so scared that he quickly took a few steps back and followed from a distance. Dai Mubai, walk slower. Ning Rongrong also followed. This, Dean, I'm leaving too. Oscar was polite. Looking at Ning Rongrong leaving, he hesitated for a while before continuing to follow her. Suddenly, the playground, which was originally quite crowded, became empty. Now only Flanders, Zhao Wuji, Yu Xiaogang, and Tang San Xiaohu are left. Yu Xiaogang stood there, feeling awkward and at a loss as to what to do. This. Flanders was a little stunned, looking at the only 2 students left in front of him. I don't quite understand. How did things come to this? Hehe, Dai Muabai's wings are really hardened. He used to have such a bad temper. However, although he was stupid before, he didn't have such courage. Zhao Wuji on the side was heartless and spoke without caring about the awkward atmosphere. However, when I think of Dai Muabai's strange speed, Zhao Wuji felt that this guy really had this ability. Maybe in less than 20 years, Dai Muabai will be stronger than himself. The most important thing is that no matter what the Shrek students' mentality is, at least they follow Dai Muabai. This, I'm just doing this for everyone's good. Flanders frowned. He couldn't understand why things turned out like this just because of his action. That Yu Xiaogang, his nose is pointed to the sky. If it were me, I wouldn't pay any attention to him. But there's nothing wrong with what Dai Muabai did. Zhao Wuji said. Shut up, you. Flanders glared at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji shrugged. He looked nonchalant. He hadn't finished the rest of his sentence. Even Yu Xiaogang's soul power of level 29 is not as high as that of the students. Dai Muabai was able to resist exposing him, which was a sign of respect. Hey, let me go and persuade Muabai again. Flanders sighed. He hurriedly chased after him. He didn't know why things had turned out like this. But he knew that the source was Dai Muabai. Hey! Zhao Wuji looked at Flanders departing back and sighed in his heart. He has been in Shrek Academy for more than 10 years and has always been free. Now, Flanders has found such a master and wants to change the academy. I don't know what this college will become. I hope this academy won't be forced to break up. Zhao Wuji shook his head and left slowly. Suddenly, there were only 3 people left in the huge playground. Silence. Still silent. After a long time, Yu Xiaogang turned around and left. Teacher, please don't bother with Dai Muabai. Seeing Yu Xiaogang leaving, Tang San hurriedly chased after him and tried to comfort Yu Xiaogang. Xiao San, what's going on with Dai Muabai? Yu Xiaogang suppressed his dissatisfaction, turned around to look at Tang San, and asked. Dai Muabai? I don't know what's wrong with him. He's only 15 years old. Tang San followed Yu Xiaogang into Yu Xiaogang's room. After Yu Xiaogang sat on the chair, he continued to stand beside Yu Xiaogang and explain. I met him 2 months ago, and he seemed very strong at that time. He practices very hard. He goes to bed later than me every day, but wakes up earlier than me. Tang San really feels ashamed of himself compared to Dai Muabai's efforts. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not outlast Dai Muabai. After all, 2 people have different ideas. Tang San has always wanted to surpass Dai Muabai. But now that Dai Muabai has upgraded his Hextech, he is a typical enjoyer. How could Tang San possibly compete with him in perseverance? 15 years old. Tang San said so much, but Yu Xiaogang only paid attention to this 15-year-old. It's amazing. How can one person? No wonder Flanders said that Dai Muabai is the most talented student he has ever seen. Level 15 at the age of 37 is no big deal. You can be even better than him in the future. But, reaching level 15 at the age of 43 is something to ponder. How on earth did he do it? In just 2 months, he jumped 6 levels. When Yu Xiaogang thought of this, he felt that his mind was full of question marks. This guy definitely didn't cultivate diligently. What kind of medicine did he take? This, if there are no side effects. Maybe I can give you one too. Yu Xiaogang frowned. Maybe it's not about the medicine. Tang San suddenly spoke up. I know, he has a method of cultivation, it might be because of this method of cultivation. What way? Hearing that Tang San might have the answer, Yu Xiaogang immediately became interested, looked at Tang San and asked. He and Zhu Zuqing have a spirit fusion technique. When he cultivates with Zhu Zuqing, the flow of his soul power increases. Tang San answered honestly. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier about such an important matter? Yu Xiaogang frowned. He quickly looked at Tang San, his heart leaping with joy. Tell me in detail. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, Flanders Persuasion, Everyone is dissatisfied with the master. Chapter 16, Flanders Persuasion, Everyone is dissatisfied with the master. Boss Dai, don't be angry. The dean is doing this for our own good. After Dai Mubai and others left, Ma Hongjun followed Dai Mubai and gave them some advice. I don't know why the dean listened to that person, but I think the dean will definitely not harm us. Hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Dai Mubai paused, then smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. I just don't like Tang San, not the entire Shrek Academy. He also has certain ideas about Shrek. Not to mention that my original body had been here for 3 full years and had developed an attachment to this place. The 3 years at Shrek Academy were 3 rare happy years for the original body. Take Ma Hongjun, Zhao Wuji, and others for example, they are all gifted people. He has a deep relationship with Dai Mubai. Before Tang San came, Dai Mubai was the darling of the Shrek group. It was not until the master came that the position of leader was given to Tang San intentionally or unintentionally. But now it's different. Even if he cannot use Shrek's power, he cannot leave it to Tang San. Dai Mubai was not pretending, he really didn't blame Flanders. As the dean, Flanders actually did nothing wrong. Although people are a little greedy for money. But his original intention was indeed for the good of Shrek Academy. This person is actually quite nice. There is one thing that is particularly wonderful, he is completely obedient to the master. Wife, college, all given to the master. If it was Lu Erlong, it would be okay, after all, Lu Erlong liked Yu Xiaogang. But the academy was founded by Flanders himself, and it's all his hard work. As a result, it was handed over to others. Gave Yu Xiaogang such a scumbag. To be honest, Dai Mubai found it magical. A man who only knows how to escape from reality, living in a world where his own theories are invincible, and Flanders keeps coaxing him like this. Simply outrageous. Could it be that Erlong was an accident and Xiaogang was true love? Dai Mubai glanced behind him and saw Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zuqing also kept holding her hand. Dai Mubai thought silently. As long as it doesn't affect his cultivation in the future, he still likes to stay here and practice. Comfortable, free, and without too many constraints. Let's go, Zuqing, let's go to the back mountain to practice. Dai Mubai took Zhu Zuqing's hand and headed towards the back mountain. For Dai Mubai, who is about to upgrade, cultivation is something that requires every second. Watching Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing leaving, Ma Hongjun and Oscar couldn't help but feel sad. It's all that master's fault. If he hadn't insisted on checking Boss Dai's health, this wouldn't have happened. Ma Hongjun spoke with a complaining look on his face. The first thing he thought of about this matter was to blame Yu Xiaogang. This guy clearly only has a soul power of level 29. Inside Shrek Academy, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and Oscar. The cultivation levels of these 4 people are all higher than Yu Xiaogang's. I have never heard of a great soul master teaching a group of soul masters and soul patriarchs. Yet, this so-called master obviously has less soul power than me. Oscar couldn't help but complain, he doesn't even have the same soul power as me. So why do he think he can teach me well? Also, looking at his wretched expression, the moment he opened his mouth, he started questioning Boss Dai, as if there couldn't be geniuses in this world. If it weren't for this master, Boss Dai wouldn't be angry. Ma Hongjun sighed again. Ning Rongrong, who was standing aside, couldn't join in the conversation with the two boys. She just watched as Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing walked away hand in hand. However, an emotion called envy arose in my heart. If only I could have someone like this. Back mountain. Mubai, if you want to go, I can accompany you. Zhu Zuqing grabbed Dai Mubai's hand and spoke with a loving look on her face. Her original purpose in coming to Shrek Academy, besides becoming stronger, was to see what happened to Dai Mubai. Since Dai Mubai is not truly corrupt. Of course, she was determined and chose to go with Dai Mubai. Fine. Dai Mubai shook his head. He's not going to leave yet. I don't plan to leave for now. Mubai. Just when Dai Mubai was planning to continue practicing with Zhu Zuqing, Flanders appeared beside them. Dean. Dai Mubai was not surprised that Flanders appeared here. Everyone else chose to leave because of him, so of course Flanders had to come and persuade him. Do you think that the master's soul power level is low and he can't teach you anything? Flanders stood in front of Dai Mubai and tried to persuade him earnestly. But you know, he's the best in theory on Douluo continent. No one can surpass him in theory. Don't look at him like that. In the entire Douluo continent, the only person who can perfectly bring out your talent is the master. I know that what happened today might make you a little dissatisfied. When Flanders said this, he also sighed. Yu Xiaogang has always been such a stubborn person. I will think of what just happened. Flanders' expression was also somewhat complicated. Yu Xiaogang didn't know what was going on, and he actually said that Dai Mubai definitely didn't use proper methods to practice. Isn't this an absolute insult to a genius? I know your personality. It's easy to clash with him. I still hope you won't bother with him. He didn't do it on purpose. He just wants to get to know you better. I don't know if Flanders' words made Dai Mubai feel a little shaken. Dai Mubai finally spoke up. It's not that I don't believe his theory, but I don't think he can teach me well. Yu Xiaogang's theory is invincible, of course there is a reason for it. However, theory is always something that only the weak do. Because he has no ability to put his theory into practice. So they can only immerse themselves in their own so-called theoretical world. How is this possible? Flanders couldn't help but ask, you guys should be a whole team. How can you not go alone? If you don't go to training, you won't have chemistry with the others. Mubai, I think you shouldn't act on impulse like this. Flanders persuaded earnestly. I'll be at combat training tomorrow. The rest of the time, I will practice on my own with Zuqing. Master certainly doesn't understand our practice methods. He agreed, not for the master, but to save face in front of others. End of this chapter. Chapter 17, Soul Sect Graduation, Preparing to Leave. Chapter 17, Soul Sect Graduation, Preparing to Leave. In fact, with his current ability, he is already able to graduate. But before leaving, he still wanted to fight for Shrek's power. These are all future gods. After hearing Dai Mubai's words, Flanders thought for a moment. Finally, he sighed and said, okay, let's do this for now. At least, Dai Mubai is not completely disconnected from Shrek Academy. To a certain extent, Dai Mubai will still participate in normal training. Just don't attend Yu Xiaogang's theoretical courses. That's generally fine. By the way, I plan to let you participate in the Soul Master Elite competition. Flanders suddenly said something else. Soul Master Elite competition. Dai Mubai said in surprise, isn't our school not eligible? Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Flanders just smiled and said, no matter what, I can't delay you. The Soul Master Elite competition is the stage for young people like you to show yourselves. As for me, I'll try my best in the next few years to see if I can get a spot here. Dai Mubai's strength is much higher than in the original book. You know, in the Soul Master Elite competition, many geniuses are actually only 20 years old and have the strength of Soul Masters. But look at Dai Mubai again, he is only 15 years old, but he already has a soul power of level 43. He is much more talented than those geniuses in major colleges. He is only 15 years old. The next Soul Master Elite competition will not be held for a few more years. Who knows how far Dai Muabai's soul power will develop by that time? Soul King? At the very least, you can at least have the strength of a level 45 or 47 Soul Master. With such strength, it is very likely to win the championship. As long as they participate in the competition and make a splash, Shrek Academy will get better and better. It is good. Dai Mubai didn't care. After all, Flanders is the dean. Well, that's good, Mubai. You should practice hard and strive to break through to the Soul King level as soon as possible. Maybe one day you can become a titled Douluo. No, you can definitely break through to the titled Douluo. Flanders patted Dai Muabai's shoulder with satisfaction, and then left. Looking at Flanders departing back, Dai Muabai couldn't help but shook his head. I feel a little regretful. Shrek Academy is about to be disbanded. His memories of Shrek were limited to the time he spent outside Soto City. When we go to Tiendu City, will the Shrek Academy still be Shrek Academy? Anyway, Dai Muabai didn't think so. However, he had no way to remind Flanders. He also hoped that Flanders could make Shrek better instead of handing Shrek over to others. But Flanders always likes to listen to Yu Xiaogang no matter what the matter is. He felt he was doing this for everyone's good. But they don't know that sometimes, they mean well but end up doing bad things. Zhu Qing, where do you want to go from now on? Dai Muabai turned around, held Zhu Zuking's hand, and asked. He has no plans to leave Shrek Academy for the time being. But one day I will leave. There has to be a place to go, right? Hearing Dai Muabai's words, Zhu Zuking subconsciously thought that she was about to leave Shrek Academy. She glanced at Dai Muabai. As long as I don't return to the Xingluo Empire, that's fine. Zhu Zuking lay quietly beside him, listening to the chattering of Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong. In the past, she would fall asleep peacefully amid the sound of the two of them chatting. But when I think about leaving soon, I'm about to leave these two roommates, I still feel a little reluctant. Zhu Zuking, tell me, why didn't Dai Muabai let the master touch his bones? Isn't it just a check? Suddenly, a little head came in front of Zhu Zuking. It was Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was very naive. She thought that the cause of the incident was simply because Dai Muabai didn't want Yu Xiaogang to touch his bones. Well, are you willing to have your bones touched by the master? Zhu Zuking asked back. Forward. Xiao Wu was really stumped by Zhu Zuking's question. She recalled the master's unshaven and wretched appearance. I couldn't help but shook my head and said, I don't want to. That's it. Zhu Zuking shrugged and said nothing. Xiao Wu also slowly shrank back. Yes, if I don't want to do it myself, how can I blame that yellow-haired scumbag? She couldn't help but feel guilty for blaming the problem on Dai Muabai. At this moment, a voice sounded. Hey, if that's the only problem, I can actually do it for you, master. I also know the principle of bone reading. Ning Rongrong spoke with a smile. Zhu Zuking glared at Ning Rongrong fiercely. The ferocious look made Ning Rongrong shrink her neck. He crawled back into his bed. Why are you being so fierce? It's just a joke. Ning Rongrong pursed her lips, somewhat indignantly. Wait until I find the chance, and I'll touch your Mubai all over. Late night. Yu Xiaogang's room. It was already very late, but the room was still brightly lit. Yu Xiaogang sat at the table, thinking about what Tang San had said to him today. The fusion of two people's martial souls can increase the flow rate of soul power. Yu Xiaogang kept taking notes on the paper in front of him. How about Flanders and I give it a try some other day? If the triggering condition is a martial soul fusion technique. Yu Xiaogang was thinking of various possibilities on the draft paper in front of him. Even when the sky was turning pale, the light in Yu Xiaogang's room was still on. The next morning, Tang San got up from bed very early. Absorb the purple energy coming from the east and strengthen your purple demonic eyes. However, he still didn't see Dai Mubai. Obviously I got up early enough. However, Dai Mubai was still able to get ahead of him. Could he really work so hard? Tang San's eyebrows were twisted into a ball. However, he still gritted his teeth and went out first. Soon, the others slowly woke up. Early in the morning, the students of Shrek Academy would gather in the playground. However, what Tang San didn't expect was that on their far left stood Dai Mubai. I didn't expect that Dai Mubai would come today. Tang San muttered something. Based on Dai Mubai's reaction yesterday, he thought that Dai Mubai would not train with them. Okay, today, let's do a practical training. Yu Xiaogang, standing in front of everyone, had dark circles under his eyes and yawned. He then slowly said, I don't know your strength, so today, let me test your strength first. You, everyone, challenge Dai Mubai. What? How can we possibly beat this? Ning Rongrong was the first to speak. He is a soul sect master. That's right. We only have 3 soul masters here, and they are all novice soul masters. How can we possibly defeat them? Ma Hongjun and Oscar also thought this was impossible. It wasn't just the students who felt this way. Flanders also thought it was unrealistic. Mubai is not just a soul sect. The strength he can display is already at the peak of the soul sect. I'm afraid they can't defeat Mubai. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 ends, Claw of the Dark Walker. Chapter 18 ends, Claw of the Dark Walker. It's okay, I just want to see your strength. Yu Xiaogang shook his head. I will make corresponding evaluations based on your performance. Of course, since this is a test of your strength, I want to see where your limits are. Therefore, any means can be used, including Xiao San's hidden weapons. It is obvious that Yu Xiaogang added this rule for Tang San. He always felt that his students were the most talented. With the use of hidden weapons, Tang San will definitely be able to defeat Dai Mubai directly. Especially, there are 6 people from Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai glanced at everyone with a look of disappointment. Flanders calls him over for combat training. What did he think it was? I really thought I could learn something, but I didn't expect that they would call me over to be a sparring partner. After obtaining the second Hextech, Dai Mubai's strength increased greatly. It is indeed urgent to test my strength at the soul sect level. Get familiar with your current power. But the group of guys in front of him obviously couldn't do that. You guys, come together, don't waste time. Dai Mubai glanced at everyone and spoke calmly. I'll go to the fighting arena later, I think I can improve myself there. Dai Mubai thought silently in his heart. His nonchalant look made Xiao Wu, who was standing beside him, feel looked down upon. Dai Mubai, you are really crazy. Xiao Wu roared, and the spirit ring on her body appeared. Xiao Wu, wait a minute, blue and silver entanglement. Tang San was worried about Xiao Wu, so he released his own spirit skills right after her. Several blue vines appeared under Dai Mubai's feet. Seeing that Tang San had already gone up, the others had no choice but to follow suit. Boss Dai, please be gentle. Ma Hongjun shouted as he followed Tang San forward. However, Dai Mubai's body disappeared at this moment. Avoided Tang San's blue and silver entanglement. After absorbing the soul ring, the soul master's physical fitness will also become stronger. This means that even without using his martial soul, Dai Mubai's physical fitness can be comparable to that of a soul sect member who has activated his martial soul. Not to mention the group of soul masters and great soul masters in front of him. Boom! Dai Mubai's body first appeared next to Ma Hongjun. Oh my god! Boss Dai, when did you come here? Ah! The moment Dai Muebai's body approached Ma Hongzhen, a strong wind blew over, causing Ma Hongzhen to sound alarm bells. However, Ma Hongzhen, who had already reacted, was still knocked away after being punched by Dai Muebai. I have to say that there is some cooperation among the Shrek 7 devils. The moment Ma Hongzhen left the stage, Tang San and Xiao Wu began to surround Dai Muebai. At this time, Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower also released light to strengthen the remaining people. Zhu Zuqing also quickly approached Dai Muebai. Netherworld 100 Claws. Zhu Zuqing gave a delicate cry, and the yellow soul ring behind her lit up. With Ning Rongrong's help, Zhu Zuqing's speed is almost surpassing that of a newly promoted soul master. However, the moment Zhu Zuqing approached Dai Muebai's body disappeared. What? Zhu Zuqing was startled for a moment. The next moment, she felt a gust of hot wind blowing towards her. At this moment, a pair of strong arms hugged her. Then the world started spinning. When Zhu Zuqing could see the road clearly again, she had already appeared beside Ma Hongzhen. After sending Zhu Zuqing and Ma Hongzhen out, Dai Muebai continued to look at the 4 people in the field. The 4 of them were a little nervous at this time. Zhu Zuqing's speed is definitely the fastest among the 6 people. With the blessing of the agility attack system and the bonus of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed pagoda, some soul lords might not be able to compare to Zhu Zuqing. However, Dai Muebai dodged it easily. Apart from Tang San, who could barely catch a glimpse of Dai Muebai's figure using the purple demonic pupil, no one else could even see Dai Muebai's figure clearly. While the 4 people were surprised, Dai Muebai did not hold back. He looked at them with a normal expression. Then he quickly rushed towards Xiao Wu. Boom! Dai Muebai showed no mercy to Xiao Wu. Dai Muebai threw a punch, and even though Xiao Wu defended herself in time, she was still knocked away by Dai Muebai's punch. Without using soul skills, you can actually kill them with one punch. Boss Dai, this is too strong. In the audience, Ma Hongzhen couldn't help but sigh. Zhu Zuqing also puffed out her chest proudly for her man. Only Tang San, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong were left on the stage. The only one with real fighting power at this time is Tang San. The encirclement that had just been formed was reversed in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Dai Muebai's speed is still very fast. In fact, it's even faster than before. After images have begun to appear in Tang San's purple demon eye. Don't hit me, I surrender. The moment she felt a gust of wind blowing towards her, Ning Rongrong raised her hands in surrender without hesitation. Boss Dai, I also, ah. After hearing what Ning Rongrong said, Oscar also wanted to surrender. However, he was a little slow. Dai Muebai's punch landed solidly on Oscar. Oscar was directly knocked out. I will go out by myself. Ning Rongrong was very honest and walked over to Ma Hongzhen and the others. You're the only one left. Dai Muebai walked back to the center of the venue and looked at Tang San. Don't be so proud. I won't necessarily lose to you. Tang San snorted coldly, the hardest one. The next moment, Tang San used the ghost shadow step, and his figure changed rapidly on the field. Dai Muebai also began to chase Tang San. Tang San was very confident because of his strange and unpredictable movements and the ability of the purple demon eye to lock onto Dai Muebai's position. Boom! Dai Muebai finally caught up with Tang San and punched him. No soul skills are used. However, Tang San quickly locked onto Dai Muebai's position with his purple demon eyes, raised his hands, and used his feet to relieve the force, thus withstanding the punch. He also retreated and continued to distance himself from Dai Muebai. Even so, Tang San felt his arm go numb. Although he did not achieve any success, Dai Muebai was still very satisfied. Without using any spirit skills, his speed actually surpassed Tang San's ghost shadow step. Such a speed is terrifying. What made Tang San even more terrified was that Dai Muebai's speed had not yet reached its limit. He is getting faster and faster. Even though he had the purple demonic eyes, he could see everything clearly. But I can withstand one punch. But I may not be able to withstand the second or third punch. That being the case, Tang San aimed the hidden weapon in his hand at Dai Muebai and threw it out suddenly. This attack will definitely defeat Dai Muebai directly. However, Dai Muebai's figure disappeared again. At this moment, Tang San's purple demon pupil seemed to be ineffective, and he could not see any trace of Dai Muebai. It's over, Darkwalker's Claw. End of this chapter. Chapter 19. Is this your limit? Chapter 19. Is this your limit? Tang San was confident that his hidden weapon would hit the target, but Dai Muebai dodged it directly. What about people? Tang San was shocked. Logically speaking, at this speed, he should be able to see it clearly with his purple demon pupil. But now, Dai Muebai is nowhere to be seen. The next moment, Tang San felt a pain in his back, and this pain also affected his lower abdomen. The moment this enormous force was applied to Tang San, he felt that all his internal organs were displaced. The shock made his whole body tremble. His body fell heavily to the ground, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Third brother! Xiao Wu exclaimed in the crowd. Flanders moves faster. He took a step forward and stuffed a candy bean into Tang San's mouth. With Tangdu's treatment, Tang San finally felt a little better. Better than nothing. Game aborted. Yu Xiaogong's voice rang out, and he stared at Dai Muebai with a cold look in his eyes. Dai Muebai. Dai Muebai shrugged. I thought he could dodge it, but I didn't expect him to be so weak. Is this your limit? I haven't even used my full strength. Cough cough. Dai Muebai's words made Tang San, who was lying on the ground, twitch suddenly and almost cough up blood again. Yu Xiaogong's expression changed from gloomy to bright. He said in a deep voice, "This is how competitions are. There will be many unexpected events. Everyone should take this as a warning. Okay, let's start training." Teacher, how to train? Tang San was simply treated by Flanders using his soul power, and now, although his injuries have not healed yet. However, there is nothing wrong with doing some training. It's very simple. Yu Xiaogang moved aside, and behind him were 7 large frames of stone. Carry these stones and run around Soto City to train your physical fitness and willpower. Yu Xiaogang spoke calmly. What? Running in circles with a rock on your back? Ning Rongrong's eyes were filled with disbelief. She surrendered voluntarily and her injuries were lighter than Zhu Zuking's, and even her soul power was not consumed much. Only the hem of the skirt is slightly dirty. At this moment, he was also very dissatisfied with the training method proposed by Yu Xiaogang. What kind of joke is this? Running in circles carrying stones? Yes, Master, we are originally auxiliary spirit masters. If we run around with this on our backs, we will get killed. Oscar also spoke. Ma Hongjun also complained bitterly, Master, I'm really going to die like this. Okay, you guys go train first, I'm going to go practice first. Dai Muebai walked around Yu Xiaogang and prepared to leave with Zhu Zuking. Flanders said he didn't have to participate in this part of the training. Boss Dai, you. Everyone was surprised when they saw Dai Muebai stand up and leave. Of course, besides being surprised, they were also envious. The person who came up with this exercise method of running in circles while carrying stones is simply extremely lucky. Please, I'm a soul master. During the game, the soul skills would boom towards the opponent. I'm not going to fight you in hand-to-hand combat, okay? However, after all, the master has Flanders' support, so no one can say anything. I can only envy Dai Muebai. Dai Muebai, you really don't want to train with us? This kind of training method can strengthen your foundation and make your cultivation faster. Yu Xiaogang suddenly stopped Dai Mubai and spoke. No. Dai Mubai shook his head. You really aren't coming with us? This method works well. Yu Xiaogang asked Dai Mubai again and again. Dai Mubai just shook his head to refuse, and walked around Yu Xiaogang and was about to leave. Zhu Zuqing, your soul power isn't very high, unlike Dai Mubai. Otherwise, you should. Yu Xiaogang spoke up, trying to dissuade Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing looked at Yu Xiaogang with a puzzled look. If I stay with Mubai, I can speed up my cultivation. If I don't go, what will he cultivate? As she spoke, Zhu Zuqing also walked around Yu Xiaogang. For a moment, Yu Xiaogang, who stayed where he was, seemed a little embarrassed. He could only keep a cold face and let others leave. Hurry up and carry these stones. These physical qualities will become your fighting strength during the battle. Yu Xiaogang could only vent his anger on other people. The others, under the pressure of Yu Xiaogang, had no choice but to carry the stones on their backs. Ning Rongrong's eyes rolled around. She didn't want to run around Soto City carrying such a heavy thing. Isn't this a fool? Soon, several people left the city. After leaving the city, Oscar walked up to Ning Rongrong happily. Rongrong, if you can't carry it, I can help you carry it. Oscar moved closer to Ning Rongrong and spoke. Although he is an auxiliary soul master, he is also very weak. But no matter what, his soul power is also that of a soul master, which is stronger. No need, just run on your own. Ning Rongrong jumped on tiptoe to take a look, then put down the stone behind her and turned away. This guy. Tang San looked at Ning Rongrong's departing figure and was very dissatisfied. If you really have the ability, just like Dai Mubai, strive for privileges. Isn't it ridiculous that we are in the current situation now, neither daring to resist nor doing as ordered? Hey, Ning Rongrong. Oscar was also a little disappointed. Although Ning Rongrong is very beautiful, she still doesn't train hard. Sweat more during training so that you can bleed less when you compete and fight in the future. How can you be lazy during training? Oscar shook his head. Hey, Boss Dai can practice dual cultivation, it's so nourishing, I want it too. Ma Hongjun glanced at the back mountain. If nothing unexpected happened, Boss Dai would be practicing in the back mountain at this time. Hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Tang San seemed to be stimulated by something. Even though he had just been injured by Dai Mubai, he endured the pain, carried the stone on his back, gritted his teeth and started running. Dai Mubai! Dai Mubai! Isn't he just a soul sect? I must surpass you. Back mountain. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing are practicing. Although they did not run, they practiced just as hard. Even, work harder than others. The battle for the throne is almost an unavoidable cloud in Zhu Zuqing's mind. The pressure made it hard for her to breathe. You know, if they fail in the battle for the throne, they will face life imprisonment. That's no different from being dead. Of course, Dai Mubai just wants to constantly improve himself. Are you kidding? Who gets an upgrade without raising their level? Now he is level 43. As long as he cultivates for another levels, he can directly become a god by upgrading to level. End of this chapter. Chapter 20, Leaving and Summoning the Royal Family. Chapter 20, Leaving and Summoning the Royal Family. Soul power began to flow through the two people. However, at this moment, Zhu Zuqing's desire to practice was extremely urgent. She knew that in 2 years, Dai Mubai might catch up with Davis. But what will happen to me in 2 years? At most, he is a soul master. Not even a soul sect member. By that time, will I be able to compare with Zhu Ziyun? Will I be a drag on Dai Mubai? Thinking of this, Zhu Zuqing became more and more anxious. However, in such a hasty situation, things are always prone to go wrong. The soul power of the two people is intertwined, and they have been practicing according to the same rules. On the contrary, Zhu Zuking's soul power began to fluctuate due to her impatience. The speed at which she circulated her soul power began to increase continuously. This is very dangerous. A person's meridians have thickness, and the high-speed flow of soul power will burst the meridians and cause bleeding. Under normal circumstances, the speed at which a person's soul power circulates is limited and cannot reach such a dangerous speed. But now, in the state of martial soul fusion, the speed of soul power has exceeded the safe limit. The meridians are trembling. Zhu Zuqing didn't notice it, but instead felt a sense of pleasure coming over her, and her face flushed as she moved even faster. The impact on the body is getting worse. At the same time, Dai Mubai also felt that his cultivation speed had increased a lot. Zhu Qing, relax. After realizing something was wrong, Dai Mubai began to suppress Zhu Zuking's soul power with a serious face. Slow down the speed of Zhu Zuking's soul power. Dai Mubai's words instantly woke Zhu Zuqing up. Under Dai Mubai's guidance, Zhu Zuking's speed also slowed down. Finally, after the two people completed a cycle, they stored the soul power into their martial souls. Immediately, Zhu Zuqing felt a dull pain in her chest. If Dai Mubai hadn't just called for a stop, she might have been seriously injured and unable to practice. That would really make her despair. Fortunately, there is Dai Mubai. Mubai, I. As the two men finished their practice, Zhu Zuqing realized what she had just done and her face suddenly became a little guilty. I didn't mean to, I just wanted to. Zhu Zuqing opened his mouth. She is a strong-willed person and has always acted strong in front of Dai Mubai, never making any mistakes. She really made a mistake this time, and she was so strong-willed that she didn't even know what to say. Zhu Qing, you don't need to feel guilty. I know you also want to become stronger. Dai Mubai opened his arms, held Zhu Zuqing in his arms, and spoke softly in Zhu Zuqing's ear. Mubai, I. Under Dai Mubai's comfort, Zhu Zuqing also confided her true feelings. I just don't want to hold you back. How could you be holding me back? You've been my hope for the past 3 years. Dai Mubai held Zhu Zuqing's face and looked at her lovingly. Dai Mubai knew that if he waited a few more months, the magic herb would come to help. With the help of the magic grass, Zhu Zuqing's cultivation can improve by leaps and bounds. By that time, Zhu Zuqing would definitely not have the thought of being a drag. At the same time, he also felt that he had ignored Zhu Zuqing's feelings. For him, he will definitely defeat Davis. Even without the magic grass, he still has plug-ins. But for Zhu Zuqing, what can she see? Unable to see the future, she probably thought that she would die in 2 years. Even though her fate is so dark, she still has the courage to resist and hold on to her own ray of hope. Don't worry, Zuqing, I won't let you down. Dai Mubai's gentle voice was like warm light. Zhu Zuqing looked at Dai Mubai's expression and felt dazed. Yet, at this moment, Zhu Zuqing made up his mind secretly. If I really hold them back and cause them to fail in the battle for the throne. At worst, she could just run away with Dai Mubai. The two people flew away. Douluo continent is so big, how come there is no place for the two of them? When she was alone before, she thought in her heart that she would never give up. But now, she is with Dai Mubai, and she just wants to be with Dai Mubai forever. Bonds give people strength, but also give them weaknesses. Dai Mubai was originally preparing to leave, but since what happened with Zhu Zuqing today, he might as well just leave. Set out to find the magic grass. Tang San and I don't have a good relationship. If I really wait half a year to look for the magic grass, he might not give it to me. At that time, Tang San could easily say that there were only so many immortal herbs and there was no share for him and Zhu Zuqing. To be honest, Tang San is definitely not a broad-minded person. Just from the fact that he destroyed the demon spider clan in the original novel, it can be seen that he is such a vengeful guy. There is nothing I can do if you don't give me the magic herb. However, this magical herb is only known to Tang San, so this is troublesome. I didn't know what the magic herb was, and there was no way I could get it secretly. It seems that I can only find a way to find help, Dai Mubai thought. Who knows about grass jelly? Soon, Dai Mubai thought of a person, Yang Wudi. This person is very knowledgeable about herbs and knows about magical herbs. Also, that Ju Douluo in the Spirit Hall wants to find a Qirong Tong Tian Ju in his lifetime. You can recognize it the moment you meet it. However, it is impossible for others to help a soul sect member like me. Dai Mubai could only look for Yang Wudi, who was at a lower level. However, even Yang Wudi might not help him find it. You must promise benefits. Now, there is less than half a year left before Tang San goes to find the immortal grass. I must find a solution sooner rather than later. Find someone. Someone has to be found. As the prince of the Xingluo Empire, Dai Mubai does not have many supporters. But, it is definitely not nothing. Many people think that Dai Mubai cannot defeat Davis. However, there are always people who support Dai Mubai. Some of them may have a grudge against Davis, or their families may be hedging their bets. It is also possible that he thought he could make a lot of money by taking a gamble with Dai Mubai. After all, Dai Mubai is in a weak position now. Once he succeeds, he will be promoted to a higher position as he is worthy of being a dragon. Getting rich is a sure thing. There are all kinds of things. Otherwise, as a poor prince, Dai Mubai would not have been so rich all the time. As far as he could remember, Dai Mubai actually had a die-hard fan. Now that I need someone's help. That's exactly the person who should appear. Okay, let's go find Flanders. Dai Mubai took Zhu Zuking's hand and planned to go find Flanders. Zhu Zuking didn't ask what they were going to do. She was always like this. She just had to listen to Dai Mubai. However, just as the two were about to go down the mountain, they saw a figure walking towards them. Ning Rong Rong? Why are you here? Dai Mubai looked at Ning Rong Rong who was walking towards him and asked curiously. Oh, I came to see you. Ning Rong Rong blinked her eyes, not trying to hide her thoughts. Shouldn't you be training right now? Zhu Zuking suddenly felt like she was facing a great enemy. She hurriedly grabbed Dai Mubai's hand and stood in front vigilantly. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 God, please give me a Dai Mubai. Chapter 21 God, please give me a Dai Mubai. Humph. I don't want to go to training like that. Ning Rong Rong was full of disdain for the master's so-called training method. I'm a spirit master. How can I run with a stone on my back? I don't want to be a laborer. What you do is called cultivation. Ning Rong Rong looked at Dai Mubai and said with envy, if two people practice together, it can speed up the practice. I also want to learn dual cultivation, Dai Mubai, can you teach me? Zhu Zuking's expression, which was already somewhat alert, became even more alert at this moment. This guy. Why do you always have bad intentions towards Dai Mubai? The prerequisite for dual cultivation is that you must master the martial soul fusion technique. Dai Mubai emphasized again, only in this way can we practice dual cultivation. He was not at all tempted by the other party's coquettishness. Isn't a mature woman better than a lowly? Besides, Ning Rong Rong is not a typical lowly. At most, she is a willful young lady, and her coquettish behavior just now was just an act. Most. Only when Ning Rong Rong evolves into a gentle young lady will she catch his eye. Oh, maybe the two of us can also comprehend the martial soul fusion technique. Then, can't we practice dual cultivation? Dai Mubai couldn't help but roll his eyes at Ning Rong Rong's nonsense. What kind of martial soul fusion technique can the seven treasures glazed pagoda and the evil-eyed white tiger create? Oh, could it be the king of heaven and the tiger of earth, or the pagoda that suppresses the river monster? Isn't this nonsense? Dai Mubai didn't want to bother with Ning Rong Rong and just walked away. Hey, don't go, Mubai. Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong looked at Dai Mubai's departing back and called out a few times, but there was no response. A look of disappointment suddenly appeared on her face. I've been so proactive, why is it still not working? Does Dai Mubai like long legs? But my legs are not short. Forget it, I'll lick it a little more next time. She really envied the relationship between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. God, please give me a Dai Mubai. Director's office. This place is so shabby. Although it is very clean, the things inside are a bit old. This miser is reluctant to change anything. Mubai, what's the matter with you looking for me? Flanders looked at Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing standing in front of him and asked. Zhu Qing and I are planning to leave Shrek Academy for a while. Dai Mubai spoke calmly. What? Flanders was startled and in an instant he slipped off the chair. Ouch! Why? Flanders patted his butt, stood up from the ground, looked at the chair that had fallen apart, and without even bothering to put it back together, he continued to ask Dai Mubai. I plan to go out and gain experience for half a year before coming back. Dai Mubai didn't say anything empty to Flanders. He left to find the magic herb and came back for the other 7 monsters. No, no, no. Flanders shook his head. Do you have any conflicts with Xiao Gang? If there are any conflicts, we can solve them. This way, if he makes you unhappy, I will go and tell him. No, this is a request from my family. It has nothing to do with Master Yu. Dai Mubai began to explain. Of course, he made this up. This is a request from my family. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Flanders immediately realized Dai Mubai's identity. Is Dai Mubai's life in danger? He immediately patted his chest and said, Don't worry, my student, I've got you covered. Let's see what they can do to you. Dean. Dai Mubai was surprised by Flanders' reaction. I didn't expect that this miser would still be so loyal at this time. However, Dai Mubai continued to explain to Flanders, You're not looking for trouble with me. In 2 years I will be participating in the battle for the throne, and this time I am going to strengthen my strength. I see. I didn't expect it would only be 2 years. Flanders sighed, feeling a little confused. Originally, he wanted Dai Mubai to participate in the next Soul Master Academy League, but now it seems that he was overthinking it. Okay then, when are you leaving? I'm going to leave in the next few days. Dai Mubai nodded, time waits for no one. It is good. Flanders looked at the backs of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing as they left, feeling a little complicated. Unexpectedly, Dai Mubai would actually participate in the battle for the throne 2 years later. He squatted in front of the broken chair, looking somewhat depressed. I didn't expect. He couldn't even protect his own students. My chair just fell apart like that. Flanders looked at the chair on the ground, picked up the wood and started piecing it together. I don't know if I can spell it well. My chair, my students. How much does it cost? Night. Flender. That Dai Mubai is simply too much. He has led my students astray. How can anyone properly cultivate with him around? Yu Xiaogang came to Flanders' office and started complaining, Ning Rongrong has become a bad person because of him. I wish I could fire Dai Mubai. Okay, Xiaogang, he won't affect you anymore. Flanders' tone was also extremely depressed at this time. Under the light, he was putting his chair together with a lonely look on his face, but he never finished. He'll be leaving soon. What, he's leaving? Yu Xiaogang asked doubtfully, but secretly happy in his heart. He was so happy with this result. Unexpectedly, Dai Mubai just ran away by himself? But he's doing well in the academy, why would he want to leave? Yu Xiaogang was still a little curious. It's impossible that Dai Mubai is going to leave just because he had a fight with me, right? Isn't he too petty? He is the prince of the Douluo Empire. 2 years later, he will participate in the battle for the throne, so he plans to leave our Shrek Academy first. Flanders thought about his dream that failed before it even started, and a bitter taste appeared on his face. What? A battle for the throne? Yu Xiaogang became even happier when he heard this. He also knew a thing or two about the battle for the throne. It is said that in the Starfall Empire, when a prince turns 25, a battle will begin to determine the succession rights to the empire. The entire competition was extremely bloody, and only one of the princes could win. The failed prince will face life imprisonment. Such imprisonment is, of course, no different from death. Dai Mubai is only 15 years old today, and will be 17 in 2 years. Doesn't this mean that there is someone 8 years older than him? Even if Dai Mubai is talented enough. But the succession to the throne is a matter between 2 people. Zhu Zuqing is 3 years younger than him, but her soul power is only level 28. Absolutely a complete defeat. Doesn't this mean that Dai Mubai only has 2 years left to live? Yu Xiaogang was very satisfied with the news. As expected, one's own students are the most talented. Without Dai Mubai, he felt his body become lighter and he was in a very happy mood. Flender, Dai Mubai is very talented, don't worry too much. Hey! You should have a good rest. I'm leaving now. Although he has some prejudice against me, I still hope he can get through this. Yu Xiaogang seemed to feel sorry, but actually he left with joy. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Royal Guard Suxiang, I meet your highness. Chapter 22 Royal Guard Suxiang, I meet your highness. A few days later. On the outskirts of Soto City. Dai Mubai met a soul sage here. His Royal Highness. Suxiang bowed slightly to Dai Mubai and saluted. Suxiang, long time no see. Dai Mubai glanced at Suxiang and spoke. Suxiang was Dai Mubai's bodyguard during his childhood. Absolute loyalty to Dai Mubai. When he was young, Suxiang's child was also Dai Mubai's playmate. However, he was killed by Davis. If Suxiang was not a royal guard, and was not a reward given to Dai Mubai by the Star-Luo Emperor, he would be nominally the Star-Luo Emperor's man. I'm afraid it will also fall into Davis's hands. From this point of view, Suxiang must be very loyal to Dai Mubai. Moreover, it was thanks to Suxiang's help that he was able to escape from the palace. I wonder what your highness's current strength is. Level 43. What? Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Suxiang suddenly became excited. You know, there are still 2 years before the battle for the throne. Dai Mubai's current cultivation level is already level 43. At this rate, maybe we can actually win. There's still hope for our victory. Of course. Dai Mubai smiled. He also felt that he would definitely win. However, now I have to know the strength of my subordinates first. Suxiang, what level are you now? Your Highness, I am now a level 79 Soul Saint. Hearing Suxiang's words, Dai Mubai nodded. Level 79 Soul Saint is only 1 step away from Soul Douluo. This level of cultivation is not that high, but it is not low either. It seems to be sufficient for now. I'm looking for you mainly because I want to find the Paji clan. Dai Mubai directly told Suxiang his purpose. If Suxiang hadn't knocked on the door, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see Yang Wudi. Okay, I'll take you out of Soto City. Suxiang nodded. He didn't know what Dai Mubai was going to do. But he understood that Dai Mubai must have a deeper meaning. Hey! Flanders watched Dai Mubai leave from a distance. He could sense that the person standing next to Dai Mubai was only a soul saint. He knew Dai Mubai's situation was not optimistic, but he didn't expect the situation to be so difficult. Is the only person I can call upon to be around me a soul sage? I'm afraid this is the strongest force under Dai Mubai. Unfortunately, he had no way of participating in the royal disputes. As the dean, I can't help at all. Then what's the point of him watching here? Hey! Flanders felt upset and turned back to the academy. But what surprised Flanders was Ma Hongzhen and his group were actually waiting for him here. Dean, has Boss Dai left? As soon as he saw Flanders, Ma Hongzhen immediately came up and asked about Dai Muebai's situation. Seeing these guys care so much about Dai Muebai, Flanders could only suppress his inner worries. He put on a smiling face and said, "Don't worry, Dai Muebai will be fine. He has a soul sage to protect him. Don't worry." "That's it, that's good, that's good." After hearing what Flanders said, everyone felt relieved. Ma Hongzhen was even happier. If that's the case, then there will definitely be no problem with Boss Dai. However, after Ma Hongzhen finished speaking, he suddenly realized that it seemed something is wrong. Take a look at Oscar. Wrong, why do you still look unhappy? Xiao Wu suddenly asked. Only at this time did Ma Hongzhen realize what was wrong. It's not just Ning wrong, it's the same with Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji was fine, he forced himself to smile uncomfortably. Ning wrong was immediately filled with worry. This confused Ma Hongzhen. Why are you still so worried when Boss Dai is clearly protected by a soul saint? Ma Hongzhen also asked. As a great soul master, Ma Hongzhen really felt that soul sage was already a very powerful figure. Tang San felt the same way. In the Holy Soul Village, it was because of a soul saint who slapped someone and left a palm print, which made the whole village admire and believe in him. There is also a soul sage beside Dai Muebai. That should make him safer, right? No. You don't know. Ning Rongrong's eyes moistened as she shook her head. In front of that kind of power, a soul sage might just be an ant. Just one soul sage can't change anything. Ning Rongrong's words made everyone who were just happy feel as if they had fallen from the sky to the ground. Ma Hongzhen spoke even more anxiously, then Dean, can't you help him? Can't you help Boss Dai? Ma Hongzhen, can you please behave yourself? Yu Xiaogang glared at Ma Hongzhen and began to scold him. The dean himself is just a soul sage. Even a titled Douluo wouldn't dare to interfere in matters between the royal family. Not to mention a soul saint, in that situation, it would be completely useless. I know you have a good relationship with Dai Muebai, but you also have to accept reality. Instead of worrying about him all the time, you should practice hard. Next, continue training. Yu Xiaogang scolded Ma Hongzhen angrily. But I was delighted in my heart. It's just Dai Muebai. If you die, you will die. But Ma Hongzhen set his sights on Flanders. Hey! Flanders sighed. I wanted to make the students happy. What happened? Hey! Flanders didn't know what to say. Keep training. Flanders waved his hand. Turn around and leave. But the departing figure looked a little desolate. Okay, let's continue training. Yu Xiaogang looked at the students in front of him arrogantly and continued to gesture for them to carry the stones in front of them on their backs. Suburbs of Soto City. Dai Muebai followed Suxiang and prepared to leave Soto City. According to Dai Muebai's request, go and meet the Paji clan. However, soon, Suxiang's eyes began to change rapidly. Who are you? Get out! Suxiang roared, retreated quickly, and came behind Dai Muebai, releasing his martial spirit instantly. A fiery red tiger covered Suxiang's body. The astonishing momentum instantly pressed down on Dai Muebai. What a violent attitude! Zhao Wuji's voice rang out. Zhao! Dai Muebai turned around. The person who came was Zhao Wuji. Your Highness, your teacher. Suxiang looked at Zhao Wuji in front of him with a look of surprise and doubt, then turned back to confirm with Dai Muebai. Yes. Dai Muebai nodded. Su Xiong's vigilance did not decrease because of this, but his eyes relaxed a lot. I don't know, what's the matter with you? Su Xiong asked. Zhao Wuji didn't answer, but just threw out a belt. Su Xiong immediately reached out to catch it, and it was heavy. Inside this are 30,000 gold soul coins, given to you by the dean. Upon hearing this, Su Xiong opened his belt and after checking it, he handed it to Dai Mubai. Look at the bag full of money inside. Dai Mubai was also surprised. Flanders. This is a miser. This time, there was really a lot of bleeding. 30,000 gold soul coins, isn't this more painful than killing him? End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Entering the Xingluo Empire, New City. Chapter 23 Entering the Xingluo Empire, New City. A few days later, the three of them walked into the streets of a new city, preparing to change a carriage and continue on their journey. In the past 3 days, they have changed 4 carriages and slept in the carriages at night just to save time. No way. Dai Mubai didn't know the location of the Po clan, so he could only go to Longguan City and ask the Yu clan. The cities of the Xingluo Empire are slightly different from those of the Tiandu Empire. They are more solemn and dignified, and there are traces of battles on the city walls. People here don't find these traces a nuisance, but rather take pride in them. Come out of the car dealership. Dai Mubai looked up and saw an auction house in front of him, which was actively promoting its products. Tonight, the annual Xingluo auction will be held grandly. Looking at the promotion of this auction house, Dai Mubai couldn't help but start thinking. According to traditional routines, a protagonist with extraordinary luck can get a big bargain by going to such an auction house. I don't know if it's possible for me. Dai Mubai thought silently. This scene was seen by Su Xiong who was standing next to him. Su Xiong looked at Dai Mubai's eyes and thought that he wanted to attend the auction when he stopped at the auction house. He simply suggested, Your Highness, why don't we rest here today? We can go to the auction then. Dai Mubai came back to his senses upon hearing this. He wanted to continue on his journey. After all, time does not wait. The sooner he finds Yang Wudi, the sooner he can get the magic grass. Only then can your strength be improved faster. However, Dai Mubai turned around and saw that Zhu Zuqing looked haggard and had dark circles at the corners of her eyes. I slept in the carriage for 3 days, so I naturally didn't get enough rest. I also looked exhausted, so after thinking for a while, I decided to take a rest here. Sure, after a few days of traveling, it's time to take a break. It's really not a good idea to keep traveling. Dai Mubai nodded. But forget about the auction. I'm not interested in it, and I don't have that much money right now. Although tens of thousands of gold soul coins are a lot. However, it is still difficult to buy any treasures at the auction. He didn't believe that he would be able to get a bargain. However, I am somewhat interested in the soul fighting arena. It just so happens that I haven't fought since becoming a soul master. Dai Mubai suddenly mentioned this. This is fine. Su Xiong nodded. He thought that Dai Mubai had never experienced any battles. It's good to exercise. Soon, the three of them arrived at the Great Soul Fighting Arena. The Great Fighting Spirit Arena has always been a bustling place. This is not only a place for soul masters to fight and learn. It is also an entertainment venue for many nobles and even common people. Watch these soul masters fight. It's like the Colosseum in ancient Rome. In a world where power is respected, this kind of entertainment is indeed normal. As soon as I walked in here, I saw a lot of people here. There was a long queue of people signing up. Some people were discussing today's game. Zhu Zuqing also planned to train herself and signed up for the duel with the Great Soul Masters. Dai Mubai planned to sign up directly for the life and death battle. Only in a life and death battle can a person unleash his enormous potential and strength. That kind of feeling cannot be compared with ordinary times. Watching Dai Mubai tell the person in charge of registration that he planned to sign up for the life and death battle, Su Xiang on the side suddenly became anxious. Master, don't sign up for a life or death duel. Just sign up for a duel. Su Xiang hurriedly dissuaded him. You know, the rules of the Great Soul Fighting Arena are that even if you are level 43, as long as you're a Soul Master, you can still encounter a level 49 Soul Master. It's okay, just sign up for the life and death battle. Dai Mubai looked at the person in charge of registration. The man hesitated. In fact, having been in this position for many years, he could see at a glance that there was something wrong with the combination of these three people. To be precise, he is not suitable for participating in a life and death fight. However, the Great Fighting Soul Arena still respected Dai Mubai's wishes, so they quickly registered him for the life and death battle. So what's your code name? The other party asked. Call it Shura's Hand. Dai Mubai thought for a moment and then spoke. Using the name of your martial spirit as a nickname, isn't that stupid? Others will know what your martial soul is as soon as they hear it. This is the Xingluo Empire. The evil-eyed white tiger is the most famous martial spirit, and no one dares to use this name as a nickname. Okay. Soon, a set of processes was completed. The person in charge of registration glanced at them, said a few words to a colleague, and left in a hurry. Your Highness, you are too reckless. Su Xiang hurriedly came in front of Dai Mubai and spoke in a reproachful tone. However, the matter is done, and now, no matter what Su Xiang says, it is of no use. Mubai. Zhu Zuqing held Dai Mubai's hand. She was a little worried about Dai Mubai. However, no matter what, she believed in Dai Mubai and would not do anything without confidence. Su Xiang on the side. Might as well go to an auction. If His Highness is in real danger of death, then, no matter what, even if it means breaking the rules of the Great Fighting Spirit Arena, I must save His Highness. Dai Mubai, on the other hand, was not panicked at all. I have an invincible soul skill in my hands. Facing these soul masters, even if the opponent wins, it is impossible for them to kill me. A fight of life and death is just a matter of life and death, and it is not necessary for one person to die. A large fighting arena and a gorgeous office. A man in page's attire entered the room. Manager. The person who had been in charge of registering Dai Mubai hurried to the manager of the Great Soul Fighting Arena and said, There's someone who looks like the young master of the Soul Sect. He's coming to our Great Soul Fighting Arena to participate in a death match. Also, he seems to have a very powerful follower, possibly a soul sage. Okay. Upon hearing this, the manager couldn't help but frown. Whose second-generation descendant is this? How dare he come to my great fighting arena to have fun? Humph. However, let alone a soul sage, even if a soul Douluo comes, they can't break the rules of our great soul fighting arena. Go and have someone keep a close eye on them. The manager thought for a moment and gave the order. Why would a young man with a soul saint as his guard do anything else but participate in a life or death duel? If anything goes wrong, it's what he deserves. Haha. On the duel stage. Soon, it was Dai Mubai's turn to fight a life and death battle. Dai Mubai stood on the duel stage, and cheers rang out all around him. At this time, his opponent also came up. In this match, the 49th level Soul Sect Niu Dali is battling the 43rd level Soul Sect Shura's Hand. Dai Mubai was a little surprised when he heard the other party's code name. He actually used his own name as a code name. It's too rustic. He looked at the man opposite him. He is a tall and burly man, and looks very naive. It is hard to imagine that such a person would appear in the arena of life and death. The other person's speech was consistent with his appearance. Hello, my name is Niu Dali. My martial soul is the Blood Bull. Niu Dali said apologetically, I didn't know the Great Fighting Spirit Arena would arrange an opponent like you for me. I'm sorry, you might lose. Of course, I will show mercy and will definitely not let you die. Niu Dali said with a simple and honest look, I have no choice. I came to participate in the life and death battle to save people. I must win. If I accidentally hurt you, I apologize in advance. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, Drop Light Group, First Reward. Chapter 24, Drop Light Group, the First Reward. Game start. With the referee's order. Behind Niu Dali, the martial spirit appeared instantly. Dai Mubai wanted to try and see if he could compete with Niu Dali without using his martial soul. However, the next moment, the martial spirit that appeared behind Niu Dali was not a blood cow at all. Brush! Niu Dali's huge body rushed towards Dai Mubai like a gust of wind. It turns out that Niu Dali's honest appearance was all an act. His martial spirit is not a blood cow at all. But it's the blood shadow leopard. Extremely good at speed. Such a powerful speed shocked Dai Mubai. In just a moment, Niu Dali's body rushed out from the other side of the ring and came to a place less than 5 meters away from Dai Mubai. This speed is so fast. Dai Mubai only felt that a gust of wind was coming towards him. Such agile speed shocked Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's speed, with the help of the enhanced spirit ring, is already fast enough. Ordinary high-level soul masters probably cannot compare to Dai Mubai in terms of speed. But, this guy in front of me, his speed. So fast. Can't even react. It seems. Although I am very fast, am I still far behind the high-level agile attack soul masters who use soul skills? However, what Dai Mubai didn't know was, the Niu Dali in front of him has 4 soul rings, all of which are speed type. The power is very weak. If you want to win, you basically have to rely on your own speed and use kinetic energy to make an explosive impact. And this Niu Dali is also a strange man. Normally, when hunting souls, they would quickly launch a burst of attacks. Niu Dali was once chased and beaten because he offended a soul emperor. However, Niu Dali managed to escape by relying on his 4 soul skills. It is indeed an amazing achievement. Even the soul emperor couldn't catch up with him, let alone Dai Mubai. The opponent was as fast as the wind, and at this time, he was already approaching Dai Mubai's face. Dai Mubai's hair became a little messy. Fortunately, I have a hook on me. Dai Mubai thought silently in his heart. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll really be in trouble. This seemingly honest Niu Dali is actually so cunning. I'm sorry, but if you want to blame someone, you only have yourself to blame. You trusted others too easily. Be more careful in your next life. Niu Dali was feeling extremely proud at this moment. Niu Dali was confident that even a Soul King might not be able to dodge such a fast sneak attack. I can only say that no one who dares to participate in a life and death battle is a simple one. Not good. Su Xiang exclaimed in the crowd. Although Su Xiang always felt that Niu Dali might not be honest. However, Su Xiang did not expect that this guy would burst out at such a fast speed. Even Su Xiang, who was a soul saint, was a little slow to react. Su Xiang rushed forward hurriedly. But it was too late. Dai Mubai was likely to die on the spot. At this moment, Su Xiang's heart was filled with despair. However, at this time, on the battle stage, Dai Mubai's figure disappeared in an instant. What about people? Niu Dali's attack missed. He could hardly believe it. His speed was so fast that even some soul kings or even soul emperors would not be able to react, let alone resist. With his level 49 soul power, no matter how cautious the opponent is, he will not be able to withstand his sneak attack. Not to mention, there was no defense against this Shura's hand. But, what about others? How come he is faster than me? Niu Dali didn't understand, how could someone be faster than him? Behind me. At this moment, the audience held their breath and suddenly shouted. Immediately afterwards, a violent claw was swung out. What? A sharp pain came from behind, making Dolly couldn't help but scream. The powerful force instantly shattered several pieces of Dolly's spine. The whole person was knocked to the ground by this blow. Ahem, you, how could you possibly? Dolly fell to the ground instantly, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Because the spine behind me was a little broken. The severe pain made him almost unable to move. He could only close his eyes and speak with his back to Daimyobai. This. How did you do that? For a moment, everyone in the audience became confused. None of them could see clearly how Daimyobai managed to knock Dolly down in an instant. But soon, no one was confused anymore. They no longer care why this happened. This scene was so unexpected. Such a counterattack is really exciting and makes people's adrenaline rush. This is enough. This is enough. For them. Soon, deafening cheers rang out from the audience. Hand of Shura! Hand of Shura! Su Xiang, who rushed to the stage, also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Fine. Fortunately, His Highness is fine. I didn't expect that His Highness is so powerful. It's really beyond my expectation. Su Xiang couldn't help but think about it. The manager who was watching the game on the side also had a look of horror in his eyes. Although he had been paying attention to Su Xiang, he was also watching every move on the stage. Just now, he was ready. If Su Xiang wanted to take action to protect Daimyobai, he would also stop Su Xiang from violating the rules of the Great Fighting Spirit Arena. However, Daimyobai was able to counter Dolly in an instant. At this speed, even he couldn't see clearly. Who is this Shura hand? How is it possible for the Soul Sect to exert such speed? The manager asked himself 2 questions in a row, and his head was a little shocked. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! With Dolly seriously injured, countless spectators also started cheering at this time. Before, they all liked to watch Dolly pretending to be honest and then suddenly launching a sneak attack. However, now, Dolly was actually killed by Daimyobai. This made the audience cheer in unison. And this scene fell into Dolly's ears. But it was extremely terrifying. Please, don't kill me. Even though I lied to you, I really didn't lie to you about one thing. I really participated in this life and death battle to save someone. Dolly couldn't stop begging for mercy. His spine was broken now, so how could he have the strength to fight back? I could only beg for mercy. However, listening to Dolly's plea for mercy and the audience's almost fanatical shouts, Daimyobai had no expression on his face. He just slowly walked in front of Dolly. Then, he mobilized his soul power and pierced Dolly's heart. What the other party is doing is none of his business. However, right now, a brilliant ball of light fell from the corpse. The extremely familiar scene made Daimyobai stand there in a daze. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Daily Shop, 5 items. Chapter 25 Daily Shop, 5 items. Hand of Shura. Hand of Shura. Death is extremely common in the death arena. However, the audience still cheered at this moment. They shouted Daimyobai's code name loudly. It was as if he had seen something sacred. The tone of many people was extremely fanatical. Daimyobai didn't react at all to this. He just looked at the corpse in front of him with a look of surprise. A blue ball of light suddenly burst out from Dolly's body. I didn't expect the system to have this capability. In Golden Spatula, there is a certain probability that killing wild monsters will cause 4 colored magic balls to explode, giving out huge rewards. Gray is the worst, followed by blue, and then gold. The highest is color. Obviously, the guy in front of him exploded the blue magic ball reward. Daimyobai directly opened the magic ball. Inside is a martial soul. Blood Shadow Leopard Martial Spirit. Isn't this martial soul the same speed-type martial soul that Niu Dali had just had? After using this martial soul, you can directly replace the evil-eyed white tiger martial soul. Alternatively, once you have slots for twin martial spirits, you can equip them at the same time. The advantage of this martial soul is speed. However, Daimyo Bai was not interested at all. This thing is of no use to Daimyo Bai. The evil-eyed white tiger martial soul is still very powerful and can be considered a top-grade martial soul. There is no need to lose sight of the main point. Of course, the reward that comes out of the blue magic ball cannot be just a blood shadow leopard martial spirit. A soul bone and a glittering gold coin also appeared. 5,000-year-old blood shadow leopard soul bone. I didn't expect that the soul killer could actually directly drop soul bones. This was something Daimyo Bai had not expected. This thing is actually quite useful. You can give it to Zhu Zuqing. As for the last gold coin, it is the most important one, which directly enables him to open a new function of the system. Ding! Congratulations on getting a gold coin and opening a random shop. The random shop refreshes 5 items every day. You can use gold coins to buy them. It will automatically refresh at midnight every day. You can lock the items and they will not refresh again. All the store functions are enabled, so I shouldn't encounter adventures and changes in the future, right? I only opened the store because I earned gold coins today. How do I trigger other functions? Daimyo Bai looked towards the store with anticipation. Let's see what's in store first. He looked ahead and saw 5 transparent grids filled with items. 3 of them cost only 1 gold coin, which was what he could afford now. 100-year soul ring, sourced from the soul beast, Tianxin Weng. Included soul skill, phantom sound, emits waves-like sounds to attack the opponent's mental power. 100-year soul bone, originating from the soul beast, soft bone rabbit. Included soul skill, triple kick, attach powerful soul power to the legs and launch 3 powerful kick attacks. Complete collection of soul beasts. A thick book that records all the soul beasts that have appeared on the continent. Although 100-year soul bones were also very valuable, and in reality their value was much higher than 100-year soul rings, they only cost 1 gold coin in the store. Daimyo Bai noticed the difference. But he didn't buy them. Just 100 years, it's useless to him. However, this encyclopedia of soul beasts would definitely be very useful if he bought it. After all, he is a soul master and will have to deal with soul beasts in the future. But the soul beast encyclopedia has been released, so there won't be a medicinal herb encyclopedia in the future, right? If there was a medicinal herb encyclopedia, why would he go looking for Yang Wudi and go straight to Sunset Forest? Although he knew that the original author had taken Qirong Tong Tianzhu, with the knowledge of medicinal materials, he could know which magical herb was most suitable for him. He can also find the magic herb for Zhu Zuqing and Su Xiang. With this in mind, Daimyo Bai did not spend gold coins to buy it, but decided to wait until the complete collection of medicinal materials was refreshed before buying it. As for the other 2 items, they both require 2 gold coins, so you don't need to look at them. A 1,000-year soul ring and a low-level martial soul. Even if Daimyo Bai had money, he wouldn't buy it. After the end, Zhu Zuqing hugged Daimyo Bai excitedly. Mu Bai, I was so worried about you just now. Zhu Zuqing spoke in a delicate voice. Su Xiang, who was standing by, was also extremely excited. He originally thought that Daimyo Bai was almost finished. Unexpectedly, the guy was killed instantly with just 1 blow. Level 43, instantly kills level 49. Still strolling around so leisurely. Doesn't this mean that if Daimyo Bai faces a Soul King, he can also win? This discovery made Su Xiang extremely excited and thrilled. He seemed to see the future Xingluo Emperor. With the strength of his own prince, how can Davis win? Wait to lose. At this moment, Su Xiang's eyes looking at Daimyo Bai became filled with incomparable respect. Our own prince is really so amazing and powerful. In the battle for the throne, the one who will win will definitely be his own prince. This is beyond doubt. Daimyo Bai felt Su Xiong's gaze and suddenly thought, could this martial soul also be used by others? If it is like this. In Daimyo Bai's memory, Su Xiong's martial soul was just an intermediate martial soul. With an intermediate martial soul, Su Xiong cultivated to the soul saint level, and was almost approaching the level of soul Douluo. He was already very powerful. After Daimyo Bai thought about it, he decided to give this martial soul to Su Xiong. After all, this blood shadow leopard is, after all, a high-level martial spirit. Same as Zhu Zuking's netherworld cat. Waited for a while. Zhu Zuking, who was ranked 29th, went on stage to compete and quickly won. The three people left with the staff's farewell. When they were about to leave the soul fighting arena, a deacon came up and handed a bag to Daimyo Bai. Daimyo Bai took it and found it was heavy with gold soul coins. These are your rewards for victory. Every time you fight in the Grand Soul Arena, you can get gold soul coins as rewards. It is good. Daimyo Bai nodded. He accepted the money. However, he is not really short of money. This time I came to the great fighting arena just to test my own strength and see what it is like now. As the three of them left, the manager of the Grand Fighting Spirit Arena did not investigate their identities. These three people are obviously either rich or noble. Since there is no real impact on the Great Fighting Spirit Arena, there is no need to offend them. To avoid more trouble. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Potential Enhancement, Breakthrough Contra. Chapter 26 Potential Enhancement, Breakthrough Contra. Night. Rest at the inn. Daimyo Bai called Su Xiong into the room. Your Highness, what are your orders? Su Xiong asked respectfully. What happened today gave him a lot more confidence in this prince. He even felt that with the prince's means, he would definitely be able to defeat Davis. Sit down. Daimyo Bai gestured for Su Xiong to sit in front of him. This, Your Highness. Su Xiong suddenly felt a little conflicted. This is somewhat against the rules. Between you and me, there's no need to worry about those red tapes. Daimyo Bai gestured for Su Xiong to sit down again. Okay. Su Xiong sat down anyway. More than 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. All these years are thanks to your care. Daimyo Bai looked at Su Xiong and said with emotion, if it weren't for you, I might still be trapped in the palace now. Your Highness, these are the responsibilities of us subordinates. Daimyo Bai's words moved Su Xiong. He looked at Su Bai and couldn't help but speak. There's not that much to do. Daimyo Bai shook his head and asked, why haven't you broken through to the Soul Douluo level yet? Your Highness. Hearing Daimyo Bai's words, Su Xiong suddenly laughed bitterly. We have been taking drugs to enhance our soul power since we were young. These drugs have made us grow rapidly, but they have also almost overdrawn all our potential. Reaching the soul sage level is already quite good. Of course, without this medicine, it would probably take me several decades to reach the level of Contra. Maybe I wouldn't be able to reach that level until I die of old age. Su Xiong paused here and said, everything has a price. After hearing Su Xiong's words, Daimyo Bai thought for a while. He directly gave the blood shadow leopard martial spirit to Su Xiong. The potential of this world is actually closely related to martial spirits. Overdrawing potential is actually overdrawing the potential of the martial soul. The potential of an intermediate martial spirit is just like this. If you change your martial soul, then the potential that was previously overdrawn can be transformed into strength. At the same time, it will not have any impact on the potential of the new martial spirit. In particular, the blood shadow leopard is also a high-level martial spirit. Compared with the previous ones, the potential will only be higher, and will definitely not be lower. The moment the blood shadow leopard martial spirit was used, Su Xiong's martial soul was directly replaced by the blood shadow leopard. This. Su Xiong clearly felt the recovery of this potential. At this time, his martial soul, which had become lifeless and could no longer make any progress, was replaced by another force. And this new power contains endless vitality. Su Xiong's potential has been restored at this time. Even more powerful than before. Because the martial soul was directly replaced with a high-level martial soul. At this moment, Su Xiong's soul power directly rose by 1 level. Reached level 80. He only needs to obtain 1 more soul ring, and then, Su Xiong can become a soul Douluo. Soul Douluo is already considered to be a top-level combat force in the Douluo continent. You know, even the Tiandu Royal Academy, which is known as the #1 academy in the Tiandu Empire, only has 3 soul Douluo level instructors. In most colleges, the dean is just a soul sage. Many powerful soul saints also like to describe themselves as able to burst out soul Douluo level combat power. In fact, if these powerful people who can burst out the combat power of soul Douluo encounter a real soul Douluo, they will most likely return home in defeat. It is conceivable how precious Contra is. After feeling all this, Su Xiong's heart suddenly became excited. Looking at Dai Mubai, he immediately knelt on both knees and said, I am Su Xiong, your subordinate. I am willing to go through fire and water for His Royal Highness the Prince, and I will not hesitate. There is no need to be polite between you and me. Dai Mubai shook his head and helped Su Xiong up. What a joke! Now, I only have Su Xiong, a top-level fighter, at my disposal. How can I not win over people's hearts? Although, he would definitely win the battle for the throne. However, supporters and advocates are indispensable. Thank you, Your Highness. Su Xiong was helped up by Dai Mubai, and he was still excited inside. Now, all of Su Xiong's spirit rings have been replaced with the Blood Shadow Leopard's spirit. Among them, the 4th soul skill is the soul skill used by Niu Dali before. It's called Blood Shadow Flash. Speedy. It can burst out 250% of its own speed in a short period of time. If it is combined with other accelerating soul skills, it can be even faster. But unfortunately, although the speed is fast, but it's harmless. Can only be used in conjunction with other soul skills. Or, you can just use your own kinetic energy to kill the opponent. Niu Dali obviously took the second route. Okay, go to sleep first. Tomorrow morning, we will find a soul beast to help you break through to Soul Douluo. This. I dare not delay your highness's journey due to personal matters. Su Xiong hesitated for a moment, then said, Your highness's affairs are more important. No, only when you become a soul Douluo, things will be easier. Dai Mubai shook his head. A soul Douluo guard and a soul saint guard are 2 different things. The strength of the soul saint is indeed powerful. However, for those wealthy families, it can only be said to be commonplace. But Contra, in the eyes of those people, is different. Besides, Longxing City is on the other side of the Xingluo Empire. We have to go there, or we have to take a long detour. Dai Mubai said as he took out a map and gestured on it. Or, the only option is to go straight through the edge of the Star Do Great Forest. Looking at the map, Su Xiong pondered for a moment and said, if we follow this route, the deepest point we pass through is just the activity area of 10,000-year soul beasts. When the time comes, I can just find a 20,000-year-old soul beast. Well, that's fine too. Dai Mubai nodded, although the soul Douluo's soul ring must be more than 20,000 years old. But in any case, their strength is relatively average. The soul beast is too strong, and he might be eaten directly by it. Therefore, this option is also the best way. By the way, take this soul bone. Dai Mubai took out the soul bone. It was originally intended for Zhu Zuqing. However, since it is possible to strengthen Su Xiong, it is better to strengthen Su Xiong. This way they will be safer too. Moreover, zhuzhuking is also suitable for better. Suxiang has the most, that is. Contra. It is difficult to become a titled Douluo. But zhuzhuking wants to become a god. Thank you for the reward, Your Highness. 5,000-year-old soul bones, this is what many soul masters dream of. Let's put it this way, the highest standard that the empire can produce is probably the 10,000-year soul bone. As a poor prince, Daimyo Bai would probably have to pay this 5,000-year-old soul bone, enough to bankrupt him. Okay, absorb the soul bone. Daimyo Bai sat in front of Suxiang, ready to protect him. Suxiang did not refuse and started absorbing it directly. Only when I become strong can I protect His Highness. Your Highness, I have absorbed it all. Suxiang stood up with an excited expression. The soul skill in this soul bone is a soul skill called Blood Shadow Wings. It can fly for a short period of time and can also carry others on the flight. Flying soul skill. Zhuzhuking cried out in surprise. Below the titled Douluo, flying spirit skills are very special. Not bad. Daimyo Bai's brows were filled with joy. He had originally only intended to absorb a soul bone, but he hadn't expected to receive such an unexpected surprise. In this way, his ability to save his life is taken to a higher level. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Soul Beast Collection, Brush Out the Staff. Chapter 27 Soul Beast Collection, Brush Out the Staff. Davis Palace. Your Highness, the third prince's bodyguard, Suxiang, has been away from the capital for some time, and there's no sign of him returning. Someone came up to Davis and reported, although Suxiang has been out before, he's never been out for such a long time. Davis frowned when he heard this. Suxiang is a royal guard, and his job is to guard the palace. He shouldn't be doing any other tasks. After being away from the palace for such a long time, I'm afraid there's something going on. Go and investigate what's going on. Davis waved. After that person leaves, Davis sat down slowly and began to think. My dear brother, are you a little restless? Davis sat at the table, already beginning to doubt Daimyo Bai. However, Davis didn't really care. Daimyo Bai is nothing but a coward. He is just a coward who can abandon his own woman and flee alone. Nothing to worry about. There are less than 2 years left before the battle for the throne. He will definitely win the battle and become the new king of the Xingluo Empire. Star Forest. A soul beast that looked like a cat but had horns on its forehead was ripped open, and the surrounding grass was stained with blood. Daimyo Bai held a thick encyclopedia of soul beasts in his hand and found its species from it. The double-leaf horned cat is named because of the horns on its head and the leaf-like pattern of its fur. Suitable for agile attack spirit masters. On the night he decided to go to the Stardo Great Forest, he exchanged this soul beast encyclopedia for it, spending his only gold coin. And it turned out that his decision was the right one, and the book helped them a lot along the way. All the soul beasts he encountered became dead souls under his claws. The double-leaf horned cat that was just killed was 8,000 years old, but it still didn't drop the light ball. It seems that the probability of getting a reward is not very high. Daimyo Bai couldn't help but shook his head. This system seems to be able to judge all living things as wild monsters. However, the current explosion rate is very low. I don't know if it's because the monster he killed was too weak. Along the way, Daimyo Bai killed at least a dozen soul beasts. In the end, only a grey magic ball exploded. Inside, there was only one gold coin. Better than nothing. Your Highness, the area ahead is where the 10,000-year soul beasts are active. It's getting late now, why don't we set up camp here first? Suxiang approached Daimyo Bai and made a suggestion. All right. Daimyo Bai nodded. Ahead was the inner circle of the Stardo Great Forest. Although it was only the edge, the danger level was increasing rapidly. They planned to cross this area within one day. Everyone camped here. Daimyo Bai lay in the tent and practiced until exactly 12 o'clock. Midnight. As soon as midnight passed, Daimyo Bai immediately opened the daily store. The store has been refreshed. The 5 grids are 100-year soul bone, 1 gold coin. Intermediate martial spirit, 2 gold coins. Millennium soul ring, 2 gold coins. Millennium soul ring, 2 gold coins. The only one who can afford it is a 100-year soul bone. Unfortunately, Daimyo Bai would definitely not like it. So, Daimyo Bai turned his gaze to the last grid. It is a staff that can cast specific magic. It turned out to be a magic wand. Daimyo Bai was happy. This staff is not a physical object, it refers to a special effect that will take effect once purchased. And it's good quality and cheap. Generally speaking, unless this effect does not match his lineup, he is a must-choose. The effect of this staff is now, discount, 0 gold coins, your next purchase is free. This is good. It's like giving you a free purchase opportunity. Daimyo Bai took it decisively. No matter what you buy next time, you won't lose money. If you buy goods worth more than 4 or 5 gold coins, you will make a lot of money. After purchasing the staff, the 3 gray squares in front of you suddenly became shiny, indicating that you can purchase it. But after thinking about it, he decided not to use the opportunity here and wait until high-level products appeared before buying them. See what's updated tomorrow. Daimyo Bai fell asleep contentedly. Suisyong was on a big tree in the distance, keeping watch for the 2 of them. The next day. Your Highness, we are about to enter the activity area of the 10,000-year soul beast. Suisyong warned, although this is just a relatively marginal area, if we encounter a 50,000-year-old soul beast, it would be dangerous. In fact, the best 8th soul ring is more than 50,000 years old. However, ordinary soul Douluo cannot defeat a 50,000-year soul beast. Not to mention Suisyong, the soul saint. Even if Daimyo Bai wanted to help, he couldn't. If the protagonist's halo really took effect at this time, a 50,000-year-old soul beast would appear. Daimyo Bai would definitely not face challenges head-on like the male protagonists in those novels. Instead, he ran away. He didn't think that he could defeat the opponent after a fierce battle with great luck. Are you kidding? I am the owner of the upgraded Hex. Who wants to fight with you on the same level? I'm playing level suppression. Now, it is better to find a suitable soul beast for Suisyong to absorb the soul ring. It is important to save his life. For the rest of the time, Suisyong led the way. If he encounters a powerful 1,000-year-old soul beast, Suisyong will still need to deal with it. Of course, Daimyo Bai can also solve it. But if it is too strong, it will take a long time. Wait, something seems a little off. Suddenly, Suisyong spoke. Something's wrong. Daimyo Bai frowned when he heard this, something was not right. In such a long period of time, they didn't encounter a soul beast. This is very abnormal. You know, this is the Star Forest. According to the Soul Beast Encyclopedia, soul beasts often patrol their territories. This kind of situation is absolutely impossible without soul beasts. In this situation, if they were not lucky, there would be only one possibility. Boom! Daimyo Bai was about to speak when he suddenly felt dizzy. The entire earth's crust was shaking wildly. Suisyong on the tree jumped down quickly. A large number of trees collapsed crazily at this time. Daimyo Bai and Zhu Zuqing were both dodging the trees to avoid being hit by them. As these trees fall, the ground beneath their feet actually began to crack. Moreover, it felt like something was about to drill out from underground. At this time, countless trees were uprooted from the ground. Depend on. While Daimyo Bai was still sighing, suddenly, I saw a huge monster coming out from the ground. Only the head was exposed, so I couldn't see clearly what it was. However, Daimyo Bai knew what he should do at this time. "Your Highness, run!" Suxiang shouted hurriedly. Daimyo Bai knew without Suxiang saying anything that he had to run away quickly. Already ran away. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, Picking Up a Big Bargain, The Crypt Spider? Chapter 28, Picking Up a Big Bargain, The Crypt Spider? "Your Highness, come up!" Suxiang hurriedly approached Daimyo Bai and Zhu Zuqing, and grabbed them with both hands. The blood shadow wings were released, and the whole person took off into the air with the two of them, flying quickly away. It was not until the moment it went up to heaven that Daimyo Bai saw clearly what it was. "I saw a huge lizard with a hump on its head and thorns on its body crawling out directly from the ground. It turned out to be an earth dragon beast. The earth dragon beast is a soul beast with extremely powerful racial talents. It contains a trace of dragon blood and is no weaker than the dark gold terror claw bear in combat. If the dark gold terror claw bear relied on its sharp claws to defeat opponents of higher levels, then it relied on its huge size and powerful defense to wear down its opponents. However, their numbers are extremely small, and adult earth dragon beasts sleep underground all year round, so many people don't know about them. Daimyo Bai also found out about this after reading the complete collection of soul beasts. "I just don't know how this earth dragon beast got to the ground." Looking down from the sky, this piece of land was torn into pieces because of this earth dragon beast. Those trees that were broken, and those that were uprooted. This scene is simply tragic. The age of the earth dragon beast can be judged from the spines on its back. This earth dragon beast has 4 spines on its back, so it is at least a 40,000-year-old soul beast. But its actual combat power is at least equivalent to that of a soul beast of 50,000 or 60,000. Fortunately, he ran fast. Otherwise, they would definitely be in trouble. Suxiang took Daimyo Bai and fled from here as fast as he could. Daimyo Bai couldn't help but look back. However, the earth dragon beast did not catch up at all, but rolled uncontrollably on the spot. Roar! The earth dragon beast roared, and Suxiang was so frightened that he quickly accelerated. "Fly farther away at a faster speed." And the earth dragon beast just turned the ground over. Many trees were directly shattered by the rolling of the earth dragon beast. Turned into fragments. The 3 of them ran for a long time, and they were out of the range of the rolling earth dragon beast. After running for a full 20 miles, they breathed a sigh of relief and slowly stopped. Too dangerous. Suxiang couldn't help wiping his sweat. Just run a little slower. The giant beast turned over. They might have been crushed to death. No wonder I can't see any soul beasts. Zhu Zuqing also spoke up, "So, there's actually such a powerful soul beast here. It would be strange if there were other soul beasts here." Although she didn't understand soul beasts, she knew that soul beasts had territories. That's an earth dragon beast, an extremely powerful soul beast. A 40,000-year-old soul beast has the combat power of 50 or 60,000 years. However, I don't know what this earth dragon beast is going crazy for. Daimyo Bai frowned and spoke. "He didn't chase us either. I guess he didn't attack us just because we entered his territory. Then why is that? Everything happens for a reason." Now, Daimyo Bai was very curious about why the earth dragon beast behaved the way it did. "I don't know. But it does seem a little strange when you put it that way." Suxiang also reacted at this time. It seemed that the giant beast had not been chasing them at all, but just rolled over. So that big guy is called the earth dragon beast. It's really an apt description, so ferocious. Zhu Zuqing said angrily. She was focused on the name of Earth Dragon. "But no matter what, we should stay away from him. Even if he has no ill intentions, the earth dragon can crush us to death if it turns over." Suxiang sighed. Just when everyone thought they had escaped. Shh. At this moment, a spider web was actually sprayed directly towards Zhu Zuqing. In a flash, Dai Mubai appeared in front of Zhu Zuqing, his brows full of vigilance. Mubai! Zhu Zuqing screamed. Your Highness! Su Xiang looked at Dai Mubai and exclaimed. You can tell at a glance that this web is at least the spider web of a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Moreover, Su Xiang quickly recognized that the soul beast was a 10,000-year-old crypt demon spider. If Dai Mubai was caught in the net, then I'm afraid it's a bad omen. However, by this time, Su Xiang was already too late to rescue. Just as Dai Mubai was about to be caught in the net, the thick black net suddenly hit a light curtain, making a loud noise. Thorn! There was a sound like the collision of metal, and then the spider web slid down from the light curtain and fell to the ground. This! Su Xiang was shocked and rushed to Dai Mubai as fast as he could. The light curtain dissipated, revealing Dai Mubai, who was wrapped inside. He was unharmed and intact. Your Highness is so powerful! Su Xiang couldn't help but be surprised. However, there is no time to ask now. He hurriedly took a step forward and protected Dai Mubai behind him. The facts are easy to explain. Just now, Dai Mubai used his fourth soul skill. The Zhonggaya paradox. The two effects of the soul skill, immunity to damage, cannot be selected. Being unselectable prevents the enemy from attacking Dai Mubai, including curse and tracking soul skills. Immunity to damage prevents attacks targeting other things. For example, a spider web targeting Zhu Zuqing will not cause damage when it hits Dai Mubai. It is equivalent to preventing damage caused by stray bullets on the battlefield. Because of using this soul skill, I was able to successfully resist the attack. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Su Xiang immediately protected Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing behind him and stared at the spider in front of him. This crypt spider is at least 30,000 years old. Su Xiang spoke. The burrow spider was right in front of Su Xiang, but its shell had been hit hard and was dented. 7 of the 8 legs were broken, leaving only one stump. Su Xiang could tell at a glance that this crypt spider was already at the end of its strength. As predicted, it didn't take long for the subterranean spider to fall to the ground. The spider web just now was probably its last bit of soul power. The shell behind it was also exposed, full of broken cracks. It looks like it was seriously injured. Su Xiang said, the only person who could seriously injure a 30,000-year-old crypt spider like this is probably the earth dragon beast. It seems that this subterranean demon spider was once the overlord of this area, but it was taken over by the earth dragon beast. So, a battle broke out between these two soul beasts. At this moment, this subterranean spider has no strength left. Su Xiang thought for a moment. This burrow demon spider is already a 30,000-year-old soul beast. If I could pick up this big bargain, it would be quite satisfying. Although, the subterranean demon spider is not a spirit beast of the agile attack type. But it's not impossible to give it a try. I've decided to use this as a spirit ring. 30,000 years old, it should still be quite powerful. No, I think I can be a little greedier. Dai Mubai shook his head. What? Su Xiang was stunned. This soul beast is not a crypt spider. Dai Mubai's eyes showed some excitement. End of this chapter. Chapter 29, External Soul Bone, Upgrade Rapidly. Chapter 29, External Soul Bone, Upgrade Rapidly. Although Dai Mubai is not a gambler, to put it nicely, he is an opportunist. But now the opportunities are right in front of me. If you don't go get it, you're an idiot. This is a mutant of the crypt demon spider, called the crypt venomous spider. Its stinger is broken. Now that Dai Mubai has the complete collection of soul beasts, he can speak with confidence. He quickly spoke up to determine the identity of this soul beast. This poison needle is the same as the ones used by some venomous bees. Now that the needle is broken, it looks like it was injected into the body of the earth dragon beast. This is a means of mutual destruction. Dai Mubai asserted, the venom of the burrow spider is extremely strong. The venom of this 30,000-year-old burrow spider is enough to kill the earth dragon beast. Anyway, none of them are the best for you, why not? It's better than. Su Xiong was stunned. He knew what Dai Mubai was thinking. But Su Xiong was a little hesitant. Don't worry, let's go over and see if the earth dragon beast is poisoned. With your flying ability, we won't be afraid of being caught by the earth dragon beast. Dai Mubai said, if it's poisoned, then I can be sure it will die. This. Su Xiong has always been a steady person, but at this time, he was encouraged by Dai Mubai and was a little overwhelmed by the temptation. It's very safe anyway and you won't die. How weak is that earth dragon beast? Then, shall we go and take a look? Su Xiong still made up his mind to go and take a look. It is good. Since Su Xiong had made up his mind, Dai Mubai didn't waste any more words. Directly deal with the poisonous burrow spider. This burrow poisonous spider was already disabled. He was seriously injured, and his outer shell was shattered. Dai Mubai only needs to strike hard to kill this poisonous burrow spider. Soon, the poisonous burrow spider was killed by Dai Mubai. The crypt poisonous spider was lucky enough to explode a blue magic ball. Dai Mubai opened the magic ball, and a lot of things appeared inside. A high-level martial soul, the crypt poisonous spider. This might be useful later. The function of high-level martial spirits is to cultivate talents. There is also a 30,000-year-old external soul bone, located at the tail spike. There are 2 more gold coins. Gold coins are still relatively rare. Dai Mubai, who had killed more than 10 soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest, had already come to this conclusion. I'll save it for buying staffs and the like in the future. What if a high-level transformation technique comes out and your 10,000-year soul ring can be transformed into a 100,000-year soul ring? Isn't it awesome? Of course, if I come across a complete collection of herbal jelly, I will definitely buy it. This thing can help you get to know the magic grass. After all, go find Yang Wudi yourself. Yang Wudi himself may not know too many magical herbs. Dai Mubai has made his decision. After this, it's time to deal with this soul bone. External soul bones are still quite precious. Does not occupy the slots of other soul bones. It's still 30,000 years old. Dai Mubai didn't think much about it and absorbed it directly. Su Xiong, help me protect the law. Dai Mubai pretended to find a soul bone from the corpse of the underground poisonous spider and immediately spoke. Then, start absorbing directly. Okay, Your Highness. Su Xiong nodded, and was surprised to see that Dai Mubai had actually exploded a 10,000-year soul bone. Your Highness is truly blessed with great fortune. Soon, Dai Mubai finished absorbing it. The soul skill contained in the soul bone is Poison Sting. It is the same poison in the poisonous needle of the crypt poisonous spider. Of course, the effect of his poison needle may be worse than that of the burrow poison spider. But it won't be like the crypt poisonous spider, which will directly enter a weak state after using up all its energy. For Dai Mubai, all he needs to do is consume his soul power. Overall, it is still a relatively good soul skill. The most important thing is that this is an external soul bone that can continue to evolve. And after this soul bone was absorbed, Dai Mubai's soul power also increased by 1 level, reaching level 44. Ding! Your level has reached 44, triggering the upgrade. Your soul power has been increased to 45. Cool! Dai Mubai stood up and felt the powerful soul power in his body. I couldn't help but sigh. Directly upgraded from level 43 to level 45, this is the power of upgrading. Just thinking about it being triggered every time you level up 2 levels gives me plenty of motivation to practice. 2 months. He upgraded from level 37 to level 45. Only the first level of soul power is cultivated by oneself, and the rest are improved by soul rings and upgrades. However, after the 5th level, there will be no spirit rings to help, and you need to rely on your own training. But with Zhu looking around, even if he only relied on the cultivation speed of martial soul fusion, it wouldn't take long for him to become a soul king. Swish! Daimyo Bai turned around and looked behind him. A bone spur has grown on the coccyx, making a rustling sound. It has rows of barbs on it, which looks quite dangerous. Daimyo Bai controlled the tail and swung it hard. The barbs on the bone chain quickly retreated, stretching into a 10-meter-long spiked bone chain that was extremely sharp. The overall appearance is a black iron chain, but fortunately there is no flesh or skin, so it is not particularly ugly. Instead, it has a bit more violent beauty. Following Daimyo Bai's sweeping attack, the bone chain instantly generated a gust of wind, creating a sound of breaking air in mid-air. Tear boom! Daimyo Bai's bone chain swept across the front. The trees in the semicircle with a radius of 10 meters in front were swept across by Daimyo Bai's attack and directly shattered. The destructive power is astonishing. You can use it to attack without using soul skills. This is the advantage of external soul bones. This is such a powerful soul bone, Mu Bai, congratulations. Zhu Zuqing walked up to Daimyo Bai with a happy look on her face. Unexpectedly, this time, he would not only encounter a 30,000-year-old underground poisonous spider and fight a 40,000-year-old earth dragon beast. Give them a chance to pick up the leak. There was actually such an unexpected surprise as a soul bone. This. Your Highness, this is an external soul bone. Your Highness, you truly are blessed with great fortune. Su Xiong couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, this external spirit bone is the dream of many spirit masters. Your Highness, you actually managed to obtain it. External soul bones, this thing is even rarer than 100,000-year soul ring. Of course, if they really have to choose, most people will still choose the 100,000-year soul ring. I've always had good luck. Daimyo Bai smiled. I guess I will use this reason again in the future. Although the drop rate of wild monsters is low, it is much higher than the drop rate of soul bones in reality. Only 100-year soul bone will appear among 10,000 100-year soul beasts. He only needs to kill dozens of soul beasts at most to get it. Let's go back and find the earth dragon beast. Daimyo Bai put away the bone spur and spoke. Okay. Your Highness, be careful. Su Xiong nodded, then began to move forward and explore the way. However, he was very close to Daimyo Bai and not too far forward. While avoiding any more accidents ahead, we must also prevent things like what just happened from happening again. After being vigilant all the way, no other soul beasts were found. It seems that this is already the territory of the Earth Dragon Beast. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Another Big Bargain, the 10,000-year soul bone. Chapter 30 Another Big Bargain, the 10,000-year soul bone. The three of them came all the way to the place where the Earth Dragon was. It's really tragic. As soon as we reached the edge, the nearby woods were almost destroyed. Those trees either sank as the soil clods, exposing most of their aerial roots, or were uprooted, with their huge roots exposed to the air. Almost every step forward would lead to stepping on debris along the way. The very center. A huge deep pit appeared on the ground, which looked to be at least 300 or 400 meters deep. At the bottom of the pit, Daimyo Bai and the others saw a huge monster lying there. This is a ground dragon beast with thick scales covering its body. Just looking at his height, he looks to be over 30 meters tall. The body length is more than 70 meters. It's definitely a giant beast. However, such a ferocious beast has now stopped rolling. Lying on the ground, even breathing was very weak. However, this huge creature, no matter how weak its breathing is, can still stir up clouds of dust in front of him. They are almost like small sandstorms. However, even now, this earth dragon beast looks extremely weak. Mubai and Suxiang did not dare to disturb him too much at this time. A dead skinny camel is bigger than a horse. This thing is a 40,000-year-old beast. Don't think he's motionless now. When they start to move, I'll slap them 3 to death with one slap. It may be impossible to kill Suxiang. But with this slap, Zhu Zuqing and Dai Mubai were dead. Just keep fighting with him and see how long he can live. Dai Mubai was not in a hurry either. Just wait here and see the condition of this earth dragon beast getting worse and worse. When did I completely lose my state? Then they go up and stab him. Let this earth dragon beast be dealt with. Let's stay away. This earth dragon will probably make some big moves when the time comes. Dai Mubai said. Suxiang and Zhu Zuqing nodded, then retreated a little. Sure enough, only about an hour passed after the three retreated to the periphery. In the pit, the earth dragon beast began to burrow into the ground uncontrollably because of the severe pain. Then he crawled out from the ground and rolled around on the ground. After rolling for a while, it will stop again. The earth dragon beast would repeat this action almost every once in a while. Suxiang thought that the opponent was dying, but it turned out to be half-time break. Dai Mubai was not surprised by this. Although there is no antidote to the poison of this burrow spider, anyone poisoned by it will die. But it's not the kind of poison that can kill you immediately. Especially since the earth dragon beast itself has a relatively high resistance. Therefore, this will not kill the earth dragon beast immediately. However, the biggest characteristic of this poison is torture. The severe pain made this giant, which was 40,000 years old, or nearly 50,000 years old, unable to help but abuse itself. This kind of toxin may only be cured by the magical grass and the nine-hearted begonia. Dai Mubai watched the movements of the earth dragon, which had begun to get much smaller as time went by. The frequency is not that frequent. Finally, 3 days later. For a whole day, the earth dragon beast did not roll again. He was too weak to even groan. And the sandstorm in front of him caused by his breathing had also become much smaller. You can start now. Dai Mubai said. This is indeed a great moment. Now, the earth dragon beast is no longer able to fight back. Dai Mubai didn't dare to drag it on any further. Otherwise, the earth dragon beast will be poisoned to death soon. Upon hearing this, Suxiang nodded, stepped forward and killed the earth dragon beast. The earth dragon beast looked at the human in front of him with great reluctance. He wanted to rebel against this human being. However, the muscles just started to work, trying to stand up. The next moment, it quickly softened without causing any ripples. He could only watch and feel the human soul skills hitting him. The result is life. The earth dragon beast lay on the ground, completely lifeless. At this moment, a soul ring was floating above his head. Suxiang immediately prepared to absorb the soul ring. Since the true dragon came to this world, many dragon-born soul beasts with dragon blood have appeared. This kind of soul beast is generally called an earth dragon, which is far different from a real dragon. The quality of earth dragons also varies. For example, the holy dragon sex inherited martial spirit, the white-armored earth dragon, is considered quite good among earth dragons, and its defense is comparable to that of the Yu clan's plate-armored giant rhinoceros. But compared with the earth dragon beast, it is still far behind. According to the Soul Beast Encyclopedia, the earth dragon beast was created intentionally by the true dragon in order to increase the number of dragons. In the early days, Earth Drake was considered a member of the dragon clan, although it was only used as a cannon fodder tool. The earth dragons today can only be called descendants of dragons, and are not considered part of the dragon clan at all. Some inferior earth dragons even have the blood of earth dragon beasts instead of the blood of real dragons. Soon, Suxiang absorbed the soul ring. The soul power has reached level 81, officially becoming a soul Douluo. Your Highness! Suxiang spoke excitedly. To be honest, Suxiang never expected in his life that he could break through to the soul Douluo level. In fact, if it weren't for that kind of medicine that depleted his potential, his goal of becoming a soul sage would have to be postponed for a few more years. However, by following Dai Mubai, not only did his talent improve, he also became a soul Douluo. The soul ring is also the soul ring of a 40,000-year-old earth dragon beast. This is simply... it's so cool. By the way, a soul bone exploded from this earth dragon beast. You should absorb it as well. Dai Mubai handed a soul bone to Suixiang. This was dug out by Dai Mubai when Suixiang was absorbing the soul ring just now. Zhu Qing, I'll give it to you next time I find a soul bone. Fine. Zhu Zuqing said with a smile. Why would she blame Dai Mubai for this? She knew that Dai Mubai was worried about their safety, so he was working hard to strengthen Suixiang's strength. This was the right choice. This is another soul bone, and a 40,000-year-old soul bone at that. Suixiang was so surprised that he forgot to celebrate because of the joy of his breakthrough. Your Highness is so lucky. He met two soul beasts, and both of them dropped soul bones. Your Highness is truly the son of destiny. I have already obtained a 40,000-year soul ring. How could you ask for more? And even the royal family cannot produce a 40,000-year-old soul bone. I'm just a guard. Your Highness, you can't do that. Suixiang waved his hands quickly. Absorb it, and you'll become stronger. Then, our affairs will go more smoothly. Dai Mubai said calmly, if he's just an ordinary soul Douluo, he may not be able to support me to accomplish what I want to do. 10,000-year soul bones are not that precious. He knew what Suixiang was thinking. But Yang Wudi is not that simple. Relying solely on the cultivation level of a soul Douluo, he became a titled Douluo in the Counter-Strike War. Is this the record that someone other than the protagonists should have? As a supporting role, he is one of the few roles that left a deep impression on Dai Mubai, because his fighting talent is truly incredible. That's okay. Suixiang thought for a moment, then took the soul bone and said, then I will accept it. His Highness has such miraculous abilities that he can even replace his martial soul. Perhaps he can really get another 10,000-year soul bone. Thinking about the two 10,000-year soul bones he had encountered within the past 3 days, he began to accept it with pleasure. After Suixiang absorbed the soul bone, his soul power also increased by 1 level to level 82. This strength is already the same as the strength that Yang Wudi had when he first appeared in the original novel. Dai Mubai thought silently. Now, Yang Wudi should still be just a soul sage. Although good at fighting. But no matter what, he is a soul Douluo, and a soul Douluo with a 40,000-year soul bone. It should be enough to stand up for yourself. Such combat power is worthy of respect from both empires. As they were talking, in the forest in the distance, a group of people is approaching here. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 It's Contra. I regret it. Chapter 31 It's Contra. I regret it. Gale Mercenaries. It is a mercenary group from the nearby city, Ice Army City. When the team leader Feng Yao heard that there was a loud noise in the Stardo Great Forest and it lasted for several days, he decided to bring his brothers to take a look. If there are soul beasts fighting, you can take the opportunity to pick up some. This has happened many times. When they arrived at the scene, a shocking scene appeared before everyone's eyes. A giant beast was sleeping in a huge deep pit. There are 3 other people next to him. Captain! Look! The chest of that giant beast has been dug open. The man who walked out of the woods had an extremely greedy look in his eyes. This person was quite sharp-eyed and quickly understood what had happened. They must have dug out the soul bones. What? Soul bone? When the news came out, the group of people became excited instantly. Feng Yao was also overwhelmed with emotion as he saw that the giant beast's chest had been dug open. God bless them. I just came here and found that soul bones had exploded here. The members of the group suddenly became eager to try. Feng Yao was thinking calmly. As the leader of a mercenary group, he has a wealth of knowledge about soul beasts. The guard Suixiang did not know the earth dragon beast, but he analyzed the name of the giant beast from some books he had read before. The main reason is that there are not many soul beasts of this size, and he had a deep impression of them when he first saw them. It turned out to be the earth dragon beast, which is the number 1 dragon under the true dragon. Even Feng Yao became excited. It's still the torso bone of the earth dragon beast. If I could get this, the money from selling it would be enough to last me a lifetime. While calculating in his mind, he carefully looked at the difference in strength between the two sides. Let go? Never thought about it. This is the Stardo Great Forest, where the law of the jungle prevails. When encountering a treasure like soul bones, even the kindest people will not give up easily. That earth dragon beast is 40,000 years old. The other party absorbed the soul ring of a 40,000-year-old earth dragon beast, so logically speaking, he should be a soul sage. Moreover, they are picking up a bargain. Therefore, there is no question of whether we can win or not. Only, in case the other party also knows the earth dragon beast, even if he has broken through to the soul Douluo level, he may choose to absorb the soul ring. Maybe the other party is a contra? Feng Yao pondered. If it really is a soul Douluo, then if I take action, I will definitely not end up well. He himself is just a soul sage. But Feng Yao continued to look at the two people. This middle-aged man seemed to have great respect for the young man, like a bodyguard. If this is a contra, it is not very realistic. You know, Soul Douluo is definitely a top powerhouse in any force, except the 3 major sects and the Spirit Hall. It's unlikely to be so respectful to a teenager. Are you kidding? Contra, how could he be just a guard? At least he's a guest official, right? It seems that this is just a soul saint, and a low-level soul saint who has just broken through. With so many people on our side, our chances of winning are very high. Feng Yao shouted directly at the other party. The 3 people on the opposite side, you should have dug out the soul bones, right? Why don't you sell it to us? I can offer 6 million gold soul coins. He held up 2 fingers and made a 6. This price is definitely not low. Behind them, the group members stepped forward and looked at the 3 people greedily. Whenever the team leader said this, it meant that he was ready to take action. Even if you offer 60 million, I won't sell it. Daimyo Bai shook his head. Just kidding, let's not talk about whether he values the 6 million or not. He is not short of money and does not have any areas where he needs to spend money. Simply put, the soul bone has been absorbed by Suixiang. If you want to give the soul bone to the other party, you can only dig out the bone. This is the torso bone. It's impossible for him to imitate the Emperor Huangtian, right? Suixiang's face turned pale. In his eyes, the other party's behavior was disrespectful to His Highness. Still want his soul bone? The group of people on the opposite side are already doomed to die. What? Is there really no room for negotiation? Why don't you come up, Your Excellency, and we'll talk in detail. Hearing Daimyo Bai say this, Feng Yao's face suddenly became gloomy. Not negotiable. Daimyo Bai waved his hand. Then I'm sorry in advance. Everyone, come together and kill them. Don't let them get away. Feng Yao waved his hand, and the people behind him instantly rushed down the deep pit, all with ferocious faces. Ha ha ha, the 10,000-year soul bone is mine. Boy, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not knowing the current situation. The girl next to you is mine. Bandits all over the mountains rushed down shouting and drooling greedily. You are a bunch of chickens and dogs, and you dare to cause trouble in front of His Highness? Die! The earth dragon roars. Suixiang shouted angrily, and 8 soul rings appeared one after another under his feet. The pitch-black 8th soul ring lit up with brilliant black light at this time. Intense pressure hangs over every member of the mercenary group. This force was extremely violent, as if it had the will of a blood-drinking and raw-eating soul beast, impacting everyone's body and spirit. In just a blink of an eye, these members of the mercenary group fell heavily to the ground without even a scream. Completely annihilated. What the hell? Contra. After seeing that this guard was actually a soul Douluo, Feng Yao was so frightened that his soul flew away. Who is such a good person that he can let a Contra serve as his bodyguard? What the hell, what kind of luck is this? Feng Yao really didn't expect this. However, it was too late for him to retreat at this time. Not good. A huge pressure swept over, and Feng Yao's chest felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Pfft. Cough cough. The team leader's cultivation needs to be strengthened. His soul saint cultivation allowed him to withstand the blow without dying. But now he is seriously injured. Even if Suxiang didn't care about him at all, he would be dead in no time. He raised his head with some difficulty, but his vision was already a little blurry. He could only see the broken limbs and arms below, all of which were the bodies of his brothers. 3 people walked out from the flowers blooming in blood. The soul Douluo followed behind him diligently. The blonde boy's eyes were so dignified that one couldn't look directly at him. The woman beside him also exuded elegance and grace. You, ahem, who are you? Feng Yao muttered, mixed with coughs and blood. However, just as he finished speaking, his body was pierced by a blood-colored soul power. Suxiang added another stab with an expressionless face. Slowly, Feng Yao's body became heavier and heavier. My vision became increasingly blurred, and I couldn't even hear anything anymore. Only a faint sound could be heard. Your Highness, everything is resolved. Upon hearing these words, the captain's heart felt as if pierced by something. Your Highness! Did I actually offend a prince? A look of regret appeared on the captain's face. If he were an ordinary soul master, he would definitely succeed. What a pity, why is it the prince? Why? He was filled with remorse, but his body would not allow him to regret for long, and he completely lost his life. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Longxing City. Chapter 32 Longxing City. Suxiang stood aside respectfully. Dai Mubai looked at the dead captain in front of him and felt a little sorry. Originally, he came up to kill the other party with his own hands, but unfortunately Suxiang acted too quickly and did not give him a chance. This is a soul saint. Logically speaking, the more powerful the wild monster, the richer the rewards it will receive. It would be so cool if a golden magic ball exploded. However, since the other party is already dead, then forget it. It's okay, let's go. Dai Mubai waved his hand, signaling to continue. Zhu Zuqing walked forward and took his hand, and Suxiang followed behind him. In the sunlight, his golden hair reflected bursts of golden light, making him look like an elegant aristocrat. If Dai Mubai knew the image of him in Feng Yao's mind, he might remain silent. Am I so scary in the eyes of others? Longxing City. Although the location here is a bit remote. However, business is very prosperous. The Yu clan sat and stood inside the city. The building is huge. After the Haoshan sect closed its mountains, it was the best developed family among the 4 major families, except for the Li clan. 10 days later, Dai Mubai finally arrived here. In the following period of time, Dai Mubai will have to pay another visit to the Poi clan. Hopefully, not too far. Unfortunately, within these 10 days, the store still hasn't seen any updates on the complete list of medicinal materials. This is a bit of a pity. Otherwise, there would be no need to look for Yang Wudi. The 3 of them came to a huge building. It is surrounded by a wall that is dozens of meters long. The gate in the middle is 3 meters high and there is an ornately decorated plaque on the top. Letter 2, New Family. 2 gatekeepers in red clothes and black belts stood in front of the door. Su Xiang took the initiative to step forward. The servant came up immediately, stopped Su Xiang, and asked politely, "What can I do for you?" "I want to see your patriarch." Su Xiang spoke. "Chief? Our chief is out." Daimyo Bai felt that it was a coincidence when he heard this. "How come I encountered problems as soon as I arrived? What about your young clan leader?" Daimyo Bai took a few steps forward and asked again. "Our young patriarch is not here either." The gatekeeper glanced at Daimyo Bai with a look of surprise in his eyes. At this time, Su Xiang had already retreated behind Daimyo Bai, and he could tell the status and rank of the two at a glance. He originally thought that the middle-aged man who had just spoken would be an elder or something like that. "I didn't expect that the one who made the decision was this young man. He won't be back until evening." "Okay." Daimyo Bai shook his head. This was really bad luck. Neither the clan leader nor the deputy clan leader was here. "In that case, let's come back tomorrow." Daimyo Bai thought for a moment and spoke. "Since the other party's young patriarch will be back in the evening, they will rest for a night and visit him again tomorrow. The young clan leader should know the address of the Paji clan. It just so happens that I just arrived in a new city and can go to the great fighting arena. See who's the expert here." In the spirit fighting arena, Zhu Zuqing signed up for the Soul Master Duel. That's right, during these 10 days. Zhu Zuqing also broke through to the Soul Master level. In the Stardo Great Forest, later on the road, Daimyo Bai exploded several more balls of light. Among them was a ball of light, which was the right leg bone of a 9,000-year-old cat demon. Daimyo Bai originally wanted to keep this soul bone to see if he could use it in the future. The age limit is too low. If it is to be given to Zhu Zuqing, Daimyo Bai thinks it should be at least 10,000 years or more. However, Zhu Zuqing at that time couldn't wait to absorb this 9,000-year-old leg bone. Daimyo Bai also respected Zhu Zuqing's idea, so he gave her the soul bone. There are shops there. He can purchase soul bone years. At worst, you can improve it later. After Zhu Zuqing absorbed the soul bone, she broke through to level 30 and absorbed the soul ring. Now it is level 32. Compared with Daimyo Bai, the gap between Zhu Zuqing's strength is indeed quite large. Daimyo Bai also understood his eagerness to improve himself. On the way, Daimyo Bai found several spirit rings of considerable age, and he immediately chose to replace them. His soul skills will not transform into other soul skills because of the existence of Hex in the Living Forge. Therefore, as long as the spirit ring is old, it can be replaced directly. Now, Daimyo Bai's soul power cultivation has reached level 46. The minimum soul ring age is 5,000 years. However, it is a pity that this kind of exploded soul ring can only be replaced and cannot be fused. For example, the 100-year-old Netherworld claws encountered the 2,000-year-old Dragon's Roar. Then the only option is to replace this spirit ring with Dragon's Roar. But it cannot turn into the 2,000-year-old Netherworld claws. When Daimyo Bai told Zhu Zuqing that his spirit ring could be given to others for use, Zhu Zuqing was stunned. She didn't expect that Daimyo Bai could actually replace his spirit ring. Moreover, the spirit rings that explode can be given to others for use. Then isn't this magical skill? Zhu Zuqing didn't ask any more questions. She felt that this was Daimyo Bai's privacy. All I need to do is trust Daimyo Bai. Su Xiang, who was standing by, was not very shocked. Anyway, his martial soul can be replaced. Isn't it just a spirit ring? Isn't it normal to change it? As for Zhu Zuqing, she had to consider whether the soul skill was suitable for her. So you can't just change it mindlessly like Daimyo Bai did. He just replaced his first soul ring with a 2,000-year-old soul ring that suited him. Although his level is a bit low, he is still capable of fighting against a peak Soul Master. Zhu Zuqing signed up for the Soul Master duel. Daimyo Bai directly signed up for the Soul King life and death battle. Your Highness, this won't do. Your Highness. Su Xiang, who was standing by, was immediately frightened. He hurriedly spoke up to dissuade him. What, you don't believe me? It's not a matter of belief. Level 60 is considered the Soul King group. You might even encounter a powerful quasi-soul emperor. Which level 60 soul master would come to fight souls? Daimyo Bai was amused by his words. Besides, although level 60 is called a quasi-soul emperor, it is not much different from a level 59 soul king. Su Xiang is so concerned that he is confused. Finally, after some persuasion from Su Xiang, Daimyo Bai changed the life and death fight into an ordinary fighting spirit. In this match, Shura's Hand versus the Power King Giant Rhino. It's worth mentioning that our Shura Hand is only a soul sect. The host used a passionate voice to try to arouse the audience's interest. As both sides came to power, Daimyo Bai unexpectedly discovered that the opponent's martial soul was actually a plate-armored giant rhinoceros. Isn't this someone from the Yu clan? At this time, on the stage, Daimyo Bai heard the audience cursing. Why is it this powerful giant rhino again? If I had known he was coming today, I wouldn't have come to see him. It's really boring, give me back my money. Ah, this is so annoying. Can you please get this giant rhino to go away? What a big fool. My opponent is still a soul sect member. What the hell is this fight? Are all the soul kings dead? The audience cursed. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 The strongest defensive martial spirit was broken. Chapter 33 The strongest defensive martial spirit was broken. The audience was uninterested, only angry. There is no other reason. It's because of this powerful giant rhinoceros. There are no serious duels at all. They are just like turtles, standing there and letting their opponents hit them. Win by defense. It can be said that there is nothing to watch at all. Every time the opponent was exhausted and announced surrender. This is not worth the ticket price at all. Of course, many people at this time also placed their bets on this powerful giant rhinoceros. Because even though people are boring, but he has real skills. The odds are low, but you are basically guaranteed to win. Some people even bet their own 3,000 gold coins. Sit back and wait happily to collect the money. Hey kid, how come you're just a soul sect? The powerful giant rhino looked at Daimyo Bai in front of him and couldn't help but speak. You know, his defense is comparable to that of a soul emperor. Ordinary soul kings simply cannot penetrate it. Not to mention, the other party is just a small soul sect. Come on, I'll let you hit me. The powerful giant rhino patted his chest and spoke with confidence. He just couldn't believe that a small soul sect could turn the world upside down. Oh? Then you better be careful. Daimyo Bai smiled faintly. Now, his third soul skill, Claw of the Dark Walker, has been around for 10,000 years. This is also a soul ring that ordinary soul kings may not have. However, when he raised his soul ring, it was only a deep purple. This is the power of Hextech. Ever since his spirit ring evolved, he has become more adept at it. After a month of exercise, when Daimyo Bai releases his soul skills, he can now hide the traces of his soul rings or change their color and aura. Including the practice of himself and Zhu Zuqing using the fusion of martial souls. Logically speaking, this should be a difficult task, but they succeeded so easily just by trying. And all this happened after I chose to upgrade Hextech. Perhaps by then, his soul power had already evolved. This is the only way to practice. Buzz. The purple soul ring shook violently, as if it couldn't wait any longer. Daimyo Bai wanted to try and see if his soul skills could compete with this soul king with extremely strong defense. Darkwalker's Claw. After the third soul ring is released, Dai Mubai flashed in an instant and came in front of the powerful giant rhinoceros. At the same time, a heavy blow hit the giant rhino. Although, this claw of the Dark Walker flashes behind the enemy. However, after mastering it, Dai Mubai can also control the direction at will. At the moment the attack was about to hit, the face of the powerful giant rhino changed rapidly. From the initial confidence to the current shock. It doesn't even take a second. Dai Mubai's powerful blow made him feel amazing power and pain. The soul powers of both sides collided in the air. A muffled sound erupted. The defense of the powerful giant rhino was directly shattered. The whole person also retreated quickly. His expression changed repeatedly. Cough cough cough. The powerful giant rhinoceros, who had finally managed to stabilize his body, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was even more ugly. Countless audience members on the stage were stunned by this scene. I never thought this mighty giant rhino would end up like this. Is he going to lose? Damn! This damn guy! Doesn't he usually rely on defense to win? Why is he so lax now? If he loses, what will happen to my gold soul coins? Damn it! Damn it! Is this a soul sect? This bastard is a soul sect. Could it be that the title of the strongest defense of the King of Power Giant Rhino will be broken today? That's impossible. But no matter what, today's ticket is definitely worth it. The audience below was talking about it. Humph, I just wasn't prepared. Come again. The powerful giant rhino roared angrily. He released all of his soul skills. The entire person's defense was directly raised to the maximum level. He looked at the boy in front of him with a serious face. So strong. Dai Mubai nodded in amazement. The damage of my own Dark Walker Claw is very high. In particular, this skill can critically hit. Even if the Soul Emperor came, he might not be able to deal the same burst damage as mine. After suffering such an explosion, the opponent was still able to continue fighting. I have to say, the defense is indeed very strong. Even an ordinary Soul Emperor may not be able to defeat this giant rhinoceros. Looking at the thick defense in front of him, Dai Mubai knew that today, he would not be able to defeat the opponent with just this attack of the Dark Walker's claw. After a month, I finally met an opponent that I couldn't kill instantly. There was a hint of anticipation in my heart. I hope you can hold on a little longer. Call. Dai Mubai let out a long sigh. Behind him, 2 purple soul rings appeared at the same time. The first soul ring, the power of 3 phases, has now reached the age of 5,928. Paired with it is the claws of the Dark Walker that are more than 10,000 years old. Is this little soul sect trying to break the Power King Giant Rhinoceros turtle shell? Just 2,000-year spirit rings, how is that possible? It's indeed possible. The outburst just now directly broke the defense of the Power King Giant Rhino. That's not certain. Maybe that attack was the strongest one. The audience below the stage were all shocked by this scene. No matter what, he's just a soul sect. The powerful giant rhinoceros looked at him warily, with 5 layers of defense stacked on his body. He just used his 5th spirit ring. As a member of a single attribute clan, all of his spirit rings can increase defense. The defense of the 5 soul rings is far superior to that of the 5th soul ring. I don't believe you can break it. The power of 3 phases. Behind Dai Mubai, the first soul ring lit up. With the blessing of the 3-phase power, Dai Mubai's overall attributes increased to 240% of the original. The powerful giant rhino was also on high alert at this time. Under normal circumstances, the fighting spirit will not be so stubborn. Tactics such as testing, consumption, and kiting will be used whenever possible. But today is different. The powerful giant rhino had a serious look on his face. His martial spirit is the plate-armored earth rhino, the strongest defensive martial spirit on the continent. He is also the son of the patriarch of the Yu clan. If this defense is broken by a soul sect, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the family? This is a battle for his dignity. Not only was the powerful giant rhino on high alert at this time, but he was also giving it his all. At this time, Daimyo Bai put one hand in his pocket, and the other hand was ready to activate the claw of the Dark Walker. He enjoyed this kind of violent collision, defeating his opponent with his unstoppable crushing momentum. It's so painful that it collapses at the slightest touch. The shattered defensive spirit skill was like the most beautiful sound in the world. Hey! Daimyo Bai called out to the powerful giant rhino, and disappeared the next second. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Buying a Staff. Chapter 34 Buying a Staff. Brush. Daimyo Bai's body instantly rushed in front of the powerful giant rhinoceros. The two purple soul rings under his feet vibrated buzzingly. 240% speed, 240% attack, and 240% critical strike. When the three are combined, they can unleash tons of damage. Boom! Daimyo Bai's Dark Walker Claw hit the defense of the Power King Giant Rhino hard. The powerful Giant Rhino now releases all of his soul skills. In order to strengthen his defense, he even continued to condense his soul power and consolidate these soul skills. There is also a soul power barrier. It can be said that even a soul emperor cannot break through this defense with one blow. However, at the moment when the two people collided violently, the outermost soul power barrier was directly shattered, causing an explosion. However, the explosion could not stop Daimyo Bai's attack. After several barriers, there was no way to stop this extremely huge blow. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. A look of disbelief flashed in the eyes of the powerful giant rhino. Then, he was knocked away by the huge force and fell heavily to the ground. The audience fell silent, stunned. Then, the audience erupted in earth-shaking cheers. Hand of Shura! Hand of Shura! Holy crap! With the soul sex cultivation, he directly shattered the defense of the Power King Giant Rhino, which is known to have the strongest defense. Awesome! The powerful giant rhino fell into a coma. The audience began to chant the name of Hand of Shura. Unexpectedly, the defense that countless Soul King Masters were unable to break was directly broken by the Shura hand of this Soul Master. This is amazing! This! Su Xiong also widened his eyes. He could feel that the opponent's defense was very strong. However, His Highness broke the opponent's defense so easily. Could this be His Highness's true strength? A soul sect cultivator has the combat power of a soul emperor. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing was even more excited when looking at Daimyo Bai. Daimyo Bai's strength. Even if one person goes to fight Davis and Zhu Zuyun together, it is enough. In the battle for the throne, there is no doubt that Daimyo Bai and I will win. The battle for the throne is settled. The big stone that had been weighing on Zhu Zuqing's heart finally fell down. Looking at the figure of the young man on the stage, Zhu Zuqing, who had been living in fear all these years, shed tears. He really did what he promised himself at the Shrek Gate. After this battle, Daimyo Bai also understood his own strength. When it bursts out with all its strength, it can launch Soul Emperor level attacks, and even Soul Emperors find it difficult to dodge the special effects of the Dark Walker's claws. There is a high probability that the Soul Emperor can be killed instantly. But the only drawback is that activating the 10,000-year soul ring consumes too much soul power. His soul power can't sustain a few moves before he is exhausted. During the past half-month, Daimyo Bai experienced many battles and gradually became familiar with the mastery of soul skills. Although the efficiency of soul power utilization has been slightly improved, it has reached its limit. Level is his weakness. In the next short period of time, he doesn't need to continue fighting spirits, he just needs to focus on raising his levels. Damn! That powerful giant rhino actually lost. Damn it! Ah! My 3,000 gold soul coins! Now, there's not even a trouser left. The fights are usually so boring, without any passion at all. And now, I'm actually losing to a soul master. In the audience, some were happy and some were sad. Those who bet on the powerful giant rhino, without a doubt, lost everything at this time. Especially those who put their entire fortune on the line. At this time, they were even prepared to meet on the rooftop. On the stage, the powerful giant rhinoceros was seriously injured and unconscious. Niu Ben, the young patriarch of the Yu clan, was carried back surrounded by a group of clan members. Dai Mubai walked up to Zhu Zuqing and looked at her crying with a puzzled look. "What's wrong, Zuqing? Why are you crying?" Dai Mubai gently hugged Zhu Zuqing, patted her on the back, and asked. Zhu Zuqing choked up and said, "I am happy, Mubai. Okay, everything will be over." Dai Mubai gently patted Zhu Zuqing's back, comforting Zhu Zuqing. "Okay, let's find an inn to stay in." Dai Mubai comforted Zhu Zuqing, took her to an inn, and stayed there. And tonight at 0 o'clock. It's time for the daily store refresh again. Dai Mubai waited until now before opening the store to check. In addition to the soul rings and soul bones, there is only a mechanical encyclopedia, 1 gold coin, and a magic wand. The effect of the staff is to randomly create a Millennium Soul Ring, 2 gold coins. Hateful. You just don't publish a complete list of medicinal materials, right? It's been so long. Not even a complete list of medicinal herbs is revealed. This staff is pretty good, although it only costs 2 gold coins, but can the 2 gold coins of a staff be the same as the 2 gold coins of a store item? The value of the staff must be greater than itself. And it just so happens that he now has a free refresh opportunity, so why not just use it? There is no need for it now. If a complete list of medicinal materials comes out one day, he will buy it and waste this opportunity. Moreover, the 1000-year spirit ring purchased from the store can directly increase the age of Dai Mubai's existing spirit ring. For example, he bought a 1000-year limited soul ring from the store and placed it on the first soul ring. Then his first soul ring will immediately increase its duration by 1000 years. And regardless of whether he replaces his first soul ring with a 10,000-year or a 100,000-year soul ring in the future, he will add another 1000 years to the new soul ring. Can be purchased multiple times and added up continuously. As long as you have enough gold coins, having million-year spirit rings all over your body is not a dream. Dai Mubai didn't really think he could collect enough million-year spirit rings. Wouldn't it be better for him to buy something else with the gold coins? If it wasn't for the staff, he wouldn't even be willing to use the gold coins to buy a spirit ring. The 1000-year soul ring provided by the staff can be randomly selected between 1000 to 9999. If you are lucky, you can get a quasi 10,000-year soul ring directly, then you will make a fortune. Come on! A small investment for a big win, exciting and thrilling. Buy a staff. May the heavens and the earth bless you. Dai Mubai reached out to buy the staff, and at the same time prayed in his heart that the age of this spirit ring could be higher. Congratulations on obtaining the Hurricane Eagle's spirit ring, 7,350 years old. Click to view its spirit skills. 7,350 years. This soul ring is really lucky, it makes a lot of money. 2 gold coins in the store can only buy a 1000-year spirit ring, but he directly multiplied it 7-fold. After the surprise, Dai Mubai thought for a while. Which soul ring should absorb this? The first soul skill is an all-round attribute amplification soul skill. After absorption, it can become a 10,000-year soul ring. 10,000 years of 3-phase power should increase all attributes by about 200%, which means triple the attributes. The second soul skill is a clone soul skill. What can this soul skill be used for after its age increases? Increase the number of clones and their duration? It's somewhat useful, but not much. Up to now, Dai Mubai has only used it a few times. The same applies to the fourth soul skill. Invincibility is enough to be used once a day anyway. Moreover, this kind of invincible soul skill is not greatly affected by the age of the soul ring. Even if it seems to be upgraded to 100,000 years, it is estimated that the number of uses will not increase by many times. His spirit ring is a rule-based artifact that can withstand even attacks from gods. Unlike the invincible golden body, it cannot be broken and needs to rely on the age of the spirit ring to improve its defense. Then there are only two options. Should I add the force of the three phases or the claws of the Dark Walker? The Dark Walker's claw is now 13,000 years old, and after adding it, it can just break through to a 20,000 year soul ring. The power will definitely be improved a lot, and it should exceed the improvement of the three-phase power. Think of this. Dai Mubai decided to add the 7350-year limit to his third soul skill. This is Dai Mubai's main means of output at present. What if the claws are not good? After absorption, Dai Mubai's third soul skill also arrived Indiana 20568. Unfortunately, my soul power has not been upgraded, but it should be soon. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, The Yu Clan, Niu Gao. Chapter 35, The Yu Clan, Niu Gao. The next morning, at the gate of the Yu Clan, Dai Mubai brought Zhu Zuqing and Su Xiang here. At this moment, a member of the Yu clan saw Dai Mubai and his face changed drastically. He immediately leaned close to the gate guard's ear and said something. Obviously, he recognized that Dai Mubai was the man who injured Niu Ben yesterday. Doorway. The guard's eyes instantly became alert and a little unwelcome. Stop, what are you doing? The guard asked seriously. I'm here to see your clan leader, or your junior clan leader. Su Xiang frowned and spoke. Today's guards are not the same two people from yesterday, and we don't know that they were here yesterday. Young Patriarch is gone, you all leave immediately, go, go. The gatekeeper said impatiently, raising his hand to chase people away. You just beat someone up yesterday, and now you want to meet their young patriarch? How can that be possible? Okay. When Su Xiang heard this, anger rose in his heart, and 8 soul rings rose one after another behind him. A huge pressure suddenly fell on the gatekeepers. This 8 rings? Contra. The moment the 8 soul rings appeared, the gatekeeper panicked. Is this here to cause trouble? Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Senior, please wait in the hall. I will go and call the young patriarch. He hurriedly asked others to receive the 3 people first, and he ran back in a hurry to inform the young patriarch Niu Ben. Dai Mubai looked at their flustered appearance. It seemed to understand that they must have misunderstood something. However, Dai Mubai didn't care. Anyway, I just wanted to ask for directions and plan to leave. Dai Mubai walked in leisurely. Since he had a shop on his hands, he was not so anxious to find Yang Wudi. Anyway, sooner or later, I will be able to refresh my access to the complete collection of medicinal materials. As he entered the Yu clan, he looked around and found that the Yu clan was indeed developing well. The buildings are magnificent and the population is large. It would be even better if we could take them down. Anyway, if he doesn't take it now, Tang San will benefit from it in the future. It would be better to just intercept him now. Both families now hate the Haoshan sect very much. They all believed that if the Haoshan sect had not abandoned them, they would not have had to leave their homes. There is news that he has the magic herb in his hands. It would be very easy to recruit Yang Wudi. As for Niu Gao, because he kept his promise, he lost to Tang San in the bet. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he still resolved the grudge with the Haoshan sect. Later, because he valued Tang San's qualifications, he joined the Tang sect. There is no reason why I can't beat Tang San. Speaking of which, he is only a soul sect member now. When Tang San competed with Niu Gao, he was already in his 20s. At that time, Tang San was a level 66 Soul Emperor. With the help of the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique and the Killing God domain, he defeated Niu Gao in the strength contest. I am now 15 years old, a level 46 Soul Sect member, and have the combat power of a Soul Emperor. This is when he doesn't take the magic herb. Not at all worse than Tang San. Dai Mubai even felt that he should be much better than Tang San. The young patriarch will be here soon, please wait a moment. The gate guard brought Dai Mubai and the other two into the hall. At the same time, Niu Ben also walked in. He politely entertained Dai Mubai and the other three. The King of Power, Giant Rhino. Dai Mubai looked at the person in front of him and recognized him immediately. I couldn't help but speak. No wonder the guard at the gate was so nervous before. It turned out that the member of the Yu clan who was injured by him yesterday was actually their young clan leader Niu Ben. It's me. Niu Ben nodded and asked, what is your purpose in coming to the Yu clan? I want to find Yang Wudi and ask about the location of the Poi clan. Dai Mubai did not hide it either. What do you want to do with the Paji clan? Find Yang Wudi to identify a medicinal herb. Identify medicinal herbs. Niu Ben frowned when he heard this, looking a little hesitant. This reason is quite legitimate. Yang Wudi of the Poi clan has always been obsessed with researching medicinal herbs. It is indeed very powerful. However, he didn't know whether the person in front of him was an enemy or a friend. Who are you? Niu Ben asked directly. How can you ask about the identity of the young master? Su Xiang was already angry, but he couldn't bring himself to argue with a security guard. He immediately vented his dissatisfaction on the young patriarch. He took a step forward and put his imposing manner on Niu Ben. This is the Xingluo Empire. Although Su Xiang has now broken through to the Soul Douluo level, his power is still inferior to Davis's. It is better to be cautious. Niu Ben was suppressed by Su Xiang's momentum. My heart sank. He knew that Su Xiang was a Soul Douluo. However, no one expected that Su Xiang would actually call Dai Mubai young master. What kind of good person would use Contra as a bodyguard? You know, among the Yu clan, only the clan leader has such strength as Soul Douluo. Is it? Is this the Haoshan sect coming to find us? Niu Ben was suddenly frightened. I'm afraid that apart from the Spirit Hall, only the top 3 sects have such strength. At this time, outside the door, a voice sounded. Who is being so rude in my house? Several people looked outside the door. At this time, Niu Gao was walking towards the room with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, with a vigilant look and a fierce look on his face. Seeing his father coming, Niu Ben immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Niu Gao stared at Su Xiang, releasing a powerful aura. And Su Xiang did not show any weakness. The powerful force collided in mid-air, making a buzzing sound. Both of them are level 82 Soul Douluo, with equal strength. At this time, they are tit for tat, and the atmosphere has become extremely tense. At this moment, before Dai Mubai could speak, Niu Ben hurriedly explained to his father. Father, they are not here to cause trouble. They are here to inquire about the whereabouts of the Po Yi clan and to find Yang Wudi to identify the medicinal herbs. Niu Ben spoke. Looking for Yang Wudi. Niu Gao looked at the other person and he didn't seem like an enemy. Hearing this, his aura slowly subsided. But he continued to ask, who is it? Since it concerns an old friend, he has to be cautious. Not to mention the opponent's strength. Only a major force like the upper 3 sects could have someone of such a noble status. End of this chapter. Chapter 36. Are you really 15? Are you really level 46? Chapter 36. Are you really 15? Are you really level 46? You don't need to know the identity of the young master. Su Xiang snorted coldly. You can take a guess. Dai Mubai spoke. Son. Su Xiang was a little surprised when he heard this. Unexpectedly, Daimyo Bai would reveal his identity? Daimyo Bai just waved his hand. If I can subdue the Yu clan, then it doesn't matter even if my identity is exposed. Upon hearing this, Niu Gao said with a cold expression, "Are you from the Haoshan sect?" Haoshan sect? Daimyo Bai raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, pretending to be somewhat dissatisfied and said, "You are on the territory of the Xingluo Empire, and you actually say you are from the Haoshan sect. Do you still take my Xingluo Empire royal family seriously?" Daimyo Bai knew very well that one should treat different people with different attitudes in order to capture their hearts. People like Ma Hongjun should be treated with sincere friendship. For someone like Hulina, just beat her into submission and she will fall in love with you on her own. As for Niu Gao and Titan, they are used to being slaves. Of course, we have to adopt this arrogant attitude. The more you show your dignity, they will be less likely to resist. What? You're a member of the royal family? Niu Gao was shocked when he heard this. Who in the royal family could have a soul Douluo as his bodyguard? Then, I'm afraid it can only be the prince. Could it be that the person in front of him was actually a prince? Daimyo Bai didn't say anything, but just took out his token. Su Xiang, who was standing by, also took out his guard token. The moment these two tokens appeared, Niu Gao and his son hurriedly said, "Greetings to His Royal Highness the Prince." Although, the status of Contra is actually no less than that of a prince. However, the current prince is different. They have soul fighter guards. This identity and status are obviously different. Plus, his tone and attitude just now were somewhat offensive. At this time, the attitude was very polite. "Your Highness, I have offended you greatly just now. We, the Yu clan, are willing to reveal the location of the Po clan." Niu Gao spoke. Good. Daimyo Bai nodded with satisfaction. In order to control the Yu clan, Daimyo Bai expressed his satisfaction while also revealing his dissatisfaction with the Haoshan sect. "I know about your relationship with the Haoshan sect. It's just that when you encountered some danger, the Haoshan sect abandoned you. You are such a piece of shit. The Haoshan sect is only qualified to act tyrannically on the mainland at this time because of the prestige of its ancestors. The royal family is also disappointing and is now extremely incompetent, allowing the three major clans to steal the limelight." Daimyo Bai lowered his eyes indifferently and glanced at Niu Gao. At this time, Niu Gao lowered his head, sweating profusely, and dared not say a word. "I'm a darling. This guy. How can you be so brave? How dare you speak ill of Xingluo Emperor directly? What a ruthless person!" At this moment, Zhu Zuking's body tensed up instantly and she felt nervous. Su Xiang looked around in fear, pretending that he hadn't heard anything. "Your Highness is so brave." Confused, Daimyo Bai glanced at Niu Gao and continued, "Although I am the prince of the Xingluo Empire, I have been away from the imperial capital for many years. Now, I don't know what the imperial capital is like. Your Highness, as a prince, why?" Niu Gao became curious when he heard this. Seeing that Niu Gao had fallen into the trap, Daimyo Bai spoke slowly, "You know about the battle for the throne, right? My ridiculous brother is 8 years older than me, but he's only at level 45 right now. In 2 years, he'll be at level 49 at most. And I'm already level 46. In 2 years, I'll have already broken through to Soul King. So, wouldn't the throne be mine?" Daimyo Bai spoke with an arrogant look on his face. As for why Davis is now level 45. He was talking nonsense. It was just to compare with myself. Anyway, if I didn't know, then Niu Gao certainly didn't know either. Sure enough, Niu Gao didn't care about these at all. Instead, he looked at the young man in front of him with shock. 8 years younger than his elder brother. Although he didn't know much about the imperial capital, he knew that the age limit for the battle for the throne was 25 years old or younger. That Then your highness, aren't you 15 years old this year? Niu Ben was also shocked. He swallowed and asked. A 15-year-old level 46 soul master? How is this possible? Under normal circumstances, a 20-year-old who can reach the level of soul sect is already a genius. This. Niu Gao on the side was even more shocked. The other party's talent reminded him. Tang Hao. Do not. He. Even stronger than Tang Hao. Now do you understand why I didn't tell you my identity? Davis is looking for me now. If my brother knew about this, it might cause me some trouble. Dai Mubai spoke calmly, but his tone was full of confidence, and it was obvious that he didn't care much about this matter. Of course. A 15-year-old level 46 soul master is certainly qualified to be confident, very qualified. Don't worry, your highness, we won't tell anyone. Niu Gao spoke hurriedly. Really? How can I guarantee that you won't tell anyone? Just relying on your mouth. Su Xiang took a step forward and spoke with a vigilant look on his face. He was not stupid, so he naturally saw what Dai Mubai was doing and took the initiative to step forward to help. Your highness, we can't let our guard down. We can't trust him easily. Otherwise. Su Xiang was talking to Dai Mubai, but he looked at Niu Gao warily with cold eyes. What? Niu Gao became nervous when he heard this. Is it? The other party wanted to kill and silence the witness. He saw that this guard was as strong as him. If they really fought. Oh shit! If I had known earlier I wouldn't have asked. How does this relate to the prince's fight for the throne? At this time, Niu Gao was filled with regret. My mouth. Trouble comes from the mouth. No, suction. Dai Mubai waved his hand and said, I want to make friends with the Yu clan. Make friends? Niu Gao was confused when he heard this. Could it be that His Royal Highness the Prince wants to recruit me? At present, I am just a prince. Dai Mubai said, Master Niu, let me be frank. I need to be on guard against this guy Davis, and I'm short on manpower. I hope you can help me. This. Niu Gao showed a hesitant expression and cursed himself several times in his heart. What do you mean by making friends? This is recruiting. Oh. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come back earlier. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many troubles. He is the prince. Agreeing to him is equivalent to participating in the prince's fight for the throne. If he refuses the other party, since he already knows the other party's identity, does he really have the right to refuse? Dai Mubai saw Niu Gao was silent, and knew that he was probably unwilling to. Chief Niu, what realm do you think I can break through to? Dai Mubai chuckled. Title Douluo. Niu Gao spoke without hesitation, with your highness's talent, he is no less talented than Tang Hao. At the very least, he is also a titled Douluo. Of course, Tang Hao has disappeared for decades since the riot. Compared to your highness, he is certainly no match. Tang Hao. Haha, Niu Gao, do you know? Tang Hao has already broken through to the Super Douluo level. Dai Mubai sneered as if he had heard something funny. What? That bastard! Niu Gao was shocked. End of this chapter. Chapter 37, Yuji Clan Meeting, Decision. Chapter 37, Yu Clan Meeting, Decision. Niu Gao was shocked again. He didn't understand why Tang Hao actually broke through to the Super Douluo level. He also didn't understand why the prince in front of him knew about this matter. Anyone who can threaten the empire is a potential enemy of the empire, so I naturally have to pay attention to him. Especially when it comes to an important figure like Tang Hao. Dai Mubai spoke calmly, his tone full of pressure. Although Tang Hao was seriously injured by the spirit hall, his life was not in danger. He is now wholeheartedly training his son. This damn Tang Hao. He actually living such a good life. I heard that Tang Hao is still so good now and has even broken through to the super Douluo level. Niu Gao felt unbalanced. If they had resented the Haoshan sect even more before, it was because the Haoshan sect had abandoned them, and Tang Hao had already disappeared at that time. Life and death do not know. Even Titan and others were worried about Tang Hao. But now, knowing that Tang Hao was not only still alive but also had become so powerful, they immediately vented all their anger on Tang Hao. Dad, he's already broken through to Super Douluo, but he didn't even come out to say a word. It's obvious that he doesn't want to stand up for us. Niu Ben next to him was even more indignant. The corpses of their clansmen who were killed by the spirit hall are still warm and watching them from the sky. But even if I feel so much resentment, what can I do? They are just a small Yu clan, and neither the Haoshan sect nor Tang Hao are people they can afford to offend. Niu Gao felt deeply powerless, and his heart was filled with grief and indignation. And now, there is an opportunity for revenge before them. They are weak, but the Xingluo Empire is not weak. If I join the Xingluo Empire, maybe I can get justice for myself. Of course, it is impossible in the current Xingluo Empire. He was talking about after Dai Mubai ascended the throne. With Dai Mubai's talent, he might be able to break through to the peerless Douluo level. Then the Xingluo Empire will become the #1 power on the continent, and the Spirit Hall will have to stand aside. The Haoshan sect is just a bunch of people who are willing to sell their heads. But Niu Gao was still a little hesitant. Of course, he is a first-class hero for following the dragon. But aren't dead heroes also heroes? Especially now that Dai Mubai is still at a disadvantage, if he doesn't grow up, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Niu Gao is willing to invest in talent, but he also has to consider the risks. Niu Gao, have you made up your mind? Dai Mubai waited impatiently and said, if you are willing, I will give you a chance to break through to the titled Douluo level. Don't you want to question Tang Hao in person? Dai Mubai said this with confidence, of course. That is the magical grass. Anyway, there are so many herbal jelly that it's useless to eat too much. Give some away, and of course you won't feel bad about taking some. Niu Gao himself is also talented. If you take a magical herb, you should still have a chance to break through to the titled Douluo level. However, it's just a chance. Moreover, there are actually not many people he can bribe with the magic grass. The titled Douluo all have their own forces. And they are the kind of powerful forces that even the royal family can only give into. They may not be bribed. Moreover, with his current strength, if he exposed the magic grass in front of them, his life would be in danger. In comparison, Contra is definitely the best choice. Even if he is a titled Douluo, he will not put himself in danger. And the Niu Gao in front of him is definitely worth it. As the patriarch of the Yu clan, his strength should not be underestimated. His martial soul is the best defensive martial soul on the continent, the plate-armored giant rhinoceros. This is definitely not a false reputation. Your Highness, are you serious? Niu Gao was shocked when he heard this. Being named titled Douluo is something that countless people dream of, something they dare not even think about in their dreams. He knew that there were some rare treasures in the world that could enhance one's potential, but they were treasures that could only be found by chance. Even the royal family may not have it, right? And the prince in front of him could actually make a promise to him so easily. He was moved. His intuition told him that the other party could not be lying, and there was even a high probability that Dai Mubai had already taken some rare treasures, otherwise how could he cultivate so quickly? Of course. Dai Mubai nodded. Niu Gao looked at Dai Mubai's expression and it didn't seem fake. I thought of Tang Hao again. The sentence "don't you want to question Tang Hao in person" really touched Niu Gao's heart. If I could also break through to the titled Douluo level. Okay. I am willing to bring the Yu clan and submit to His Royal Highness the Prince. After a period of hesitation, Niu Gao finally spoke. In that case, you should also help persuade the Paji clan. Daimyo Bai said calmly, what I asked them to do is very secretive. It would be great if they could join in. Don't worry, Your Highness. Old goat hates Tang Hao to the core. Niu Gao said confidently, if he knew I had a chance for revenge, he would definitely agree. Well, that's great. If he's willing to join, I can also help him break through to the titled Douluo level. What? Niu Gao was shocked again when he heard this. It was already extremely lucky to get one of those rare treasures from heaven and earth, but the other party rewarded them without any care. This. Is His Highness so rich? Daimyo Bai became extremely mysterious in his heart. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of inheritance the other party had obtained. Could it be that he had passed the divine test? But no matter what, he was happy for Yang Wudi. If he could break through to the titled Douluo level, the old goat would be overjoyed. If that's the case, then I can guarantee that it's foolproof. Niu Gao spoke confidently. Niu Ben, who was standing by, was stunned when he saw this scene. He had never imagined that his family would be like this. To seek refuge? But the conditions promised by Daimyo Bai are really tempting. Su Xiong looked at Daimyo Bai and felt admiration in his heart. As expected of His Highness, he not only has amazing talent but also has extraordinary means. He used a little bit of benefits to get something for nothing and conquered two major families. If a person like this cannot be the emperor, who else is qualified to be the emperor? But, is it really possible to break through to the titled Douluo? Su Xiong touched his chest, thought of His Highness's methods, and already had the answer in his heart. Definitely. His Highness's methods are mysterious and unpredictable. If he says he can help someone break through to the titled Douluo level, then he can definitely do it. Although Daimyo Bai did not mention him, Su Xiong knew that His Highness would not forget him. By then, I will also be able to break through to the titled Douluo. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Your Highness, you can rest in the guest room first. We will leave tomorrow. Niu Gao hurriedly welcomed Daimyo Bai and his group into the guest room. After Niu Gao left, Su Xiong saw that there was no one around and then he looked at him in amazement. Your Highness, you were really pretending just now. From the tone of your voice, I thought you were going to unify the continent. Su Xiong couldn't help but praise. Daimyo Bai smiled immediately after hearing this. If we really want to unify the continent, then it's not impossible. Late night. 0 points. The daily shop has been refreshed once again. Daimyo Bai looked at the store, a little surprised, and his face looked a little ugly. Why come at this time, not earlier or later? Today's store not only has a complete collection of medicinal materials, but also a copy of Yi's medical canon. In Douluo continent, the surname Ye may seem insignificant at first glance, but if it can be combined with medical classics, that would be interesting. If nothing unexpected happens, it must have been written by the owner of the nine-hearted begonia martial soul. Daimyo Bai took the complete collection of medicinal herbs without hesitation. Just a quick look at it revealed that the contents were recorded in great detail, including records of magical herbs. Daimyo Bai thought about it and took the Yi's medical canon as well. Who knows, it might come in handy in the future. Too many skills don't weigh you down. However, although he already has a complete collection of medicinal materials. But let's go tomorrow. A character like Yang Wudi is also worth conquering. Late at night, Niu Gao also summoned several elders. Tell what happened today. This kind of thing should not be made public. But no matter what, we still have to be clear about these elders in our family. Chief, I think there is nothing wrong with what you did. These elders also harbored hatred towards Tang Hao. I think there is nothing wrong with what Niu Gao did. Once the clan leader breaks through to the titled Douluo level, we will go and cause trouble for Tang Hao. This prince is only 15 years old, and he's already started spying on Tang Hao. He's a demon, and he can't be treated with common sense. It seems that the Xingluo Empire is about to produce a real dragon. This prince actually promised you the opportunity to break through to a titled Douluo. There are only a few titled Douluo in Douluo continent. Could this be fake? Some people had doubts, but everyone's minds were no longer focused on this. So what if it's fake? Since this prince is a genius, why not invest in him in advance? Will he benefit from it in the future? The merit of following the emperor is a great achievement at any time. End of this chapter. Chapter 38, Pursuit and Attack, General Condor. Chapter 38, Pursuit and Attack, General Condor. Xingluo Imperial Capital. Davis received the news from his men. Su Xiang was accompanied by Daimyo Bai and Zhu Zuqing. They had already appeared in the Xingluo Empire and were heading towards Longxing City. Davis was surprised when he heard this. But soon, he burst into laughter. I didn't expect that my good brother would really not give up. Davis sneered and said, I underestimated him before, but... waste, after all, it's just a waste. A fierce look flashed in Davis's eyes. Davis took out the map, looked at the route on it, and said thoughtfully, well, based on their route, it seems that they want to escape to the Tiandu Empire through Longxing City. You, go and invite General Shenying over and ask him to kill Daimyo Bai. Davis spoke with immense confidence. In his opinion, General Shenying is a powerful warrior at the level of Soul Douluo. That Su Xiang is just a soul sage. In front of Contra, it's not worth mentioning. By the way, I heard that the finance minister and his men have been gathering together for secret meetings recently. Davis suddenly revealed a mocking smile. Those idiots, don't they think Daimyo Bai can come to save them? What a fantasy! Sooner or later, they will die. But, first, please, my good brother, go on your way. Xingluo City, a secret house. The Minister of Finance and a group of people were gathered together to discuss something. If Daimyo Bai dies, then there really will be no one who can stop Davis from taking the throne. Someone sighed sadly. Some of them supported Daimyo Bai, while others had offended Davis and had to join in. Regardless, the people in this room. Once Davis takes office, nothing good will happen. But Daimyo Bai is not living up to expectations. It seems that Daimyo Bai now has no chance of defeating Davis. They were also anxious. If Daimyo Bai really died, they could just wait for death. Alas! As long as you are alive, there is hope. The finance minister sighed and slowly said, Davis is going to send people to kill Daimyo Bai. We absolutely cannot let him succeed. Let Daimyo Bai escape. As long as we can protect him and get him to the Heaven Do Empire, there is still hope. A large net composed of countless spies was spread out towards Daimyo Bai. At this time, he had already arrived at the Poi clan. In the hall. As Niu Gao said, Yang Wudi agreed immediately, even faster than Niu Gao himself expected. Hey! It seems that I underestimated the old goat's hatred for Tang Hao. Niu Gao sighed in his heart, sighing for the pain his old friend had suffered over the years. When Daimyo Bai told Yang Wudi about the magic grass, he kowtowed in excitement. Your Highness, your servant, Yang Wudi, is willing to serve you for the rest of your life, risking everything in life and death until death. Please get up quickly. Daimyo Bai was startled and quickly helped Yang Wudi up. He knew that the other party had been searching for the magic herb all his life, but he didn't expect him to be so moved. He didn't act like this when Tang San took out the magic grass. But think about it carefully. Yang Wudi hated Tang Hao so much, and as Tang San was the son of his enemy, it was naturally impossible for him to treat him well. It's good enough that he wasn't killed. The later resolution of hatred with Tang San was purely a plot arrangement. As a prince of the Xingluo Empire, he was also interested in becoming Tang Hao's enemy. He was a genius himself. He was more willing to give him the magical herb to help him take revenge personally. It's no wonder that Yang Wudi would worship him because of this kindness. Beside him, Zhu Zuqing looked at him with tears in her eyes. Her man was so capable, she really admired him. Your Highness, let's set off now. Yang Wudi couldn't wait to say it. Well, since you are so anxious, let's go. Dai Mubai spoke calmly. The magical herb is definitely a huge opportunity for them. At this moment, Niu Ben rushed in a disheveled state. Benner! What's wrong with you? Niu Gao looked at his son, who was beaten like this. His eyes suddenly turned red with anger, and he hurried forward to support Niu Ben. Dai Mubai looked at Niu Ben's figure, his eyes flashing. With Niu Ben's defense, even a soul emperor couldn't beat him like this. The person coming, is he a soul saint? Ahem! Father! Someone is looking for His Highness. Niu Ben's condition was a little bad at this time. While speaking, he coughed up blood from the corners of his mouth. They injured several of our tribesmen, and one of them was a soul fighter. What? When Niu Gao heard this, he immediately became angry. Actually, someone is coming to cause trouble for them. He injured several of their tribesmen and even beat his own son like this. If Niu Ben was in such a state, the injuries of those tribesmen would probably be even more serious. Someone who is definitely Davis. Su Xiang spoke affirmatively. The only person who has a grudge against Dai Mubai is Davis. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that, Su Xiang, you are quite smart. Just then, a burst of laughter rang out. Several figures walked directly into the door. Obviously, they all followed the oxen and came in. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. Su Xiang took a step forward and stared fiercely at the group of people in front of him. Niu Jie looked at them angrily. You are the ones who hurt my people. So what about Contra? Is Niu Gao not a soul Douluo? However, when Su Xiang saw the face of the leader, his expression changed. It's you, General Condor. In the Xingluo Empire, there is only one Grand Marshal and 8 titled generals. This General Divine Eagle ranks in the middle among the 8 titled generals. The strength is not weak either. Level 84 Contra. Dai Mubai also looked surprised. Although he had left the imperial capital for several years, some things were still deeply engraved in his mind and had not been forgotten. For example, the 8 generals are well-known names. I didn't expect that such a person would be used by Davis. It seems that no one in the imperial capital is optimistic about him. Dai Mubai held Zhu Zuqing's nervous little hand, signaling her not to worry. Zhu Zuqing was not worried, she was just a little excited because she was finally going to face Davis. Her cat paws were thirsty. What General Condor? Niu Gao just snorted coldly, and the soul power in his body was immediately stimulated. He walked straight forward and was about to punch the condor. Powerful soul power, along with this punch, a strong wind also blew in his face. Niu Gao is about to avenge his people. However, no one expected that Niu Gao's attack would be so fast, and the Divine Eagle dodged it easily. Niu Gao's attack didn't even touch the corner of General Shenying's clothes. At this time, a soul sage standing behind General Divine Eagle spoke in a sarcastic tone. Hey, isn't this our third prince? Why? He's back in the Xingluo Empire, but he doesn't even want to visit His Highness. The tone of this soul saint instantly angered Su Xiang, who was standing beside him. Dai Mubai was also unhappy about this. No matter what the occasion, people with bad mouths are the ones people want to kill the most. They can't hurt you, but they can disgust you. Without his orders, Su Xiang rushed out angrily. Zhou Chuanming! You're looking for death. Behind Su Xiang, 8 soul rings appeared instantly. Blood shadow flash is released instantly. Su Xiang is very different from Niu Dali. Su Xiang's 8 soul rings contain a lot of attacking soul skills. The blood shadow stab, combined with the blood shadow flash, is enough to seriously injure this soul sage. What? Su Xiang, you actually broke through to the soul Douluo level. Zhou Chuanming was suddenly shocked. How is that possible? He is just a royal guard, and even soul sage can only be raised by drugs. I am a genius who has been vigorously cultivated by His Highness Davis, but I have not yet broken through to the soul Douluo level. How is this trash possible? He was extremely jealous. But now he needs to escape even more. However, the opponent's speed made him despair, and the breath of death gradually enveloped him. Ding! However, the next moment, Su Xiang's move was directly blocked by another soul Douluo. End of this chapter. Chapter 39, A Killing Spree, is this the third prince? Chapter 39, A Killing Spree, is this the third prince? The Lord of Longxing City. Niu Gao was having a hot fight with Shenying, and was surprised to see the person who appeared. It was this person. Su Xiang. The Divine Eagle stopped in midair and looked at Su Xiang solemnly. He didn't expect that the other party had actually broken through to the soul Douluo level. Humph! Third Prince, do you think His Highness doesn't know what happened? Zhou Chuanming smiled coldly and spoke. Not only City Lord Luo has come alone, the White Tiger Corps has also arrived. As Zhou Chuanming spoke, another troop came in directly. This is the branch of the White Tiger Corps in Longxing City. This army corps is used by the Xingluo Empire to defend against the Tiandu Empire, and they are all elites. Even 2 Soul Saint level masters came this time. The Xingluo Empire is a country that values heroism, and this can be seen from their battle for the throne. The wars between the princes always exposed the bloody scenes. In terms of the political system, the system of integrating military and politics was directly adopted. The Lord of Longxing City is also the General of Longxing City, so he can naturally lead the White Tiger Corps. Running around for several days. After they arrived at Longxing City, they heard that Dai Mubai had a relationship with the Yu clan, so they specially invited City Lord Luo to guard against Niu Gao. I thought I had victory in my hands, but I didn't expect Su Xiang to also break through to the soul Douluo level. Su Xiang! The Divine Eagle soared into the sky and flew towards Su Xiang. Boom! The Lord of Longxing City casually launched an attack, bombarding Niu Gao's defense and taking over the battlefield of the Divine Eagle. However, Niu Gao's defense remained unchanged. There wasn't even a ripple. It didn't look like he was being attacked at all. Your defense is truly invincible. The Lord of Longxing City sighed. The attack just now was enough to seriously injure a soul sage, but Niu Gao in front of him didn't move at all. The Lord of Longxing City continued to launch one attack after another. Although it was not enough to hurt Niu Gao, it forced Niu Gao to defend against his attacks. This left Niu Gao with no time to do other things. Don't underestimate Niu Gao's rank. But this defense is a headache. Unless a titled Douluo comes today, don't even think about crushing this bastard. Therefore, the Lord of Longxing City was not in a hurry at all and just needed to slowly restrain Niu Gao. On the other hand, Niu Gao also understood what the Lord of Longxing City meant. However, this is just as he wanted. It seems that the top combat forces of both sides are 2 Soul Douluo. The number of their soul saints is also much less than that of the opponent. If he, the Contra, is held back by the opponent's Contra, he will not be able to gain an advantage. Then they would lose out. However, Niu Gao was not panicked at all. Because he knew that the old goat was just a soul sage. But its real combat capability is comparable to that of Contra. I'm afraid that 4 soul saints are not enough to fill Yang Wudi's teeth. Other side. General Shenying also came to Su Xiang. The 2 men fought each other instantly. General Shenying seized the air superiority and wanted to use this method to completely suppress Su Xiang in front of him. However, unexpectedly, the next moment, Su Xiang also flew up. The soul bone skill was released and the whole person flew into the air. A blood shadow flashed and rushed in front of General Shenying. At the same time, the first soul ring lights up. Blood shadow assault. Soul skills themselves have powerful offensive capabilities. In addition, there is the powerful kinetic energy brought by the blood shadow flash. Su Xiong's attack only created a gust of wind, which frightened General Shenying. Depend on. General Condor cursed softly and dodged quickly. However, Su Xiong's speed was simply too fast. Don't underestimate Su Xiong, he's just a level 82 soul Douluo. Even the soul fighter who had just broken through not long ago. In every aspect, he should be much worse than the veteran Contra General Shenying. However, don't forget, Su Xiong still has a 40,000-year-old torso bone in his body. Soul bones only consume 1/10 of soul power to release soul skills, and can strengthen themselves, making soul skills powerful. It is really a good baby with lots of gold and oil. In terms of attributes, Su Xiong is even stronger than General Shenying. Although General Condor dodged this attack as much as possible. However, it still hit General Condor's arm directly. The protective soul power was torn apart in an instant. Blood also splattered out. Su Xiong, what kind of soul skill is this? General Shenying looked at Su Xiong in front of him with an ugly expression. He never expected that the plan he thought was going to be easy would encounter unexpected events one after another. Not only is there a new Gao, but this guy has also broken through to the soul Douluo level, and his strength is actually not weaker than his own. This is a bit troublesome. As for Shenying's question, Su Xiong didn't care at all. Continue to attack General Condor. Damn it! The Divine Eagle cursed softly and immediately rushed forward to fight with Su Xiong. The explosive attacks of the two soul Douluos caused waves of energy in the air. It's frightening. At this time, Zhou Chuanming below breathed a sigh of relief. Humph, you're still struggling. This time, His Highness's net won't let you go. Zhou Chuanming sneered and said arrogantly, come on. At this time, a group of soul saints and soul emperors were besieging Yang Wudi and Dai Mubai. Boom! Yang Wudi moved the soul-breaking spear in his hand, and a lion martial soul saint was instantly blown away. With a sweeping blow, he directly knocked back the other two soul saints. Yang Wudi's fighting ability is indeed superb. He alone took on the four great soul saints without being at a disadvantage at all. It even vaguely suppressed these soul saints. However, Yang Wudi, who was besieged by four soul saints, no longer had the energy to care about Dai Mubai. At this time, the Yang family was fighting with the White Tiger Corps. The White Tiger Corps' combat effectiveness is certainly not low. However, the Yang family is one of the four single attribute families. No matter what, he was once a younger brother of a top sect like Haoshan sect. There is still some combat effectiveness. It is also on par with the White Tiger Corps. When such a battle broke out, no one on either side could take Dai Mubai into consideration. Of course, the people from the White Tiger Corps would not take the initiative to attack Dai Mubai. This gave Dai Mubai the opportunity to perform. Behind Dai Mubai, four soul rings slowly appeared. Darkwalker's Claw. Behind Dai Mubai, the third soul ring instantly lit up. In just a moment, an unsuspecting Soul King was fighting with a member of the Yang family. The next moment, there was a pain in my back. Dai Mubai's Dark Walker Claw directly pierced the Soul King's heart. The external soul bone then inserted into the opponent's body and absorbed his soul power. In addition to the poisonous sting soul skill that comes with the bone spur, it also has the ability to absorb other people's soul power. Unfortunately, it can only replenish soul power and cannot be used for cultivation. With the existence of this bone spur soul bone, Dai Mubai's offensive means are no longer so simple. Dai Mubai shuttled through the crowd, killing one by one, specifically targeting the soul emperors and soul kings. At the same time, the bone spurs continued to absorb the soul power of those people. Dai Mubai's own soul power has not been consumed much until now. How can he be so powerful? Is this the third prince? This scene, of course, all fell into Zhou Chuanming's eyes. He also didn't expect that Dai Muobai's combat power is now so incredible. Of course he knew that Dai Muobai's current soul power was only that of a soul sect. What kind of soul master can kill so many soul kings and soul emperors in seconds with a sneak attack? What is going on? Zhou Chuanming felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. This Dai Muobai. It's so incredible. The Lord of Longxing City and General Shenying were also shocked by the fighting power that Dai Muobai burst out at this time. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, White Tiger Core, the sharpest sword of the Xingluo Empire. Chapter 40, White Tiger Core, the sharpest sword of the Xingluo Empire. This. The eyes of the Lord of Longxing City revealed regret. Dai Muobai is only 15 years old now. The soul sect's soul power can actually kill so many soul emperors. Soul sect unleashes the combat power of soul emperor. What kind of monster is this? If this continues, maybe Dai Muobai can also defeat Davis. The Lord of Longxing City felt regretful. He firmly believed that Davis would win, so he chose to join Davis' team. But right now, if Longxing Cheng had known what was going on earlier, he would not have gotten involved in this mess. Only. At this point, there is no use regretting. General Shenying's expression became extremely ugly. If this kid is not eliminated, he will become a big trouble in the future. General Shenying knew very well that if he couldn't kill Dai Muobai today, then there would still be a chance that Dai Muobai would defeat Davis. If it is like this, then I will definitely be held accountable. Damn it! Dai Muobai must be killed! General Condor roared. At this time, Su Xiong had already rushed up. The astonishing speed caught General Shenying, who had just been distracted, off guard. He was knocked out instantly. Damn it! Su Xiong's move caused General Shenying to injure his leg again. At this moment, he couldn't care too much. I can only continue to fight with Su Xiong. Below, Zhou Chuanming understood that General Shenying's words just now were for him to take action. Zhou Chuanming firmly stood on Davis' side. At this time, upon hearing the order from General Shenying, they took action immediately. He is a level 79 Soul Saint. Dai Muobai can indeed unleash the combat power of a Soul Emperor. But, no matter what, it is impossible to defeat a Soul Saint, right? And he is a peak Soul Saint. Even if Dai Muobai is extremely powerful, he can never defeat himself. Zhou Chuanming's body shook, and 7 soul rings appeared behind him. Among them, the 4th soul ring lights up. The whole person approached Dai Muobai at an extremely fast speed. Suffer to death! Zhou Chuanming shouted angrily. This is fast. As a soul sage of the agility attack type, Zhou Chuanming's speed was definitely beyond Dai Muobai's ability to react to. But the next moment, a gun instantly penetrated Zhou Chuanming's heart. Cough cough. Zhou Chuanming felt a sharp pain in his heart and spat out a mouthful of blood. In just a moment, his protective soul power was shattered. The long spear pierced straight into his heart. You! Zhou Chuanming raised his head with difficulty. What he saw was Yang Wudi's face. Behind Yang Wudi, 4 soul saints were already lying on the ground. There was no sound. Dai Muobai looked at Zhou Chuanming with an incredulous look. Couldn't help but shook his head. Yang Wudi is invincible in the same level. Looking at the soul sage in front of him, Dai Muobai hit Zhou Chuanming directly on the head. Zhou Chuanming was killed instantly. A golden ball of light also burst out from Zhou Chuanming's body. Dai Muobai quickly opened the golden magic ball. Inside is a 40,000-year soul ring and a secondary martial soul replicator. There are 2 gold coins left. This reward is pretty good. Dai Muobai directly replaced the 40,000-year soul ring inside with the claw of the Dark Walker. Daimyobai's soul power was also replaced because of his soul ring. After 47 years, it has risen to level. Trigger the upgrade and directly break through level 48. Cool. But I can't care about my feelings now. After dealing with Zhou Chuanming and replacing the soul ring, Daimyobai's figure continued to shuttle through the crowd, teleporting farther and attacking faster. At this moment, the situation of the battle changed rapidly. Although the White Tiger Corps had some advantages at the beginning. However, as Yang Wudi's power was released, coupled with Daimyobai's strength, it became even stronger. Instantly fell into a disadvantage. On one side, there was the attack of the Yang family, and on the other side, there was the powerful attack of Yang Wudi. In addition, there is Daimyobai who occasionally launches sneak attacks and takes someone's life. The White Tiger Corps no longer has the combat power it had at the beginning. Damn it! General Condor cursed softly. He knew very well that the people below could no longer do anything to Daimyobai. But Daimyobai must die. A fierce look flashed in General Shenying's eyes. Drink! Birdman, give me your life! Yang Wudi jumped up from the ground, rushed towards the divine eagle in the sky, and stabbed it with a spear. The powerful force, in just a moment, directly shattered the body protection soul power of General Shenying. Feeling that his body protection soul power was actually shattered by that soul sage, General Condor retreated hastily. As soon as he stabilized his body in the air, he looked at Yang Wudi, who had just shattered his protective soul power, with a horrified look. This soul saint! The combat effectiveness is so strong. If I hadn't reacted quickly. Zhou Chuanming lying on the ground is a lesson for me. General Condor wiped the sweat from his forehead. The current situation has been completely turned upside down. All of their own people were killed, and the White Tiger Corps was unable to make any progress. Daimyobai had the soul skill of teleportation, and the soul sage on the opposite side could be used as a soul Douluo. What could he use to fight? If he continued to fight, he would die here. At this time, Su Xiang caught up again. General Shenying gritted his teeth and ran away. Condor! What are you doing? The Lord of Longxing City looked at General Shenying, who actually ran away at this time. My heart was pounding. This damn thing! You actually left me here and ran away? The expression of the Lord of Longxing City changed rapidly. He wanted to run too. However, Yang Wudi's gun stabbed him directly. The Lord of Longxing City retreated hurriedly. Yang Wudi's shot missed. This blow directly broke the floor in front of Yang Wudi. Even the soil underneath was turned out. Behind him, Su Xiang's attack came again. The attack hit the Lord of Longxing City, who was just retreating in a hurry. Although Niu Gao does not have very strong offensive means. But after all, he is also a Contra. Under the siege of 3 people, the Lord of Longxing City was really unable to withstand it. White Tiger Corps, listen to my orders. Kill Daimyobai. The Lord of Longxing City was under siege and felt determined. He directly ordered the White Tiger Corps to kill Daimyobai. Anyway, if I fail today, I will die anyway, so I might as well kill Daimyobai first. The Lord of Longxing City didn't believe that Daimyobai would be willing to let him go. Daimyobai frowned when he heard what the Lord of Longxing City said. White Tiger Army, as the Prince of the Xingluo Empire, I order you to stop. You should be fighting on the battlefield to defend your country, not pointing your weapons at me. Daimyobai looked at the people from the White Tiger Corps and spoke solemnly. These people were merely being used. After all, they were all soldiers of the empire, and there was no need to cause unnecessary casualties. This statement came out. The entire battlefield suddenly became much calmer. The entire White Tiger Corps fell into silence. Daimyobai is a prince after all, and his performance has deeply impressed everyone in the White Tiger Corps. Being able to kill soul kings and soul emperors at such a young age is simply the image of an emperor in their hearts. Many people didn't want to attack him in the first place, and now they stopped. The Yang family also stopped at this time, waiting for the other party to make a decision. As for the Lord of Longsing City, he was still being beaten at this time. Seeing that the White Tiger Corps was silent at this moment, he became anxious. Here is the military order. White Tiger Corps, execute the order. The words of the Lord of Longsing City forced the people of the White Tiger Corps to obey orders. Everyone began to react and gathered together in an instant. The leading officer looked to be in his 40s, and his cultivation level was only Soul Emperor. All the Soul Saint officers had been killed in the battle. He looked at Daimyo Bai, his eyes full of regret. In a trance, he recalled the day when he just became the captain, and an old veteran who had been in the army for 40 years once asked him a question. "Are you afraid of death?" At the time, he was still full of passion and answered confidently, "I'm not afraid. What is there to fear about dying for the empire?" The old man then asked, "What if death is meaningless?" At the time, he didn't understand why it was meaningless. The old man then asked, "What if he died in the Xingluo civil war?" He was silent. He could die defending his country's borders, or even die in a foreign invasion, but internal strife. His heart told him that he didn't want to. Ha ha ha. When the old man heard his answer, he did not blame him. He just smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and said the words he had been thinking about all his life. "You're a good boy, but not a good soldier." At that time, he just thought that the senior was dissatisfied with him, and said nothing in a sullen manner. Time flows. Now it was time for him to make a real choice. "Old senior, have you anticipated this day?" The officer was heartbroken and the memories were bitter and difficult to savor. Royal ancestral precepts dictate that the emperor must win in a duel, but the prince will not watch his opponent survive the duel. Every time princes of a certain generation fight with each other, innocent people die. Perhaps the old man has also experienced this. Talk about it. The last battle for the throne was only 30 years ago. I didn't expect that today, I would have to experience what you, the senior, had done. I'm sorry, Your Highness. He sighed deeply, his eyes becoming firm as he said firmly, "White Tiger Corps, we only obey orders." It would be better if the person in front of him was not the prince, but the real His Majesty. Then he could lead the soldiers and follow His Majesty to conquer the continent, until one day he died in an unknown corner of the continent. And at that time, the flag of the Star Luo Empire will definitely be raised in that place. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 White Tiger Corps Charges. Chapter 41 White Tiger Corps Charges. White Tiger Corps, charge! The officer shouted. The people of the White Tiger Corps immediately charged towards Daimyo Bai. Poi clan, form a battle array. Facing the charge of the White Tiger Corps, the Yang family immediately formed a formation and prepared to meet the White Tiger Corps. The battle between the two sides broke out again at this time. The White Tiger Corps' attack is certainly powerful. However, the Paji clan is not weak at all. After suffering heavy casualties, the White Tiger Corps' combat effectiveness also declined significantly. Daimyo Bai was surprised that the other party would attack him again. In his opinion, the enemy was already in disarray and was not Davis's direct troops, so the general was bound to lose. They even dared to charge towards him, the prince. This situation made him understand even more clearly how dictatorial the Xingluo Empire was. A country of one person. The Xingluo Empire is entirely the country of the Xingluo Emperor alone. No one else, including the prince, has any rights. The life of a mere prince is not as important to them as obeying military orders. Ha ha ha, the White Tiger Corps is the most outstanding corps in the Xingluo Empire. Apart from the orders of His Majesty, they only obey military orders. As long as you let me go, I will make them stop immediately, how about that? The Lord of Longsing City had blood on the corner of his mouth and shouted at Daimyo Bai with laughter. Although he was in a very bad state now, Being surrounded by 3 people and on the verge of life and death, he was not afraid. Since Daimyo Bai cares about these soldiers, he will use them to save his life. Daimyo Bai remained silent and ignored him. How could he agree to such a request? Just because I show a little kindness, you think I'm a good person? If he wanted to save the lives of these soldiers, he only needed to ask the Paji clan to show mercy and just knock them out without killing them. But why did he do that? These people have just killed many members of the Poi clan, and now they want to kill him. Does he still want to stop the Poi clan from taking revenge? Since these people decided to obey military orders, Daimyo Bai naturally had to respect them and let them die in battle. Daimyo Bai was still moving around. Time and again, they took the lives of the White Tiger Corps members. Pfft! Daimyo Bai's bone spur pierced through the chest of a Soul Emperor officer. Cough cough. The Soul Emperor officer suddenly coughed. Blood spurted from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the boy in front of him with fanatical eyes. Some difficult openings. Your Highness, if you were the great emperor, the Xingluo Empire would surely become incomparably powerful. Unfortunately, we cannot follow you, ahem. The White Tiger Corps will always, be loyal to the Emperor. After the Soul Emperor officer finished speaking, his body suddenly fell to the ground. Blood. Overflow. Daimyo Bai's eyes were extremely calm. However, his pupils trembled again, and his heart was deeply touched. White Tiger Regiment. At this moment, he deeply felt the weight of his identity, which was a heavy responsibility. At the same time, I also feel that my predecessor, Daimyo Bai, abandoned Zhuzuking and fled the imperial capital, and then wasted 3 years in Soto City. He really deserved to die. Fortunately, things are different now. The name Daimyo Bai will become the new Star Luo Emperor, to be worshipped and loyal to by countless people. It was shortly after he had killed the officer. Boom! Yang Wudi shot the Lord of Longxing City to the ground. Controlled the Lord of Longxing City. Your Highness! Su Xiang's cry woke him up from his silence. Your Highness, I was wrong. It was Davis who bewitched me. The Lord of Longxing City was pressed to the ground by Su Xiang, with a look of panic in his eyes. He understood that if he couldn't say anything to make Daimyo Bai change his mind, you're doomed. Your Highness! I don't have any intention of rebellion. I am loyal to your Majesty. I have nothing to do with Davis. It was that bastard Condor who instigated me. If you let me go, I will immediately stop the White Tiger Regiment. These are the elite troops of the Empire. How can we allow them to be annihilated here? Your Highness is incredibly talented and will surely ascend the throne as the great Emperor in the future. The White Tiger Corps and I are your Majesty's soldiers. You are saving your own people. The shrewd Lord of Longxing City now had his heart pounding, fearing that the other party would kill him. He swallowed and looked at Daimyo Bai, not knowing what the outcome would be. Daimyo Bai turned around silently. On the ground, there were corpses of a group of White Tiger soldiers. There were not many people standing at this time. Seeing their leader being captured, they stood there panting, and many of them were confused. They are extremely loyal to the Star Luo Empire. But now, because of this absurd order, they all died at the hands of their own people in the Star Luo Empire. Daimyo Bai's eyes moved. He looked to the side again, where the Yang family members who had just won the victory were healing each other's wounds. There were also many members of the Yang family lying on the ground, and it seemed that they would never get up again. After just 2 glances, he had made his decision. I believe you are faithful. Daimyo Bai turned around and looked at the Lord of Longxing City, a hint of ecstasy appearing on his face. Before the Lord of Longxing City could speak, the next moment, the iron bone chain pierced through the Lord of Longxing City's head. The city lord died. Unfortunately, I am not the emperor, and you are not loyal to me. Daimyo Bai said the second sentence in his heart. The iron bone chain swung the body of the Lord of Longxing City away, and blood splattered like splashes of water under the setting sun. There was still an expression of disbelief on the city lord's face. A golden magic ball exploded under his feet. But Daimyo Bai now has no intention of opening it. Your Highness, the condor has escaped. Let's leave quickly, otherwise, there may be pursuers. Su Xiang walked up to Daimyo Bai and spoke. Daimyo Bai clenched his fists, walked to Yang Wudi's side, and slowly unclenched his fists. I'm sorry for causing such great loss to your family. So many people were sacrificed. Daimyo Bai said. Your Highness, I am fully prepared. Since I am participating in the battle for the throne, fighting and bloodshed are inevitable. The men of the Yang family are never afraid of fighting. Yang Wudi waved his hand and responded to Daimyo Bai's words with an extremely firm look. He saw Daimyo Bai's performance with his own eyes. Fighting against opponents of higher levels was as easy as eating and drinking. He was simply a monster among monsters. You must hold this thigh tightly. Your Highness, when are we going to look for the magic herb? Yang Wudi asked. Daimyo Bai opened his mouth. Now, do I still need to go look for the magic herb? At this moment, another idea came into his mind. End of this chapter. Chapter 42, Imperial Capital, Take What Belongs to Me. Chapter 42 Return to the Imperial Capital and take back what belongs to me. Let's go back to the Imperial Capital. What? Your Highness, if we go back to the Imperial Capital now, aren't we courting death? Davis's men are constantly chasing us. Su Xiang's pupils shrank when he heard this. If I go back now, won't I be walking into a trap? He didn't understand why Daimyo Bai would make such a decision at this time. But, look! Daimyo Bai looked at the corpses on the ground, some of which belonged to the Yang family and some to the White Tiger Corps. These people are from the White Tiger Corps. You know, the White Tiger Corps will always be the most loyal guards of the Xingluo Empire. They are all the forces of the Star Luo Empire. All the forces mobilized by Davis also belong to the Star Luo Empire. I don't want to waste the power of the Xingluo Empire like this. Daimyo Bai spoke calmly. He also didn't want so many innocent people to die. These are all his people. Zhu Zuqing stepped forward, covered his hand, and encouraged him with all her might. Daimyo Bai took a deep breath and continued, Return to the Imperial Capital. Let the battle for the throne begin. This. Your Highness, I, your subordinate, will defend you to the death. Daimyo Bai's words successfully convinced Su Xiang. Who wouldn't like an emperor who cares about his soldiers? He did not try to dissuade Daimyo Bai any further. He just opened his mouth and swore his loyalty to Daimyo Bai. Ha ha ha! Looks like we're going to fight again. Yang Wudi, standing aside, looked somewhat carefree and fanatical. Do not. Daimyo Bai shook his head. There were also bodies of Yang family members on the ground. We have only one goal, and that is to fight for the throne. There is no need to engage in any other unnecessary battles. Su Xiang, just take Zhu Qing and me and fly back to the Imperial Capital. Imperial Capital? What? Daimyo Bai is so powerful. Davis was shocked when he heard the latest news. He couldn't believe it. Daimyo Bai actually managed to kill so many soul emperors. You know, Daimyo Bai's cultivation level is just that of a soul sect. He is only 15 years old. With this kind of strength, if he were to participate in the battle for the throne, wouldn't it be? Davis couldn't believe the news. This is really ridiculous. However, the person standing in front of Davis was none other than General Condor. That person who went to assassinate Daimyo Bai. General Shenying did not spread the news, apparently fearing that it would cause a stir. Right now, only Davis knows this news. Your Highness. General Condor spoke slowly. Davis looked at General Condor. He knew what the Condor meant. Now, neither of them has any way out. If other people knew that Dai Mubai was so outstanding, then, Davis would be kicked out directly. All the benefits he enjoys will be directly taken away. Ah! This Dai Mubai! Why doesn't he just die? Why? Davis suddenly let out a roar. In his heart, there was envy, jealousy, and hatred. And also scared. Suddenly, Davis stepped forward and grabbed General Condor's hand. Your Highness! General Shenying was stunned. General Shenying, I know you know quite a few Contras, right? You, go tell those Contras now. Just say it, I'm willing to pay any price. Money, any kind of natural treasures, I, Davis, have them all. Ask them to kill Dai Mubai. Davis stared fiercely at the general in front of him and spoke in an almost crazy tone. You have no way out, and neither do I. You know that, right? If the fact that the Condor assassinated the prince was exposed, it might not be a big problem for him, but the Condor would definitely die. His only choice now is to kill Dai Mubai. Don't worry. Your Highness, I understand. I will do my best. General Condor took a deep breath. Davis's method is the only way at the moment. Want to deal with Dai Mubai? At least 4 Soul Douluo, otherwise, it won't be enough. General Condor stood up. He planned to help Davis and invite more Soul Douluos. Davis sat in his seat. The news about Dai Mubai hung over Davis like a dark cloud. No. Continue like this. Maybe it's still not enough. Davis's eyes flickered. At this moment, Davis suddenly thought of the Spirit Hall's attempt to win him over. Although he did not agree at first, because he felt that the Spirit Hall had great ambitions, and this was what his father truly hated. If brothers kill each other, perhaps my father will not say anything, and may even feel relieved. But if he colluded with outsiders, he would definitely execute himself. If my father knew that I was colluding with the Spirit Hall. Davis felt fear again when he thought of this. It's not that he is timid, but to him, that man has become someone who makes him nervous whenever he thinks of him. He is an absolutely majestic presence. He was as afraid of the Star Luo Emperor as a young tiger is of a tiger. But, he has no way out now. Davis gritted his teeth. He slowly stood up and walked out the door. He wants to ask for help from the Spirit Hall. No matter who it is, as long as they can kill Dai Mubai, it's fine. He is the future Star Luo Emperor, what is there to be afraid of? There is a bit of madness in my heart, and I am not afraid even if I am crazy and desperate. Madness is addictive and gives people confidence. Davis raised the corners of his mouth, looking evil. The Star Luo Emperor can only be him. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, 7 Treasure Glazed Sect, Ning Rongrong's Letter. Chapter 43 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, Ning Rongrong's Letter. Damn it! Davis is so arrogant. He actually killed all our people. What should we do now? At the Chancellor's residence, everyone gathered there, their faces filled with worry and fear. They had sent people to help Dai Mubai before, but none of them came back. It seemed that they were all killed. That was the only power they had left after they fell into such poverty. Although everyone still has some subordinates, they will not be killed as easily as the powerless man. But it's not much better. No, we have to escape. Dai Mubai might be dead now. There is no hope for us. The person who spoke was a man who had broken down emotionally. He was a teacher at the Xingluo Royal Academy and offended Davis because he refused to provide him with privileges. Since he has nothing to do with Dai Mubai, there is naturally no need to respect him. He only sought refuge with the Chancellor of Finance to save his own life. However, the organizer of the party, the Chancellor of Finance, did nothing after the other party made such disrespectful remarks. He still sat in the first seat with his eyes closed, his mind wandering. His behavior made people believe that Dai Mubai might really be dead. Humph, the third prince will not die, The woman sitting next to the Chancellor of Finance stared at the man fiercely, as if she wanted to eat him with her eyes. As Su Xiong's sister, Su Yu is naturally a die-hard supporter of Daimyo Bai and will not tolerate anyone speaking ill of the third prince. But the man seemed not to hear his words and continued to act crazy. No, I want to go to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to admit my mistake. In his emotional breakdown, the man actually said such bizarre words. Humph, what kind of personality does Davis have? Will he tolerate you? A white-haired old man couldn't bear to watch it anymore and snorted coldly. If Davis can really accept us, then why not kneel down to him? Sighs were heard in the room. Most of the people here have offended Davis before. Davis is so proud, how could he use these people who disgust him? Even though these people later regretted their actions and even asked Davis for forgiveness, he coldly rejected them. In other words, these people were abandoned by Davis and were not taken seriously by him at all. Let's run. As long as we run to the Tiandu Empire, Davis won't be able to do anything to us. Su Yu, don't wait for your brother. He died a long time ago. Come with me. I will keep you safe. A blond man looked at Su Yu with greedy eyes. Su Yu is good-looking, has a good figure, and is extremely talented. If she were to be my wife, the children we would have would definitely be excellent. Get lost. If you want to run, then run. I'll settle the score with you when the third prince comes back. Su Yu uttered harsh words. No one cared at all, and one after another they stood up and left in a hurry. Soon, there were only a few people left here. Su Yu walked out of the room. The sunlight shone on her, but she did not feel warm. Maybe she knew everything and was just pretending to be strong. Outside the imperial city, a group of people were lying in a pool of blood, their clothes deliberately dressed in a poor style. However, if you take a closer look, you will find that these people have extraordinary temperaments. They all seem to be either rich or noble figures. A soul saint looked at the corpses and sneered, "You still want to inform Daimyo Bai? I knew you would come." The soul sage spoke sarcastically, then he looked at the man behind him with respect. General Shenying, when His Highness ascends the throne, he will definitely not forget your achievements. Yes. The Condor was not happy at all and still had a stern face. After he left, everyone couldn't help but speak. I don't know what's wrong with Lord Divine Eagle. He's been looking unhappy ever since he came back from the mission that day. It's been several days now. Grapevine. I heard that the people who carried out the mission that day. What? How could such a thing happen? So many people died. People's discussions stopped abruptly, obviously shocked by the news. Banned. We are all His Highness's people. Don't we know what we should and shouldn't say? The leading soul saint glanced at everyone with a warning look. Yes, sir. Everyone lowered their heads quickly and dared not discuss it anymore. The soul saint was impatient. If the killings this time were not important missions and the traces needed to be erased, why would he bring these cannon fodders who were not as strong as him? Anyway, he was going to kill them to silence them, so he didn't care too much about exposing anything. Clean up quickly and evacuate. Yes. After a while, all the bodies at the scene disappeared, and even the bloodstains disappeared. It's like nothing happened. Kaibao glazed sect. As one of the top 3 sects, his influence is self-evident. At the same time, they are also supporters of the Tiandu Empire and their relationship with the Xingluo Empire is not very good. And today, a letter was sent to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, causing Ning Fengzi, the sect leader, to encounter difficulties. Looking at the letter in his hand, Ning Fengzi's face turned ugly. The hands holding the letter were shaking. My daughter fell in love with someone else. Ning Fengzi didn't think there was anything wrong. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect has always been like this. If the person your daughter likes is a genius, then of course there is no problem. They can be absorbed into the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect and become the next generation's foundation for protecting the sect. But the person his woman likes is actually Dai Mubai. Who is Dai Mubai? He was the prince of the Xingluo Empire back then. My dear daughter, don't you know that our Kai Bao Liulai sect supports the Tiandu Empire? Although he had no feelings for the Tiandu Empire before, he had to help the Tiandu Empire. The Xingluo Empire is already powerful enough. Without their help, the Tiandu Empire would be destroyed in less than half a month. This continent cannot afford any more wars, it needs balance. When Ning Rongrong was in the sect, he always doted on her and did not let her take on too much responsibility for the sect. I thought he would be more sensible after he got out, but I didn't expect him to be still like this. He casually fell in love with someone and casually asked Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu to help Dai Mubai obtain the royal inheritance. Is that something she can interfere with? What a nonsense! End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Xingluo City, the real trump card. Chapter 44 Xingluo City, the real trump card. Jian Douluo stood beside Ning Fengzi, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Hey, Rongrong has someone he likes. Ning Fengzi sighed and said. Hearing this, Jian Douluo immediately became curious. Rongrong has someone he likes? Who is it? Who is so powerful? Hey, the one she likes is Dai Mubai, the prince of the Xingluo Empire. She even wants me to interfere in the royal succession. Ning Fengzi spoke helplessly. What? Jian Douluo was surprised when he heard this. For a moment, he really wanted to ignore everything and help Dai Mubai get the throne. Anyway, he is Rongrong's sword grandfather, as long as Rongrong is happy. But looking at Ning Fengzi's face, he came to his senses. This is impossible. Rongrong. I'm afraid Grandpa Jian will disappoint you this time. Please don't blame me. Title Douluo is indeed powerful, but we cannot ignore a country and interfere with the succession of the empire, not to mention that there is also a spirit hall watching covetously. Supporting a prince, what will the Heaven Do Empire think? What will the spirit hall think? The current situation is tense in itself. Sigh. However, at this point, Jian Douluo changed the subject again. However, speaking of this, Dai Mubai's talent is not bad, but he is too young. In the battle for the throne, it seems there is no chance of winning. Listening to Jian Douluo's words, Ning Fengzi shook his head helplessly, picked up the pen in his hand, and wrote a letter of rejection to Ning Rongrong. At the same time, he added at the end of the letter, "It's impossible for the two of you to be together." No, that's impossible. Shrek Academy. Looking at the letter in her hand, Ning Rongrong's face was full of disbelief. My own father. How come? How could he refuse my request? Ning Rongrong never expected this. I will be rejected by my father. In Ning Rongrong's memory, Ning Fengzi had never rejected her. But now. Especially, the last sentence of the letter. You are impossible. It was like a sharp sword, piercing Ning Rongrong's heart. At this moment, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but burst into tears. At first, she sobbed softly, then it became louder and louder. Finally, Ning Rongrong lay on the table and cried bitterly. How could this be? Why is it happening like that? Is Dai Mubai really going to die? Ning Rongrong's heart felt extremely painful. Is this the feeling of love? I love Mubai? She was going to find Dai Mubai. At Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong had just climbed over the wall when she was knocked unconscious and then held in someone's arms. Hey, why shouldn't I be worried about Dai Mubai too? It was Flanders who was hugging Ning Rongrong, and he was also full of regret at this moment. I wonder how he is doing now? Flanders looked at the bright moonlight and thought to himself. The next day. Xingluo City, at the gate. Su Yu was walking on the street and came here. Why am I here? Yu looked at the bustling crowd at the door. The soldiers were maintaining order and verifying identities. In the past few days, she has been worried about her brother and the third prince. Perhaps it was because of her longing that brought her here. Douluo City, as the imperial capital. Many people enter and leave the city every day. She looked outside. Outside the city, people waiting to enter the city had formed a long queue that was dozens of meters long. Unfortunately, none of them was the person she wanted to meet. I wonder where those people ran off to? I hope they can really escape Davis's pursuit. This will at least create some trouble for Davis. Brother, third prince, when will you come back? The power of the imperial capital has been disbanded. The Minister of Finance was appointed by the Emperor, but he had his own power background and did not need to be afraid of the prince. Miss Zhu Zuqing fled the imperial capital and disappeared. She and her brother, the third prince, were the only ones left in the entire Douluo Empire. Really, is there any hope? Yu felt like there was a mountain of pressure on her. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, a familiar figure appeared outside the city. Yu thought she was seeing things, so she looked carefully. Xiang spread his wings and slowly descended from the sky, holding Dai Mubai in one hand and Zhu Zuqing in the other. Seeing his sister, Xiang smiled at her. Yu opened her mouth slightly, and her originally dead heart suddenly ignited with flames. They are not dead. Brother, Your Highness, and Miss Zhu Zuqing are all back. Dai Mubai walked into the passage next to him. As a prince, he naturally doesn't have to queue like ordinary people. Stop, who are you? The guards of the special passage are even more powerful, reaching the sole emperor level, and can already serve as a captain in the army. If anyone refuses to be checked, they will be arrested immediately. No matter who you are. In the Douluo Empire, everything must give way to imperial power. At this time, the people in the nearby team also looked over curiously, wanting to know what kind of person could use the special passage. Dai Mubai took out a token from his body and threw it to the other party. A touch of gold comes into view. The Emperor's order. The guard said in surprise. This token was the first time he had seen it in his 5 years as a gatekeeper. It's actually the prince. Your Highness, you can't be so rude. Such a distinguished person, no wonder he can use the special passage. Everyone was amazed. They didn't expect to meet the prince just by entering the city. They looked at each other curiously. This is the prince. He is indeed a handsome man. No, I've seen His Royal Highness the Crown Prince before, and he doesn't look like this. Could it be that someone with a complicated identity has already realized that something is wrong? Thinking of the rumor that the third prince was expelled from the imperial capital, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This is going to be a big event. Can I come in? Dai Mubai looked at the guards. Yes, yes, please, Your Highness. The guards quickly stepped aside to make way for the prince, Xiang, and Zhu Zuqing. I couldn't help but feel scared. Almost offended a prince. He once had a colleague who offended the eldest prince and was suppressed by his superiors. The guards subconsciously thought that Dai Mubai was the same person as Davis. Elder brother. After walking through the passage, everyone saw the scene inside the city. Yu rushed towards Xiang and hugged him tightly. At this moment, no words could express the longing in her heart. Ha ha ha. Xiang patted her shoulder and was also very happy to be reunited with his sister. But this is not the place to talk. Everyone found a restaurant. Your Highness, shall we go to the palace first? In the gorgeous room, the dishes had not yet arrived, but Xiang was already starting to get nervous. He would feel uneasy every moment he didn't see the Douluo Emperor. Don't worry, what is coming will always come. Dai Mubai was in a calm state of mind at this time. He knew what Xiang was worried about, which was that Davis was so cruel that he would take action in the imperial city. But what can he do even if he knows? Even if we go now, it won't prevent Davis from taking action. It would be better to let all those monsters and demons show up. I want to see who wants to kill me so badly. Dai Mubai took a sip of tea and said casually. Suyu's heart was filled with ripples. His Highness seemed to be much more handsome than before. Dai Mubai said this not out of blind confidence, but because he had something to rely on. I saw that his shop was locked with a big lock. Just yesterday, a magic wand appeared in his shop, and he decisively locked the shop. Moonlight ritual can be used by people below level 80, temporarily increasing 10 levels and gaining an ultimate soul ring, which lasts for 10 minutes. This is the staff effect. Not only that, he also opened the golden magic ball that exploded when he killed the Lord of Longsing City. What was revealed in there was his real trump card. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, Soul Evolution, 9 Phantom White Tiger. Chapter 45, Soul Evolution, 9 Nether White Tiger. Golden Magic Ball. It is the reward second only to the colored orb. And the one he got when he killed Contra was even more luxurious. The first treasure. Level 8 Soul Guide, White Tiger Judgment Sword. The golden sword attracted him as soon as it appeared. At that time, he just wanted to shout out one sentence. Withdrawal time. In today's era, soul guides are definitely a dimensionality reduction attack. The White Tiger Judgment Sword is the best of the best. An ordinary soul sage can fight against a soul Douluo alone with it. If it is a White Tiger martial spirit, the power will be doubled. More importantly, the soul guide contains its own soul power, so it does not consume one's own soul power when used. Normally, you can store soul power in it and use it in battle. It is simply the best offensive weapon. It's a pity that no soul rings or soul bones were dropped. Only one set of battle formation was revealed. White Tiger Battle Formation. It is said that this was a battle formation that existed during the founding period of the Xingluo Empire, but it has now been lost. The battle formation currently used by the White Tiger Corps is only a remnant of it. A secondary martial soul evolution device was also revealed. The martial soul can be evolved once, but it can only be used below the best martial soul, and the highest it can evolve into is the best martial soul. This is because it is only secondary. Above this, there should also be a martial soul evolution device that can evolve the martial soul unlimitedly. His martial soul was already a top-grade martial soul, and Zhu Zuqing happened to have a high-level martial soul, so he gave the evolution device to her. In the woods that day, Zhu Zuqing's martial soul evolved. It was like a monster crawling out of hell. 9 Nether Soul Cat. From a physical spirit cat, it transformed into an illusory soul, and the netherworld energy on its body became purer and richer. This is how she has changed. Fortunately, they can still fuse their martial souls, but the fusion will result in a more powerful 9 Nether White Tiger. And this is Dai Muabai's trump card. Even he didn't expect that the 9 Nether White Tiger could be so powerful that even Suixiang, a soul Douluo, found it difficult to defend against its attacks. In the end, he relied on speed to break up the 9 Nether White Tiger. The performance is monstrous. Your Highness is a monster, worthy of a monster's martial soul fusion. After feeling the strength of the 9 Nether White Tiger, Suixiang couldn't help but sigh. The meal is served. Suixiang had no choice but to stop trying to persuade them and ate with everyone else. Some people are eating, while others are anxious. At this time, Davis Palace. Davis paced back and forth anxiously. The subordinates still couldn't find Dai Muabai's location. The Yu clan is now deserted. How could he not be anxious? He knew very well that if he couldn't find Dai Muabai, he couldn't kill Dai Muabai. Then, I will be kicked out. Word will always spread. A figure like the Lord of Longsing City is quite important in the Xingluo Empire. Just die. Sooner or later it will be discovered. By then, everyone will know how evil Dai Muabai is. Go find him for me. Dig deep into the ground to find Dai Muabai. Davis grabbed his hair, feeling annoyed, and couldn't help but get angry at the subordinates around him. If Daimyo Bai escapes, Davis is doomed to lose. Zhu Zuyun, who was standing by, felt as if she were in a dream. My sister. Actually, are we going to win? She simply couldn't believe all this, as she had always been under her feet since she was a child. And all this is because her fiancé is Daimyo Bai. Your Highness! Your Highness! We've found Daimyo Bai. At this time, a figure rushed in and began to report. What? Where? Upon hearing the news that Daimyo Bai had been found, Davis was instantly excited and rushed to the figure. Daimyo Bai has entered the imperial capital. What? That's great! Davis was immediately delighted when he heard this. This stupid guy, ha ha ha! He actually walked into a trap. However, Davis's happiness did not last long. The next moment, his face turned pale. Wait, that's not right, that's not right. Davis' body fell onto his seat. What if he wants to come and start a battle for the throne? No. No. Davis was very clear about the strength Daimyo Bai had shown so far. I definitely can't beat him. Soul emperors and soul kings can be killed at will. Dealing with yourself is even more. Anyway, Davis didn't think he could beat a soul emperor. Davis's face was in defeat at this moment, and cold sweat was constantly coming out of his forehead. My mouth felt dry for a while. How to do? How to do? I don't want to die. Davis kept thinking about some solutions he could think of. No, let him see the emperor. A fierce look flashed in Davis' eyes. Royal Palace. The Grand Marshal walked up to the Xingluo Emperor and began to report. Your Majesty, recently, unknown individuals have appeared in the Xingluo Empire Palace. I suspect, they are from the Spirit Hall. Come, sit down. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xingluo's expression did not change. He just raised his eyebrows calmly and gestured for the Grand Marshal to sit down. Yes, Your Majesty. After the Grand Marshal sat down, he wanted to say something but was interrupted by the Emperor. Let's not talk about anything else today, just sit down and watch a good show. Emperor Xingluo showed a meaningful smile. Today is a special day. Netherworld Duke's Mansion. Please kill Daimyo Bai. Davis tried his best to beg for help, but he could only find the Duke of the Underworld. The people that General Shenying had contacted before all refused when they heard that they were going to assassinate Daimyo Bai in the Imperial City. He was almost pointing at his face and calling him crazy. Now, I have no other choice. Why don't you just deal with him yourself during the duel? Why do you have to do it in the Imperial capital? The Duke of the Underworld frowned. He didn't want to agree to this kind of thing. The current Duke of the Netherworld does not know Daimyo Bai's true strength. I thought Davis could easily control Daimyo Bai. Besides, if I kill Daimyo Bai, even if he is the Duke of the Underworld, then I'm afraid I'll also have to bear the stigma. Your Highness. Daimyo Bai and the others have already come out of the delicious building and are about to enter White Tiger Street. Just as the two were talking, Davis's men suddenly rushed in and told Davis the news. Understood. Davis became increasingly nervous upon hearing this. He gritted his teeth and said, everything, proceed according to the plan. The Duke of the Netherworld frowned upon hearing this. What's the plan? He asked. Although I don't know what plan Davis has come up with at this time. But it's definitely not anything good. Davis, you'd better not do anything that would displease His Majesty. The Duke of Hell warned him. Ah! Davis smiled coldly and shook his head. I have arranged for General Divine Eagle, 10 Soul Saints, and 30 Soul Emperors to assassinate Daimyo Bai. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the Duke of the Netherworld was shocked. End of this chapter. Chapter 46, The Duke of Hell is helpless. Chapter 46, The Duke of Hell is helpless. 10 soul saints. 30 soul emperors, plus 1 soul Douluo. Are you going to rebel? Davis. This is Xingluo City. It's the imperial capital of the Xingluo Empire. Why are you doing this? This is the Emperor's presence. This is extremely disrespectful. The Duke of the Underworld was furious and scolded the other party. Davis smiled wryly. I'm not afraid that my father will be unhappy. I'm only afraid, my people are no match for him. What do you mean? The Duke of the Underworld was puzzled when he heard this. The troops sent out by Davis were already a very powerful force. These are 10 soul saints and 30 soul emperors. If one of them is taken alone, Daimyo Bai is no match for him. Not to mention so many people working together. There is also a Contra in charge. Father-in-law, you don't know Daimyo Bai's current strength yet. Davis gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of resentment in his heart. He is now a soul sect master, and a soul sect master who can kill a soul emperor. Before, when we were in Longsing City, Davis told Duke Netherworld everything that happened in Longsing City. He killed all the White Tiger Corps detachments in Longsing City to vent his anger. I suspect that Daimyo Bai is now an evil soul master. What? Daimyo Bai is so powerful. The Duke of the Underworld's expression changed continuously. He didn't believe in the evil soul master at all. He knew the third prince's character very well. I would rather lose the battle for the throne than become an evil soul master. Such a monster. At the age of 15, he already has the strength of a soul emperor. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the greatest genius of ancient and modern times. It's a pity that the rise came too late. Davis's dominance is already established, and he has gone crazy now. No matter how talented Daimyo Bai is, he cannot escape death. The Netherworld Duke's mansion must not get involved. Despite this, I will not support your assassination. Duke of the Underworld said seriously. The lineage of the Duke of the Netherworld has been loyal to the Xingluo royal family for generations and has never participated in the prince's fight for power. It is Zhu Ziyun's ability to win over as many people as she wants. But since he represented the Duke's mansion, it was impossible for him to be directed towards either Davis or Daimyo Bai. Humph, if Daimyo Bai doesn't die today, then I'll be the one to die. Davis has completely given it his all at this point. He is very clear. As long as he couldn't kill Daimyo Bai would definitely start a fight for the throne. By then, I will definitely not be able to escape. Besides, by then, Daimyo Bai will be dead. I will be the only prince. Even if I make a huge mess, so what? Could the emperor kill me? The struggle between princes has always been like this. Why don't you just come with me and kill Daimyo Bai? Davis spoke in a somewhat crazy tone. Father! My daughter, I kneel down before you. Please, help me. Seeing this, Zhu Ziyun, who was standing by, knelt down before the Duke of Netherworld. You guys, please do as you please. The Duke of the Netherworld just waved his hand and said with some regret, I won't participate. Seeing that the Duke of the Netherworld actually refused, Davis's face twitched. He knew very well that before in Longsing City, 2 soul Douluos had failed to defeat Daimyo Bai. This time, if I don't make full preparations, the one who dies is you. Davis was once again rejected by the Duke of the Underworld. Simply stop pretending. Davis's expression became even more sinister. My dear father-in-law, let me tell you the truth. Your good son is also in my plan. He is also involved in my action. Upon hearing this, the Duke of the Netherworld became furious. Davis, what did you say? The soul power burst out from the Duke of the Netherworld, and he looked at the young man in front of him fiercely. I said. Anyway, the cards have been laid bare. To be honest, Davis has nothing to fear. Davis said directly, your son is also involved, and by now, I'm afraid, He has already killed Zhu Zuqing, right? Ha ha ha. What do you think Daimyo Bai would do if he ascended the throne and faced the revenge for his wife's murder? I guess, the entire Netherworld Duke's mansion will be destroyed by him, right? Davis, you. The Duke of the Underworld never expected this. My own son, actually, was also implicated. In their family, boys have inherited the title for generations. Girls are to marry the prince. Moreover, every woman will be taught to assist the prince well. The relationship between princes of all dynasties and their fiancés was also very good. In case, if that foolish son of mine really did this, considering Daimyo Bai's feelings for Zhu Zuqing, it's really possible. Although the Duke of the Underworld was angry inside. But after thinking about it, it seems that this is the only way at the moment. He had to make this difficult decision. Daimyo Bai and the other two were walking on the street, feeling everything about this city. It's a very familiar imperial capital. Zhu Zuqing sighed. In the past, the memories of this imperial capital left her with nothing but pain and fear. But when she looked back, she returned here, holding the hand of your loved one. But there is no longer the fear I once had in my heart. Only determination and trust. Yet, but, it seems like someone is silently welcoming us. Daimyo Bai also spoke with a smile. He could feel that someone was watching them. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, White Tiger Street. The Condor shoots out. Chapter 47, White Tiger Street. The Condor shoots out. Zuqing. Just as they reached Beihu Street, a young man with black hair called out to Zhu Zuqing. Second brother. Zhu Zuqing frowned. Recognized. This is her second brother, Zhu Ming. My second brother's attitude towards Zhu Zuqing can only be described as average. So. He did not bully Zhu Zuqing like he did Zhu Zuyun. But it's not that much better. After all, in Zhu Ming's eyes, Zhu Zuqing would not threaten his inheritance. Zhu Qing, I didn't expect that you also suddenly left the Netherworld Duke's mansion before. Zhu Ming walked towards Zhu Zuqing with a smile. By the way, Zuqing, how have you been doing recently? It's okay, not bad either. Zhu Zuqing said calmly. She didn't have much affection for her second brother. Of course, I don't object to it. At this time, Zhu Ming exchanged a few words with her. Zhu Zuqing also dealt with it. Third prince, long time no see. Zhu Ming just said a few words to Zhu Zuqing, and then looked at Daimyo Bai beside him. Yes. Don't reach out to hit the smiling person. Daimyo Bai also responded to his second brother. Third prince, would you like to visit the Netherworld Duke's mansion? It's also Zuqing's family home. Zhu Ming spoke enthusiastically and invited. Thank you for your kindness, second brother. However, I have something else to do, so I won't go. Daimyo Bai waved his hand. He returned to the imperial capital this time just to make peace with Davis. Okay, that's fine. The second brother seemed to be indifferent. However, he suddenly thought of something, his expression changed, and his voice became a little deeper. He spoke seriously, Zuqing, you guys shouldn't come back at this time, eldest sister. Having said this, Zhu Ming suddenly paused. He waved to Zhu Zuqing, motioning her to come closer. Zhu Zuqing glanced at her second brother. He looked a little hesitant. After hesitating for a while, Zhu Zuqing moved closer to her second brother. As Zhu Zuqing approached, Zhu Ming's obscured eyes also became gloomy. Zhu Qing, let me tell you. As Zhu Ming spoke, he released the Netherworld 100 Claws directly onto Zhu Zuqing's body. At this moment, the martial soul was immediately released. If I have to blame someone, it's only you. You blocked His Highness's way. He looked at Zhu Zuqing with a ferocious expression. However, Zhu Ming's attack just got close to Zhu Zuqing. He was forcibly stopped by a force. The force that stopped him was not Daimyo Bai, but Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Ming looked at the power displayed by Zhu Zuqing. A hint of horror flashed in his eyes. You. Zhu Ming felt the power in Zhu Zuqing. You are actually a soul master. Zhu Zuqing looked at the man in front of her with a very disappointed look. Second brother, I'm very disappointed in you. As expected, the imperial family is the most ruthless. Just now, she still believed in her second brother. But I didn't expect that he would actually attack me by surprise. In other words, one's own strength is no longer what it used to be. Otherwise, maybe my second brother would succeed in a sneak attack. His second brother is 5 years older than Zhu Zuqing. However, now it seems that I have grown 5 years older. His second brother is only a level 38 soul master. The soul power that erupted between the two people instantly attracted the attention of others. Dai Mubai, who was standing by, had already noticed that there was something wrong with this second brother. However, what he didn't expect was that his second brother would come to assassinate him. The movements were so slow that even Zhu Zuqing could handle it easily. You don't have to do it yourself. Looking at it this way, it's really a bit inferior. But since you want to kill Zhu Zuqing, then this second brother can't stay. And at this moment, a strong wind came. Dai Mubai just looked back. Then I saw General Divine Eagle with a crazy look in his eyes, rushing towards this side quickly. How dare you, a Divine Eagle, betray His Majesty? Su Xiong's face was filled with rage. As a general, he took action in Douluo city and openly violated the law. In his opinion, this was a betrayal of the Star Luo Emperor. Su Xiong was quick and released his martial spirit instantly. Parried the Condor's sneak attack. The battle between the two soul fighters had just begun. A violent fluctuation of soul power erupted instantly. Zhu Ming, who was stopped by Zhu Zuqing, was also furious at this time and shouted, "Kill them!" Following Zhu Ming's loud shout, countless people suddenly rushed out from the surroundings. These were all ambushes set by them. Davis is really bold. It was obvious at first glance that this ambush was definitely the work of Davis. Although he had expected this, when it actually happened, he felt even more crazy. Did not think of. Davis is now in a desperate situation. He actually chose to fight to the death with me again? Fight on the street? Killed. Ah! Someone actually committed a crime in broad daylight. Dead. Dead. After this group of ambushing soldiers rushed out, the people around were suddenly panicked. Scattered away. No one had expected that someone would dare to commit murder in public on White Tiger Street in the Douluo Empire. Hey! It's true, the world is going downhill. As soon as the battle broke out, Zhu Zuqing rushed forward as quickly as possible and took down her second brother. Netherworld 100 Claws. Just now, Zhu Ming used this trick to sneak attack Zhu Zuqing. And now, Zhu Zuqing used the same method to directly destroy her second brother's martial soul. What? He felt that his martial soul was directly destroyed by Zhu Zuqing. A shrill scream suddenly erupted from Zhu Ming's mouth. After Zhu Ming felt that he was abandoned, the first thing I felt was not anger, but a kind of despair. He saw Zhu Zuqing's angry and determined eyes. Looking at Zhu Zuqing's eyes, Zhu Ming immediately understood what she was thinking. Zuqing! Let me go! The second brother begged for mercy. He knew that Zhu Zuqing wanted to kill him. He doesn't want to die. He is the future Duke of the Underworld. He doesn't want to die. Zhu Qing, I'm your second brother. Just now, your second brother was just confused for a moment. Zuqing. Looking at Zhu Zuqing, he was actually indifferent. Zhu Ming's heart was becoming more and more panicked. I'm your biological second brother. Zuqing. Second brother. Zhu Zuqing sighed slowly. When you attacked me just now, why didn't you think about the fact that you are my biological second brother and I am your biological sister? A fierce look flashed across Zhu Zuking's eyes. The soul power directly penetrated Zhu Ming's chest. The victor takes all, the loser takes all. It's always been this way. Since you, second brother, started it first and lost, then go die. Zhu Zuking's eyes were extremely firm. She also wants Dai Mubai to see her determination. I will never give in on such a matter again. End of this chapter. Chapter 48, White Tiger Judgment Sword, Killing Soul Saints Like Butchering Dogs. Chapter 48, White Tiger Judgment Sword, Killing Soul Saints Like Butchering Dogs. Your Majesty. These people actually dared to take action in the Imperial City. The Grand Marshal sensed movement coming from White Tiger Street. Suddenly there was a burst of rage. How dare these guys commit crimes in the Imperial capital? They are provoking Your Majesty. Your Majesty, allow me to quell this. Not urgent. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xingluo just waved his hand. He spoke calmly, right now, the city guards haven't taken action yet. Don't worry. Those damn city guards must have been bribed. The Grand Marshal became even more furious after hearing what Emperor Xingluo said. Have these guys forgotten that their loyalty is only to the Star Luo Empire? How dare you assassinate me in the street? The Divine Eagle deserves to die. As a titled general of the Xingluo Empire, he actually dared to attack the prince. He's rebelling against him. He now looked eagerly towards White Tiger Street, where soul power explosions continued to occur. Darkwalker's Claw. Dai Mubai killed several soul emperors in succession. With the blessing of the 40,000-year-old Darkwalker's Claw, Dai Mubai's damage is simply explosive. He can easily deal with the soul emperors in front of him. A blue magic ball explodes. He didn't have time to check. This scene shocked everyone around. He killed so many soul emperors in one go. Are you a human? Even an ordinary soul sage would want to kill so many soul emperors. It still takes some effort. But Dai Mubai can actually do it. Moreover, no one could even see Dai Mubai's speed. It's just too fast. In the blink of an eye, a soul emperor fell to the ground. For a moment, the assassins were a little afraid. The soul emperor was so vulnerable in front of him. In fact, the soul emperor's cultivation level is already highly valued anywhere on the continent. Even if it is placed in the spirit hall, it can have a place. But now, Dai Mubai dealt with it like killing chickens and dogs. This made the assassins afraid to step forward. Some wanted to use Zhu Zuking to threaten Dai Mubai. Someone took action soon. He approached Zhu Zuking at the fastest speed. However, these people have not yet approached Zhu Zuking. It was directly solved by Dai Mubai. Look at the people around you. Dai Mubai set his sights on a soul sage. It's time to show your oppressiveness again. Boom. In just a moment, Dai Mubai rushed in front of a soul sage. With a move of the Dark Walker's Claw, he rushed in front of the soul sage. The soul sage hurriedly released his soul power to defend himself. The moment the two collided, the powerful force almost shattered the soul saint's protective soul power. Oh, you really overestimate your own abilities. The soul sage couldn't help but sneer. This sneak attack was used on the soul emperor. Then maybe it will be of some use. However, if it is used on a soul saint, they don't need to hide, they can defend themselves just by standing still. However, the next moment, thorn. A sword cut through flesh. The soul saint's body was instantly cut in half by Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai appeared behind him, holding the White Tiger Judgment Sword. An 8th level soul guide can kill a soul saint as easily as killing a chicken or a dog. What the hell? What the hell? This scene instantly frightened the other soul saints. He retreated in a hurry. Joke. This is fucking soul saint. This kid can actually kill a soul saint. Before, Daimyobai only went to attack and kill the Soul Emperor, and these Soul Saints were just sighing that this kid did have some skills. But now, he actually killed a Soul Saint with a direct blow. And it was just one sword. What a heaven-defying guy! This is not over yet. Soon, he shuttled through the crowd to the Middle Age, and one Soul Saint after another died under his sword. Call. Daimyobai shook it lightly. Not even a drop of blood was left on the White Tiger Judgment Sword. It's just high-intensity combat. The soul power in his body was being consumed at an extremely fast rate. After killing another Soul Saint, Daimyobai's soul power began to weaken. Don't be afraid, this guy doesn't have much soul power. He won't be able to hold on for long. A soul sage suddenly spoke. I just don't believe that his sword can kill so many of us soul saints. The words of this soul saint immediately emboldened the other soul saints who were still alive. The aura of soul power on Daimyobai's body had indeed begun to weaken. Oh! It seems that's indeed the case. I don't believe you can use the sword you just used again. The other soul saints seemed to have just woken up from a dream. They all walked forward a little. He started to mock Daimyobai. They just don't believe that Daimyobai can kill so many soul saints in a row. That's right, Daimyobai. Now that you have no soul power, I want to see where you can run. You are dead today. Ha ha ha, weren't you very impressive just now? Why are you gasping for breath even when you speak now? These soul saints began to mock Daimyobai. This soul sect could actually make them feel afraid. This is for these soul saints. It's simply an insult. These soul saints mocked Daimyobai. At the same time, he wanted to continue attacking Daimyobai. Your Highness! It can be felt that Daimyobai is now being besieged by multiple soul saints. Su Xiong was also anxious. Although he knew that his prince was very powerful. Even the power that just erupted could kill a soul saint. But he is only 15 years old. Thinking of this, Su Xiong wanted to protect Daimyobai. Boom! In just a moment, countless soul powers hit Su Xiong. Damn it! Su Xiong was directly repelled by this sudden force. Although Su Xiong quickly stabilized his body. However, General Condor was very fast. His next attack didn't last long before it landed directly on Su Xiong. At the same time, several soul saints also followed. Under the siege of a group of people, Su Xiong was unable to withstand it. He had no chance to protect Daimyobai anymore. We can only deal with the attacks of these people. Zhu Zuqing, on the other hand, stood stubbornly behind Daimyobai. She lost some confidence. There are so many soul saints and soul emperors. Daimyobai, has this reached his limit? Thinking of this, Zhu Zuqing felt a little desperate. However, she still stood beside Daimyobai. If she was going to fail, she would rather die here with Daimyobai. But, facing these ridicules, Daimyobai just sneered. He used up his soul power so quickly. Of course, it's because I will use the moonlight ritual later. Soul power can be replenished again. Isn't this equivalent to getting all this soul power for free? Daimyobai glanced around him coldly. Then, the store opened. Look at the last special staff. Moonlight ritual. Daimyobai silently spent gold coins to buy it. End of this chapter. Chapter 49 9 Yu Beihu, Killing General Shenying. Chapter 49, 9 Nether White Tiger, Killing General Divine Eagle. Boom! The moment the staff was purchased, an astonishing aura suddenly rose from Daimyobai's body. Powerful soul power surges in. Level 58. Plus a 50,000-year-old 5th soul ring. All the soul saints around were shocked. This guy just used up his soul power. At this time, it's full again? The most important thing is that behind Daimyobai, the 5th soul ring actually appeared. What kind of evil technique is this? It can actually increase his level and soul power. What's going on? He actually became a soul king? In just such a short time. Damn it! Was this guy hiding his strength just now? Damn it! He is an evil soul master. He is indeed an evil soul master. Everyone was deeply shocked by the scene they saw before their eyes. Zuking! Dai Mubai ignored these shocking voices. Instead, he glanced at Zhu Zuking beside him. Mubai. Zhu Zuking nodded. After being together with Dai Mubai for such a long time, the two of them have developed a very good understanding of each other. Now, they just glanced at each other. Zhu Zuking understood what Dai Mubai meant. The next moment, Zhu Zuking's martial spirit, the 9 ghost cats, appeared. The two people's breath rose, slowly coming together. At the same time, the bodies of the two people gradually became illusory. Roar! The next moment, a huge white tiger figure appeared on White Tiger Street. The white tiger is 10 meters tall and has purple stripes on its body. Behind him, 9 black ribbons fluttered, emitting an icy and netherworldly aura. A pair of golden pupils, with an imposing pressure like a mountain. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, 9 Nether White Tiger. Appear. The powerful force and the oppressive roar shocked everyone present. What is this? The expressions of many soul saints turned ugly. The moment the 9 Nether White Tiger appeared. Royal Palace. Emperor Xingluo raised his eyebrows. He could feel this aura even in the palace. Such a powerful force. The Xingluo Empire narrowed its eyes. It already made him feel suppressed. It's not a suppression of strength. It is also a kind of suppression that almost comes from the blood. Mubai, what kind of opportunity did you get? Why did you change so much? Emperor Xingluo was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Dai Mubai could burst out with such powerful strength. Your Majesty, do we really not need to stop it? The Grand Marshal was also anxious at this time. Dai Mubai's powerful strength seems. It is a force that can take the Star Luo Empire to a higher level. It would be such a pity if Dai Mubai died in here. No need. The Xingluo Empire just waved its hand. He looked at Beihu Street curiously. A huge white tiger emerged from the building, looking majestic. Just let me see how far you can go. Roar. Following the roar of the 9 Nether White Tiger. The powerful aura made all the soul saints feel intimidated. At the same time, the 9 Nether White Tiger moved. Such a huge thing has just started to move. There was a gust of wind. Boom! The 9 Nether White Tiger just slapped out with one palm, and instantly knocked a soul saint away. The body of this soul saint slammed heavily against the wall of White Tiger Street. The enormous force caused the soul saint's body to directly smash the wall. The soul saint himself fell directly to the ground. The gravel hit him. The situation for the soul saint was even more bleak. There were several bloodstains, which looked extremely hideous. One slap and the man was covered in blood. This soul saint stayed on the ground for a while. After that, there was no more life. He actually killed a soul saint with just one move? Damn it! Seeing one soul saint die, the other soul saints were instantly shocked. They all used their martial spirit bodies and prepared for battle. On White Tiger Street, the 6 martial spirits' true bodies confronted the 9 Nether White Tiger. The power of the 9 Nether White Tiger made these soul saints who had activated their martial spirit forms feel threatened. The next moment, the 9 Nether White Tiger moved again. A claw fell. A martial spirit's true body was instantly shattered. This soul saint also vomited blood. The 9 Nether White Tiger swung its claws down. This soul saint has already died. No, his spirit body is useless to him. He is a soul Douluo. Damn! I can't beat him. Run! A soul sage realized the seriousness of the problem. If I don't run, then I might die here. This soul saint was about to run away in a hurry. He is not a die-hard fan of Davis, he just takes the risk for the sake of profit. They originally wanted to join the future Douluo emperor, but now Davis has no hope of ascending the throne, so why should they join him? He relies on his speed advantage in the agility attack system. I have to escape from here. However, the run has just begun. He was directly pressed to the ground by the 9 nether white tiger's claw. The sharp claws of the 9 nether white tiger directly tore the body of the soul saint into pieces. What? The torn soul saint just let out a scream. The next moment, the scream stopped abruptly. Another soul saint was defeated. Juya white tiger continued to look at other targets. As the 9 nether white tiger slowly exhaled hot breath, these soul saints also began to feel afraid. They understood that there was a high probability that they could not defeat the big guy in front of them. However, no matter what these soul saints do, they will all be killed by the 9 nether white tiger. It didn't take long. The remaining 4 soul saints also died tragically under the claws of the 9 nether white tiger. Your Highness! Seeing that Dai Mubai actually dealt with so many soul saints, Su Xiong was dumbfounded. No! What the hell is this? This! Su Xiong's expression was extremely wonderful. Dai Mubai did not make any other moves. However, he controlled the 9 nether white tiger and continued to rush towards the last one, Soul Douluo, General Divine Eagle. Oh, you really are! Looking at such a huge monster, it actually rushed towards him. General Shenying was also calm and composed. He is, Contra. What is there to be afraid of when facing a soul king? Qing Ying's true form. Facing this big guy in front of him, General Divine Eagle directly released his martial spirit true form. Boom! In the state of martial soul true body, all of General Divine Eagle's attributes have been greatly improved. Behind General Shenying, the spirit ring suddenly lit up, and his body rushed forward instantly. The eagle pecks of Qing Ying's true body and the tiger claws of the 9 nether white tiger collided with each other. A huge noise erupted instantly. 2 powerful soul powers collided at this moment. The aftermath even shocked Su Xiong, who was standing by. Your Highness, is he so powerful? Su Xiong's eyes flickered, and the figure of General Condor appeared after a while of collision. He flew back in an instant. Roar! The 9 nether white tiger roared again. The pressure was on General Condor. This powerful martial soul fusion technique actually made General Shenying feel oppressed. Boom! Without waiting for General Shenying to adjust his condition, the 9 nether white tiger pounced on him again. Although General Condor reacted quickly, however, this tiger pounce directly tore the green shadow body of General Divine Eagle into pieces. The whole person was blown away like a kite. End of this chapter. Chapter 50, The Nether Duke was shocked by the strong Nether Chi. Chapter 50, The Nether Duke was shocked by the strong Nether Chi. General Divine Eagle's martial spirit and true body were directly shattered. The whole person fell to the ground. He looked extremely embarrassed. He hadn't thought about it either. Myself actually. He was beaten so badly by Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai obviously did not intend to give General Shenying any chance to breathe. He was about to take action and kill General Shenying. Since it is a battle, of course we must kill everyone. However, the 9 nether white tiger had just raised its claws. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Juya white tiger, with an imposing aura that soared to the sky. This person was none other than the late-coming Duke of the Netherworld. The Duke of the Underworld looked at the giant in front of him with an extremely shocked look. I was shocked. This. Such a powerful Netherworld power, how pure it is. Such power made the Duke of the Netherworld feel that his martial soul was being suppressed by the big guy in front of him. Father! Zhu Zuqing let out a cry of surprise. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing was extremely heartbroken. Dai Mubai, who was in the 9 Nether White Tiger with Zhu Zuqing, could also feel the pain in Zhu Zuqing's heart. Did not think of her own father would actually appear here to stop her. At the same time, the Duke of the Underworld was stunned. Zhu Zuqing's voice actually rang out from the Netherworld White Tiger in front of him. Zhu Zuqing is not dead. That is to say, this 9 Nether White Tiger, actually, is it formed by the fusion technique of Zhu Zuqing and Dai Muebai's martial souls? The Duke of Netherworld was shocked. At this moment, the Duke of the Underworld's mind changed instantly. Zhu Qing, you guys go to the palace first. The Nether Duke said firmly, if anything happens here, I will handle it. Father. Zhu Zuqing was surprised. Wasn't her father here to stop her? Dai Muebai glanced at General Shenying who was lying on the ground, and without caring about him, he ran all the way to the palace. The moonlight ritual on my body can only last for 10 minutes. If we delay, it will be dangerous if some experts show up. As for the condor, he is now seriously injured and Suxiang will catch him. If he commits such a serious crime, no one will say anything if I kill him with my own hands. At the same time, Davis was with the people from the Spirit Hall. Don't worry, with the bishop here, we'll definitely be able to kill Dai Muebai. The people from the Spirit Hall spoke to Davis with a solemn oath. Davis believes this, too. This is the bishop of the Spirit Hall. Dai Muebai, no matter how powerful he is, there is no way he can fight against the bishop of the Spirit Hall, right? The person from the Spirit Hall also sneered in his heart. If it weren't for the fear of the appearance of titled Douluo, it will attract the attention and vigilance of the Star Luo Empire. Well, they have 10,000 ways to kill Dai Muebai. Juya White Tiger rushed out of White Tiger Street. Such a huge monster ran all the way, stirring up a strong wind. Looking at this thing running wildly on the road, many ordinary passers-by hurriedly stepped aside. They looked at such a big guy in surprise. If you were hit by something like this, you would be dead instantly. Although they retreated to the side of the road. However, I still watched this thing continue running on the road. The Soul Masters had already sensed the battle that had broken out in White Tiger Street. But they didn't dare to get close. The battle in there was really too intense. Just a few strokes. It can make them feel scared. Joke. There, the battle is at least at the Soul Saint level, right? Several spirit avatars have appeared. So, they dared to watch the battle from the sidelines. At this moment, seeing such a thing rushing out from Beihu Street, everyone was a little surprised. I don't know what happened. Hey, that looks like the Netherworld White Tiger. Soon someone recognized that this thing was actually the Netherworld White Tiger. After all, the existence of the Netherworld White Tiger is almost known to everyone in the Xingluo Empire. No, someone recognized it immediately. Netherworld White Tiger? Isn't this a martial soul fusion technique? Could it be, was he just fighting? This Nether White Tiger seems to be heading towards the Imperial Palace? What is he going to do? Everyone was talking about it for a while. I don't know what this Netherworld White Tiger is going to do. And in the crowd, Li Yang, a student of Xingluo Royal Academy. Looking at the running thing on the road is the 9 Nether White Tiger. I felt even more confused. He had seen Davis release the Netherworld White Tiger. At that time, Davis used the martial soul fusion technique, and it didn't look like this at all. But, this thing, no matter how you look at it, it looks like a Netherworld White Tiger. Who is this? Soon, Juya White Tiger arrived at the gate of the palace. Soon, a guard stepped forward to stop them. However, this guard had just taken a step forward. He was stopped by his companions. What are you doing? Are you stupid? This is the Netherworld White Tiger. Your Highness, how dare you stop it? And after Dai Muebai arrived at the gate of the palace, he stopped. The soul power is exhausted. The 9th white tiger of the two people was also released. Two figures were revealed. Coincidentally, the next moment, 10 minutes passed and Dai Muabai's level returned to level 48. And the soul power in his body also recovered. Calculated this way, he not only got the soul power of an entire soul king for free, it also directly restored the soul power of a soul master for free. Earned twice. However, the moment Dai Muabai's figure appeared, but the guards were surprised. He's not the eldest prince? When he saw the netherworld white tiger just now, he thought it was the eldest prince. Why does he look like a teenager? It looks like he is no more than 16 years old. May I ask who you are? The guard couldn't help but speak. Because Dai Muabai had left Xingluo City before. Therefore, in Xingluo City, people often talk about the prince. They all refer to Davis. So, they were all surprised when they saw Dai Muabai's appearance. Could it be the third prince? One person guessed. Dai Muabai was just thinking about replying to the other party. But he felt a murderous intent coming from behind him. Dai Muabai's body suddenly tensed up. He turned around. The next moment, a loud shout rang out from inside the palace. Who dares to cause trouble in my Xingluo Empire? The next moment, the figure of the Grand Marshal of the Star Luo Empire rushed out instantly. Boom! The Grand Marshal was a man with a resolute face. He pushed hard with his feet and quickly approached the assassin. Astonishing burst of soul power. The assassin also hurriedly released his soul skills. A fireball hit the marshal. However, the Grand Marshal took the fireball head-on. A punch landed heavily on the assassin. Tisk! The assassin saw that the situation was not good. Ready to run away. End of this chapter. Chapter 51, The Powerful White Tiger Battle Formation, The Assassination Ends. Chapter 51, The Powerful White Tiger Battle Formation, The Assassination Ends. Hateful. After being repelled by the Grand Marshal's attack, the assassin immediately realized that the opponent was as powerful as him. The Grand Marshal of the Xingluo Empire, Dragon Heart Lion, is indeed powerful. As the Bishop of the Spirit Hall, his spirit power was as high as level 89, and the blow he just delivered was a sure kill. If the soul fighter is not prepared, it will be impossible to resist. If the other party could wait, it meant that he had been waiting for him to make a move. Doesn't that mean that he had already exposed? The assassin narrowed his eyes, turned and ran. Stop! As a sound wave came, the white tiger core that had been lying in ambush nearby appeared instantly. The white tiger battle formation was formed. A group of soul kings and soul emperors acted as the vanguard, charging towards the assassin in front of them. There really is an ambush, but it's just a bunch of idiots. It won't be that easy to keep me here. The assassin's reaction was quick. After discovering that the white tiger army was charging towards him, he immediately released his soul skills. Red Python Poison Formation. Only at the feet of the white tiger core, a poisonous array suddenly appeared. The blood-red soul power corroded the soul power of these white tiger core members. And behind him, 8 soul rings appeared one after another. The power displayed by such a strong man shocked Dai Muabai. Is this the strength of Contra level? How come he looks so much stronger than Suxiang and Shen Ying? He's probably almost catching up with the titled Douluo. No. Titled Douluo will not be that weak, even though he is a fantasy floor tile, he is not that weak. This should be the power of a peak soul Douluo. It is also the strongest combat force under the title. Whoosh! Behind the assassin, the Grand Marshal also released his martial spirit. A bow. With the sparrow feather bow in the hands of the Grand Marshal, an arrow instantly shot out from the air. Red Python protects the body. A strong person at the level of Contra always has a keen sense of danger. The current scene also made the assassin's heart alarm ring. After blocking the charge of the White Tiger Core, this soul Douluo level assassin immediately turned around. The third soul skill behind him lit up. A blood-red soul power barrier also appeared around him. However, under the arrow of the Grand Marshal, the assassin's shield was shattered at the moment of contact. However, the Grand Marshal's own arrows also disappeared at this time. The strength of both sides is obviously somewhat comparable. Light feather broken. Facing such a powerful opponent, the Grand Marshal also had to be extremely alert. The arrow was drawn again. A lightsaber shot out. At this moment, the Grand Marshal drew his bow and drew his arrow. At this moment, powerful soul power gathered madly on the arrow. The powerful light almost illuminated the entire palace. Even in the daytime, such golden light is extremely dazzling. The true form of the red python. Seeing that something was wrong, the assassin quickly released his martial spirit. At this moment, a huge red python appeared outside the palace. As the red python opened its mouth, a poisonous mist spewed out. Roar! Behind the red python soul Douluo, the White Tiger Core were not waiting on the side either. Seizing the opportunity, he hurriedly continued to release his soul skills. Waves of light, one after another, rushed towards the soul Douluo. Red python protects the body. Feeling the crisis, soul Douluo quickly released his soul skills. Fortunately, with the spirit's true form, the first 6 spirit skills do not need to be cooled down. However, as Guang Lingpo approached, a greater sense of crisis surged into the assassin's heart. But at this time, it was completely too late. Boom! This huge arrow instantly penetrated the assassin's shield. And the White Tiger army behind the assassin, without the shield, can even fall all the way onto the assassin's martial soul. Hiss! At this moment, countless attacks fell on this soul Douluo at the same time. The intense pain made him burst into screams, especially when the light feathers were broken. Such a powerful move landed on the red python's body. It even directly created a gap in the red python's true body. Hiss! This soul Douluo is quite helpless. In front of him was the extremely powerful Grand Marshal of the Star Luo Empire. It would be fine if he was just a Grand Marshal. However, behind him, there is a White Tiger Core. This made the soul fighter feel helpless. The red python's evil soul is destroyed. Behind the red python's true body, the 8th soul ring lit up at this moment. The red python's true form opened its mouth wider. A ball of light mixed with green and red sprayed directly towards the Grand Marshal in front of soul Douluo. Although, even with his 8th soul skill, he might not be able to kill the Grand Marshal of the Star Luo Empire. However, as long as we can push this great marshal back a little distance, then you can make your own contribution. The real body of the weapon soul. The Grand Marshal didn't waste time either. Directly released his weapon soul true body. At the same time, the 3rd soul ring, the 4th soul ring, and the 8th soul ring also lit up. It seems that the 3rd and 4th soul skills are both amplification type soul skills. At the moment of release, a huge sparrow feather bow appeared in the air, and countless energies gathered on it. Boom! There was a loud bang. Countless arrows burst out from this bow. A rain of golden arrows fell. The ball of light was hit by arrows one after another. It also began to become weaker. Kill! When Contra was fighting against the Grand Marshal, behind him, the White Tiger Core also took a step forward. A cry of killing was heard. Powerful soul skills were also used on soul Douluo one after another. If it was just the soul skill of an ordinary soul king or soul emperor, then I'm afraid it would not be able to cause even a little damage to the soul Douluo who has activated his martial soul's true body. But this is not an ordinary time. Now, the soul Douluo and the Grand Marshal's soul skills collide. Both sides put all their strength into this collision. This soul Douluo naturally has no defense behind him. Not to mention, under the White Tiger battle formation, the strength of these White Tiger Corps soldiers has been greatly improved. These soul skills hit the soul Douluo. The soul fighter instantly felt a pain in his body. Boom! Attacked from behind. The soul Douluo's spirit body was shaking a little. The strength in my body is naturally a little smaller. This time, the front could no longer withstand the Grand Marshal's soul skills. After the soul skill was shot through by the Grand Marshal's arrow. This rain of arrows also fell directly on Wu Hunsen. The soul power in the soul Douluo's body is being consumed at a rapid rate. It didn't take long before it was crushed to pieces. The spirit's true form was shattered, and soul Douluo's body quickly retreated. Behind them, the members of the White Tiger Corps immediately followed. A powerful force, a shock, instantly knocked Contra to the ground. And blood couldn't stop gushing out of soul Douluo's mouth. This. Dai Mubai was a little surprised. I didn't expect that the White Tiger Corps would be so powerful. With the cooperation of the White Tiger Corps, the Grand Marshal easily defeated a master of the same level. And this is even before the Grand Marshal joins the battle. If the power of the formation is bestowed upon the Grand Marshal, the pinnacle soul Douluo, then I'm afraid that's the combat power that can be brought into play. Even reaching the titled Douluo level. Correct. He still has the complete White Tiger battle formation in his hands. If it were taken out, I wonder how much stronger it would become? End of this chapter. Chapter 52, Emperor Xingluo holds a banquet to welcome the three princes. Chapter 52, Xingluo Emperor hosts a banquet to welcome the third prince. Dai Mubai touched his chin. It seems that the Xingluo Empire is much stronger than the Tiandu Empire in terms of combat power. Dragonheart Lion took a few steps forward. At the same time, he also pulled the bow in his hand, wanting to end the life of this soul Douluo. Wait a minute. Dai Mubai hurriedly took 2 steps forward. Are you kidding? This is a contra. The previous lord of Longsing City was extremely satisfied with the rewards he received. The reward for this peak soul Douluo must be higher. I definitely can't miss it. Generalissimo. Let me kill him with my own hands. Dai Mubai's words made Long Xinchi stunned. However, Long Xinchi still took a step back. Although, Long Xinchi didn't know what kind of medicine this prince had in his stomach. However, these small requests don't really matter. Dragonheart Lion draws his bow towards that contra. Just in case Dai Mubai fails to kill soul Douluo. Contra killed Dai Mubai with a counterattack. Darkwalker's Claw. Dai Mubai did not hide his shortcomings. At this time, if you don't use the claw of the Dark Walker, if you go up and fight in close combat, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. What if the soul fighter resists? If you die, there will be no fun. Therefore, Dai Mubai chose to use a skill directly to instantly kill the soul Douluo in front of him. Soon, a golden magic ball exploded. Dai Mubai felt it was a bit of a pity. This contra seems to be a peak contra. Must be level 89. It turned out to be just a golden magic ball. It seems that if you want the colorful magic ball, you have to kill those titled Douluo. There is a huge gap between color and gold. Even titled Douluo may not be able to explode colored magic balls. Requires Super Douluo. Only then can colorful magic balls explode. And what exploded from this golden ball? It is a 70,000 year soul ring. A soul bone selection box. There is another one, which is Keikaik's soul enlightenment. It seems that this is the thing of contra. However, Dai Mubai didn't have time to take a closer look. He was called away by the Grand Marshal. Your Highness, you are indeed a young and promising man. Come with me to His Majesty. The Grand Marshal looked at the soul Douluo and found that he had been killed. He took Dai Mubai and walked towards the palace. Soon, Dai Mubai walked into the palace. The figure of a middle-aged man slowly appeared in front of Dai Mubai. This is a very majestic figure. The moment I saw this man, a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling suddenly came to my mind. Father. The Prince of the Xingluo Empire, Dai Mubai, requests to start the battle for the throne. Dai Mubai said with a blazing gaze. He did not say anything about Davis breaking the law. He found someone on the street to assassinate him, and even instigated the Duke of the Underworld's son to assassinate him. But it was just a slight punishment. According to ancestral teachings, Davis is still qualified to compete for the throne. It would be better to just duel directly. Mubai. Looking at the boy in front of him, Emperor Xingluo was filled with amazement. He didn't expect that only 3 short years had passed. Dai Mubai seemed to have changed completely. The temperament on his body seemed to have been reborn. If his appearance hadn't changed, he would have thought he was a different person. It is good. Emperor Xingluo nodded and said, "You've been away for 3 years, and the Queen has missed you too. Please stay for dinner tonight." The reason for having dinner is, of course, to cultivate relationships. Now the situation has been determined, Dai Mubai is the candidate for the crown prince, and there can be no other changes. I had previously thought that Davis had a greater chance of winning, so I didn't pay him too much attention. Now, of course, I have to make it up to him. As for fatherly love, he never thought about compensating for this, and he knew that he had never given it to Dai Mubai. As the Douluo Emperor, he was also lonely when he was young. Why should he give others something that he doesn't have? Father. Emperor Xingluo recalled his father, that vague figure, cold and aloof. I can't remember clearly. They haven't seen each other for 10 years. The other party has been in seclusion deep in the palace, and no one knows whether he is dead or alive. His Majesty was going to host a banquet to welcome the third prince. Upon hearing the news, everyone in the palace immediately began to bustle about preparing for the banquet. The city gate. What? Actually, failed. The moment Davis heard the news, suddenly I felt a little distraught. He knew very well what this failure meant. Mean. If you lose, you will be imprisoned for life. He could no longer stop Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai. We have arrived at the palace. No one could continue to assassinate Dai Mubai under the nose of Emperor Xingluo. Battle for the throne. I'm afraid it's about to begin. What? How could it possibly fail? The Spirit Hall deacon's face changed drastically, and he was extremely shocked at this time. The bishop is the top soul Douluo who is best at assassination. This is how to do. The deacon of the Spirit Hall's eyes kept changing. Unexpectedly, they have already sent out Contra. Surprisingly, will I still lose? No, Xingluo City must be very dangerous now. I have to run away. The Spirit Hall's deacon proposed a final solution, running away. Run to the Spirit Hall. Even if the Douluo Emperor has extraordinary abilities, there is no way to deal with Davis. Moreover, even if Davis is no longer the prince of the Douluo Empire, my own talent is actually pretty good. A contra bishop died. Take this guy back. It can also make up for some of the losses. Run. Deacon said to Davis. Anyway, we have reached the city gate, and all we need to do to escape is to cross the city gate. Where? Nonsense, of course I'm going. When the deacon of the Spirit Hall heard this question, he subconsciously wanted to answer. But soon, he realized. This is not what Davis said. He looked at the guys in front of him with an extremely ugly look. A group of well-trained soul masters in white armor were looking at him murderously. White Tiger Corps. These guys. How did he know he was here and that he was being followed? His Majesty has decreed that the battle for the throne will begin in 3 days. Please, eldest prince, return to participate. The leader's face was cold as he began to convey orders, and 8 spirit rings rose under his feet. It's over. The deacon collapsed on the ground in fear and couldn't escape. Night. Inside the palace. Xingluo Emperor, the Queen, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing were having dinner. The queen looked at the girl in front of her with a smile and said, "Zhu Qing, you are really sensible and decent." Being praised by the queen, I suddenly felt shy. For a moment, I felt a little reserved. Although, he and the queen are blood relatives. Logically speaking, the queen and Zhu Zuqing should be a family. However, at this moment, the queen gave Zhu Zuqing more of a mother-in-law feeling. This made Zhu Zuqing even more shy and reserved. "By the way, Mu Bai, what is your current soul power level?" Emperor Xingluo asked. Since Dai Mu Bai dared to come back and participate in the battle for the throne, he must be confident. But the strength that erupted today was obviously not the real strength. He wanted to know what level the other party was at. Level 48. Dai Mu Bai did not hide it from his father. He spoke very straightforwardly. "What?" After hearing Dai Mu Bai's words, even the Xingluo emperor was very cultured. I also know that Dai Mu Bai's cultivation must be very strong. Although he was mentally prepared, his hands still couldn't help but tremble. Even the queen was stunned and couldn't believe it. This level 48. It's not far from becoming the Soul King. Maybe to some people, level 48 to 50 is a long way. But Dai Mu Bai is only 15 years old now. For him, it won't take long to go from 48 to 58. Doesn't that mean that one can become a Soul King before turning 16? What monster! 3 years ago, when the other party left the imperial capital, he was only level 25. Leveled up to 23 in 3 years? Horror! Emperor Xingluo sighed inwardly. End of this chapter. Chapter 53, Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Soul Bone, Breakthrough Soul King. Chapter 53, Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Soul Bone, Breakthrough Soul King. This Mu Bai, your cultivation is too strong, isn't it? The queen was very surprised. Well, my martial soul has evolved, and so has Zuqing. Dai Mu Bai spoke up. Although his martial soul has not evolved. But if he said it was evolution, I guess many people would believe it, otherwise it would be difficult to explain such a fast upgrade speed. Zhu Zuqing has really evolved. Now, Zhu Qing has also become a soul master. What? You guys are really lucky. Both the Xingluo emperor and the queen were amazed. Emperor Xingluo was better off. He didn't show any shock on his face and remained calm. The queen's expression was one of shock and envy. She also wants to evolve. Well done. Better than me. I've been practicing for my entire life, 52 years, and I'm only a level 83 soul Douluo. Emperor Xingluo couldn't help but sigh. He is 52 years old and a level 83 Contra. It's already the peak for many people. When he was young, he was also hailed as a genius. The system of the Xingluo Empire meant that the emperor could only rise to power by stepping on the corpses of others. And the Xingluo emperor was also a genius that countless people envied and admired in the past. But at this moment, the Xingluo Empire looked at Dai Mu Bai with an expression as if a frog in a well saw the blue sky. Yet, I'm only level 78. The queen couldn't help but speak. According to the rules of the Xingluo Empire, the queen's strength cannot be very weak. This speed is not slow anymore. Dai Mu Bai said. This speed is indeed not slow. Xingluo Emperor is only level 83 now. But, after all, he is only in his 50s. If you work hard, even without the help of magic grass, you can also push upwards. At least he is a top soul Douluo. The royal family of the Xingluo Empire all possess the skill of soul fusion. When two people fuse, they can unleash combat power that is no less than that of a titled Douluo. The couple, Dragon Man and Snake Woman. A Contra. A Soul Emperor. A mere ordinary martial soul can also have the combat power of a titled Douluo after the fusion of martial souls. Needless to say, the combat power after the fusion of Star Luo Emperor and Queen. at least equivalent to a titled Douluo of level 92 or 93. If the soul power of both sides reaches level 89, maybe I can face Super Douluo head-on. After all, these two people both have top-grade martial spirits. Not to mention, Daimyo still remembers that he had met his grandfather when he was a child. But I don't know if he is still alive now. His father is now in his 50s, and his grandfather is probably around years old. Probably, he's not dead yet, right? No wonder the Spirit Hall later attacked the two empires. Everyone ran over to help the Tiandu Empire. And their Xingluo Empire bears the pressure of the Spirit Hall alone. Unexpectedly, it was actually blocked. They held on until the end, and the protagonists won. Night. After dinner, Daimyo began to check the spirit ring he had just obtained today. It is a soul ring with a soul skill called Black Sky. It can create darkness during the day, deprive people of their five senses, turn itself into an illusory state, and become immune to physical attacks. The effect is good, but it's a pity that it's not his artifact spirit ring. The soul skills provided by ordinary soul rings have an upper limit. If the enemy's soul power is too high, the effect may be weakened accordingly. Even ineffective. Unlike his artifact spirit rings, all of them are based on laws. Despite this spirit ring is already considered a top-grade spirit ring. If I absorb it myself, it would be a bit of a loss. Deprive the five senses and become immune to attacks. The Black Sky spirit ring was really suitable for Zhu Zuqing. Therefore, Daimyo planned to leave this spirit ring for Zhu Zuqing to use when the time came. Next is the soul bone selection box. Let me see what good stuff you have. Give me a better soul bone. Daimyo wiped his hands expectantly and opened the self-selection box. 4 soul bones. An 80,000-year-old swan trunk bone. Carry a healing soul skill. A 60,000-year-old white tiger's right arm bone. Inside is a soul skill that can transform into a white tiger. The right leg bone of a 40,000-year-old mirror beast. The soul skill he carries is a soul skill that can shift in space. You can get out of the mirror and move dozens of miles. The right arm bone of the 40,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger. Soul skills are an arena of life and death. Can pull the enemy directly into another space. The status of both parties has returned directly to their childhood. Is it actually the dark demon evil god tiger? Daimyo was a little surprised. He knew about the soul skill of life and death arena, which was very powerful. The dark demon evil god tiger used this soul skill against Tang San, but was luckily broken by Tang San. The arena of life and death can cast a protective shield on yourself. The protective shield will prevent you from becoming a child and allow you to unleash your full current strength. The enemy is only in its infancy. In this way, bully the enemy. However, at that time it was the dark demon evil god tiger, and the protective shield was broken by Tang San. That made him become a child. If it weren't for the dark demon evil god tiger being a bit reckless. At that time, if we attacked directly, Tang San had died a long time ago. Moreover, this dark demon evil god tiger has a tiger body and a scorpion tail. It's somewhat similar to my current situation. This soul bone is pretty good. Daimyo still chose this soul bone. The others don't seem very reliable. Swan soul bone, there is no compatibility. White tiger soul bone, now I have the 9 nether white tiger. And the mirror, looks good. However, it doesn't feel as lethal as this one. Daimyo absorbed this soul bone. During the absorption process, the feeling this soul bone brings to Daimyo. Yes, it is indeed suitable. And many more. What kind of power is this? Daimyo suddenly felt that when he was absorbing the soul bone, a strange power was surging in Daimyo body. Then, they will slowly come together, approaching Daimyo martial soul. This is because it is a soul bone exploded by the system. Therefore, the absorption of this soul bone was extremely smooth. Soon, this soul bone was completely absorbed by Dai Mubai. At this moment, Dai Mubai understood what kind of power this soul bone had produced at that time. It turned out to be the realm of extreme evil. This extremely evil realm originated from the ancient evil gods. It can release extremely evil energy. The birth of the dark demon evil god tiger is actually the result of the white tiger absorbing the power of the ancient evil god. That's why it became like this. The most evil energy can corrode everything and devour all light. Not only light, this power can even erode darkness. After absorbing this soul bone, Dai Mubai's soul power also increased by 2 levels. Directly reached level 50. At the same time, Dai Mubai's upgrade was also triggered. Keep improving. Level 51. Because there is no soul ring, it remains at level 50. Only 1 soul ring away from becoming a soul king. End of this chapter. Chapter 54, Sorting out the spoils and making breakthroughs. Chapter 54, Sorting out the spoils and making breakthroughs. Previously on Behu Street. A lot of things exploded when he killed people. Because of high-intensity combat, Dai Mubai never had time to take a look. Now let's sort out the things. In addition to many spirit rings and spirit bones, there are also 2 spirit guides and a medicinal material. And 13 gold coins. This is a rare item, and he can never have too many gold coins. 2 soul guides, one is a level 6 storage soul guide. The other one is a level 7 flying soul guide. Although it is not a combat type soul guide. But still, it's pretty good. As for that medicinal herb, it is also a very precious one. 50,000-year-old dragon crystal grass. It can allow the dragon spirit to evolve, or allow other spirits to gain an additional dragon attribute. In terms of value, it can be considered half a magical herb. Although there is dragon crystal grass, it is not very suitable for Dai Mubai. He wasn't going to take it. The jelly herbs will conflict with each other. When he gets the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, there are plenty of magical herbs for him to choose from. Now, absorb the soul ring. Dai Mubai simply absorbed a 20,000-year-old soul ring. Anyway, there are so many spirit rings now. I don't need to waste time on hunting souls anymore. For Dai Mubai, choosing soul skills is meaningless. After all, he has the Hextech of the Living Forge. After absorbing the 20,000-year soul ring, it began to transform instantly. Transformed into a 40,000-year soul ring. The soul skill also changed and became the light shield badge. Can create a light shield to block opponents' attacks. At the same time, it can release a 50% effect light shield to teammates. It turned out to be this. Dai Mubai was a little disappointed. This is a defensive soul skill, but his life-saving skills are enough and he doesn't need defense. That auxiliary function is somewhat useful. Whatever. The first 4 soul skills are so good that they are enough for him to use. The huge soul power contained in the 40,000-year soul ring was integrated into Dai Mubai's body and roughly turned into 2 levels of soul power. Dai Mubai's soul power broke through again. From level 51 to level 53. And Dai Mubai also became a soul king. Because there are 2 levels. So the upgrade was triggered again, and I reached level 54. This is not over yet. Looking at his remaining spirit rings, Dai Mubai simply replaced them all. The first soul ring was replaced with one that lasted for 20,000 years. The second soul ring was replaced with 20,000 years. The third soul ring, 40,000 years. The fourth soul ring, 20,000 years. Fifth soul ring, 40,000 years. This soul ring combination is already better than many soul fighters. A normal soul Douluo only has 4 10,000-year soul rings, but he has 5. After replacing the first 4 soul rings, Daimyobai soul power also continued to increase. Directly upgraded to level 56. Because I was promoted 2 levels. So, the upgrade was triggered again. Back to level 57. In one day, 3 upgrades are triggered. His cultivation level soared by 9 levels. Cool. Daimyobai couldn't help but stand up. He stretched his body lazily. Feel the power within your body. A feeling of comfort. Moreover, after absorbing and replacing the soul ring, Daimyobai's soul skills also underwent some changes. The first soul skill, the power of 3 phases. The changes are huge. Now, it has become a 280% increase in attributes. This is equivalent to being able to burst out nearly 4 times the combat power. This number is already terrifying. The Misty Windbreaker also has a new effect. That is, it can be released automatically when it receives fatal damage. This is equivalent to having another famous swordsman Siming. This works very well. Sometimes, you may encounter a powerful opponent, or some sneak attacks, and you will be killed instantly before you even have time to release your soul skills. At this time, the automatically released soul skills can save lives. The Zhonggaya paradox, however, has not changed much. One more daily use opportunity. However, it is also a qualitative leap. You can put it aside when you have nothing to do, and there is no need to worry. When your life is in danger, it will be too late to use it. This time, it was a great harvest for Daimyobai. The store's gold coins have also accumulated to 22. I don't know what good things I can get with 22 gold coins. Anyway, Daimyobai felt that even the moonlight ritual only cost 2 gold coins. 22 gold coins. If you buy a staff, you might be able to upgrade him to the level of titled Douluo. If he really did find this kind of staff, he would definitely lock up the shop. Titled Douluo combat power. Killing a few people at random would make him a lot of money. What a great harvest, this wave. Daimyobai clenched his fists excitedly. He should be even stronger now than when he used the moonlight ritual at level 48. For Daimyobai, the competition 3 days later is just a formality. Davis, there is no way he can defeat himself. This night, many people did not fall asleep. Many people felt the commotion coming from Beihu Street. Such a shocking atmosphere. Also, there were noises coming from the palace. I heard that the Grand Marshal took action personally. This incident is also related to the prince. This made those people unable to sleep at all. They began to ask frantically what had happened. And when the news reached their ears, everyone was shocked. The third Prince Daimyobai returns with strength. The eldest Prince Davis actually ambushed the third Prince Daimyobai on White Tiger Street. The most surprising thing is that it is said that General Condor has joined this battle. However, he still failed to defeat Daimyobai. Politically sensitive people are already sweating profusely. The Xingluo Empire is about to change. Countless dignitaries hurriedly prepared gifts and prepared to pay a proper visit to the third prince. At this time, the royal prison. General Snowlance, the soldier in charge of guarding the prison, saw the appearance of the visitor and hurriedly saluted. "Well, take me to see the condor." Swekyong spoke lightly. "Yes." Led by the soldiers, Swekyong came to a cell. "General Snowlance." The soldier handed the key to Snow Gun. Shueqiang just waved his hand and looked at General Shenying in front of him with a look of regret. He and Shenying are both among the 8 titled generals of the Xingluo Empire. In the Xingluo Empire, his status is already very high. But, unexpectedly, the condor actually. "Divine Eagle, it's a shame that you ended up like this. Do you regret it?" General Swekyong asked with a hint of regret. "Haha. Regret? There was no change in General Shenying's size. I only blame Davis for using me to make enemies with Daimyobai. Otherwise, I would still be alive and well now." General Shenying's words indeed showed no remorse at all. What he did have was just resentment towards Davis. In fact, if it weren't for the feud between General Shenying and Dai Mubai, he didn't need to take any risks. But, since there has been a first time, the assassination on White Tiger Street must also be carried out. Otherwise, you won't have any good ending. Therefore, General Shenying did not regret his actions. In 3 days, the battle for the throne will begin. General Snowspear continued, the first Prince Davis is about to duel with the third Prince Dai Mubai. Ha 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 ha. Davis is dead. Upon hearing this, the condor couldn't help but sneer. However, the cold sound soon began to grow louder. In the end, it turned into a hearty laugh. He understood that Davis was afraid that Dai Mubai would start a battle for the throne. Now, Davis, you're dead. Third Prince, are you really that powerful? Looking at Shenying's sure look, General Swekyong felt somewhat puzzled. Humph, man, why should I tell you? General Condor sneered. Dai Mubai's martial soul fusion technique can seriously injure even a soul Douluo like himself. Not to mention Davis. It would be best if this snow spear Douluo didn't take Dai Mubai seriously and ended up with the same fate as him. Elder brother. At this time, Su Yu also followed Su Xiong back home. The battle on White Tiger Street. Let Su Xiong be injured. Facing the final counterattack of Soul Fighter General Shenying, he has to pay a price. Su Yu gently undressed Su Xiong. Sure enough, underneath the already red battle suit, there was blood and flesh all over the place. Looking at such tragic injuries, Su Yu also began to treat Su Xiong. Although Su Yu was a little worried about her brother, she suppressed her excitement in her heart and was not very sad. She treated her brother. On the other hand, in my heart, there was a burst of joy. Because everything is almost over. After all the hardship comes happiness. All their efforts are now bearing fruit. The third prince is about to win. Su Yu's eyes were also full of anticipation. That is, the anticipation for tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 55 Hex, Open. Chapter 55 Hex, Open. Dai Mubai becomes the Soul King. A new round of Hextech is available to choose from. Ding! Your Hextech is now enabled. Please select one of the 3 Hextechs below. Dai Mubai checked and found out. This time there are 3 gold hexes, not as good as the colored ones, but not the worst silver ones either. The level is acceptable, it depends on the effect. First, Treasure House. The effect is to obtain a golden magic ball and a grey magic ball. The second, Money Above All. The effect is that the rewards dropped by wild monsters are increased by 100%, but only gold coins are dropped. The third, Cloning Facility. The effect is that you can create an avatar that is exactly the same as the entity and its status is refreshed once a day. After reading the 3 Hextech books, Dai Mubai felt that not much was useful. First of all, only the golden light ball is useful, there is no need to mention the grey light ball. If you are lucky, you can get soul rings, soul bones that are more than 50,000 years old, and other things. But compared with Golden Hex, it is still far behind. Dai Mubai gave up decisively. The second is Money First. This is very tempting, a 100% increase in rewards. The reason why his soul power is so high now is mostly due to the rewards that exploded. But it only drops gold coins, which means he is at the mercy of the store. Usually, whatever monster he kills, there is a high probability that he will get a reward. For example, killing the general of the White Tiger Corps will reveal the White Tiger battle formation. The killer of Soul Douluo can also reveal the opponent's soul insights. It is difficult to buy these in stores, and even if they are available, I don't know when they will be available. Just like a complete collection of magical herbs. He waited for a month before he got it. Although the rewards have been greatly increased, the limitations are too great. The third cloning facility interested him very much. Creating an avatar is like having an extra hand to do other things, and you can also experience the feeling of multitasking. Moreover, the clone's status is refreshed every day. Even if it dies, it can be resurrected the next day without having to worry about being killed. It is very reliable for sneaking into danger. Of course, there are also disadvantages. If his original body is injured and still not healed the next day, then his clone will also be injured when its status is refreshed. If he falls into a coma, his clone will also fall into a coma the next day. In short, the clone is completely identical to the original, a perfect replica. Happen. Dai Mubai was just thinking of something for his clone to do. The city of killing. Once you go in there, it will be impossible to get out in a short time. He had thought about whether to go there before. If I go, I will waste a lot of time, at least 2 years. Since he already had the realm of supreme evil, he no longer wanted to go through the trouble of obtaining the realm of the god of death. But if there is a clone, you can let it go. Thinking of this, Dai Mubai made a decision in his heart. Choose a cloning facility. Dai Mubai made a choice. Soon, a hexagonal star formation appeared in front of him, and a Dai Mubai with the same appearance emerged from it. Under his feet, 5 black soul rings rose up and the white tiger martial soul was released. Exactly the same. Is this the clone's perspective? Dai Mubai looked at himself through his clone's body, and he could even see the surprised expression on his face. 2 bodies, but 1 consciousness. But it does not cause any mental burden, as if it were 2 independent consciousnesses. This isn't multitasking, this is cloning. Dai Mubai was extremely satisfied. However, he soon noticed that the clone was also wearing a soul guide ring. He checked the ring and found that it was a usable space ring with real space inside. Is it possible to copy objects? Dai Mubai became even more excited. This clone was far beyond his imagination. However, the truth was quite different from what he thought. Although replicas can copy equipment, they will be refreshed every day, and the equipment from the previous day will disappear. Furthermore, replicas cannot carry active substances like herbs, only inert objects like equipment. After learning the truth, Dai Mubai felt a little regretful. He really thought about it. If I carry the magic grass with me, wouldn't I be able to copy the magic grass every day? It seems that he was just daydreaming. But being able to copy weapons is good too. At least the clone also has the White Tiger Judgment Sword to use, and its combat effectiveness increases dramatically. It's also safer in the Slaughter City. No one said that weapons can't be used in the Slaughter City, right? Soul guides are also weapons. Dai Mubai withdrew his clone with satisfaction. The clone can be cancelled. He doesn't need a clone to appear now, he can summon it when needed. In the end, he only had one thing left to open. The soul enlightenment of that Contra assassin. Come on! After Dai Mubai absorbed Keikai's soul perception, scenes suddenly appeared in his mind. From the time Keikai was born to the time he joined the Spirit Hall, all the experience he had gained in cultivating soul power, as well as decades of training in assassination techniques, including the series of conspiracies that the Spirit Hall had against him, all appeared in his mind. The art of assassination was also fully mastered. A cold aura continued to emanate from Dai Mubai's surroundings, and the room became increasingly colder. It turned out that the other party was from the Spirit Hall. Humph! Dai Mubai snorted coldly. He should have thought of it earlier. Only the Spirit Hall would interfere with the throne of the Douluo Empire. However, the other party did not expect that not only did Keikik not kill him, but also brought him such great benefits. After absorbing the other party's soul, his soul power more than doubled, and it felt like he was about to reach the level of titled Douluo. Soul power is the most difficult to improve. If Dai Mubai could control his soul power and release it, he would not be able to take advantage of the power of others and pretend to be a titled Douluo. Even now, he can scare Contra. What a bountiful harvest! At this point, Daimyo Bai still wanted to sigh that he had gained a lot tonight. In the prison, there is a divine eagle Douluo waiting for him. Besides, all the people from the eldest prince's family were thrown into prison and given to Xingluo Emperor as gifts. The Xingluo Emperor has a good plan. Use Davis's people to please him. Daimyo Bai had already seen through the other party's ruthlessness. Even though Star Luo Emperor helped him eliminate Davis, he did not accept the favor. Even when he and Davis were growing up, there might have been some instigation from the Star Luo Emperor. This led to them turning against each other. Is this the tradition of the Star Luo Empire? It's so cold-blooded and ruthless. Daimyo Bai thought to himself. If that were true, he would hate Xingluo Emperor even more. No wonder his childhood memories showed that his father and grandfather had a bad relationship. Maybe his father also saw through this. Perhaps Grandpa told him everything when he ascended the throne. For the good of the Star Luo Empire. Even if Emperor Xingluo was angry, he would probably hold his nose and bear it, and continue to use this method to select his successor. What a sick royal family! He had always been puzzled. In his previous life, the emperor had so many concubines, and the children born to different mothers had a good relationship. But Emperor Xingluo only has one queen. Without so many foreign relatives, each generation of princes would fight to the death. Even if he is 8 years younger, he must be killed. It's really unreasonable. Daimyo Bai did not flee Xingluo city voluntarily. He ran because he felt his life was in danger. Even Zhu Zuqing was chased all the way to Shrek. This is strange. What kind of killer can't even kill a great soul master? This is to drive her to Soto City. If the guess is true, the Star Luo Emperor is the mastermind behind all this. Daimyo Bai is different from Xingluo Emperor. He won't tolerate it. It seems I have to ask my good father. Daimyo Bai's eyes flickered slightly. He doesn't want to be someone else's pawn. 3 days later, the news of the start of the battle for the throne has spread like wildfire in Xingluo city. Almost everyone in the imperial capital knows that today is the day when the battle for the throne begins. Hey, have you heard? Today is the day of the battle for the throne. I didn't expect the battle for the throne to start so quickly. 30 years have already passed without me noticing. The octogenarian leaned back in his chair, lamenting the passing of time. The younger generation, on the other hand, is grateful that they have caught up with such a major event. People were excited and talking about it. I heard that the third prince has returned and is about to start a battle for the throne. What? Isn't the third prince only 15? This makes him 8 years younger than the first prince. Coming back at this time, isn't it? What do you know? He's the third prince now, but he's amazing. He'll definitely win. The third prince is not a fool. If he doesn't win the chance, how could he come back? Many people rushed into the duel arena while talking. End of this chapter. Chapter 56, Xingluo Prince, Daimyo Bai. Chapter 56, Xingluo Prince, Daimyo Bai. Davis' 5 teammates from the Xingluo Academy team also came. Li Yang and his team walked into the duel arena. I couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect Davis to end up like this. They all knew that Davis was doomed to fail. The aura that appeared on White Tiger Street that day shocked all of them. The third prince Daimyo Bai was able to survive such a storm safely. He is definitely not an ordinary person. It's no longer someone Davis can defeat. As Davis' former teammates, these members of the Star Luo team couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect it to happen so soon, Davis. But, Li Yang, are Daimyo Bai really that powerful? Davis, do you have no chance at all? I saw this with my own eyes, how could it be fake? I saw it with my own eyes, Daimyo Bai's netherworld white tiger was really huge. Li Yang rolled his eyes at him and said. He had seen with his own eyes the huge netherworld white tiger on White Tiger Street. Almost scared him to death. It doesn't matter if I lose. I don't have a good impression of Davis anyway. Davis is not a man who respects others, so naturally people don't have a good relationship with him. On the high platform, Emperor Xingluo stood in the middle. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing stood beside the Xingluo Emperor. The Queen looked at them tenderly. Zhu Qing, wait, it's time for you to go on stage. The Queen gently took Zhu Zuqing's hand and said, don't be nervous. Emperor Xingluo would also glance at Dai Mubai from time to time. In his opinion, the outcome of this duel was actually already a foregone conclusion. Davis, it's impossible to win. It's all just a formality. Davis, who was standing aside, looked at Dai Mubai with resentment. All of these. It should have belonged to him. Once upon a time, the person that my father valued most was obviously me, Davis. Not you, Dai Mubai. However, Dai Mubai didn't even look at Davis. Davis is dead anyway. Time passed quickly. The duel begins. Emperor Xingluo just glanced at the two of them. Now, both of them have walked to the duel arena. As soon as he finished speaking, Davis took the first shot. Zuyun takes action. Even though he was certain to lose, Davis' eyes were still filled with hatred for Dai Mubai. It's all because of Dai Mubai. If it weren't for him. If he would just die. Then, nothing will be like this. Roar. Davis and Zhu Zuyun's spirit fusion technique, the netherworld white tiger appears. The moment it appeared, astonishing momentum was released. Dai Mubai. Why can't you just die? Davis rushed towards Dai Mubai in front of him with a look of extreme hatred. The next moment, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing also instantly released their martial soul fusion skills. Roar! The nine nether white tiger just roared. The huge sound echoed throughout the entire duel arena. What a powerful momentum! Many people were surprised by this momentum. I couldn't help but open my eyes wide. And, soon, they found out. The martial soul fusion skills of the two are different. Dai Mubai's white tiger is obviously bigger and cooler. On the body of the nine nether white tiger, the black lines look like magical carvings. The same light is floating. Moreover, the size of the nine nether white tiger is also larger. It's 20 meters high. The body length is as long as 50 meters. The netherworld white tiger on the opposite side could only reach the nine netherworld white tiger's knees. In front of the Juya white tiger, he was like a little kitten. Roar! The nine nether white tiger's roar made the nether white tiger's body retreat a little. Netherworld light wave. The netherworld white tiger opened its mouth. Davis knew he would not win today, but he didn't want to lose so badly. Even if I lose, I have to let Dai Mubai see my strength. Boom! Facing Davis's nether light wave, Dai Mubai didn't even use his soul skills, but simply stretched out the claws of the nine nether white tiger. Just a gentle tap. Davis's light waves disappeared in an instant. The nine nether white tiger can even eliminate the nether white tiger's ultimate move with just a normal attack. After dispersing the netherworld light wave, the nine nether white tiger did not stop at all. Instead, he continued to raise his paw. Shoot down! A gust of wind blew over. The powerful force immediately made Davis feel a sense of pressure. This level of power. At least, it is equivalent to a peak soul saint, right? Davis' eyes widened. He want to kill myself. Dai Mubai wants to kill himself. However, when I think about myself, if I lose, even if I am still alive, I will face life imprisonment. Davis felt. Death, it seems, is not so bad. In the original novel, Dai Mubai also appointed Davis as the general. However, Dai Mubai now is not so kind. To cut the grass, you have to remove the roots. He had to kill Davis. The fact that the other party had always had the intention to kill was enough for Dai Mubai to kill him. No! Dai Mubai! Let me go! At this moment, a shrill scream erupted from the netherworld white tiger. Zhu Zuyun doesn't want to die. She wants to live. She wants to live a good life. Even if it means being imprisoned. Please let us go. After all, we are yours, brother and sister-in-law. Zhu Zuyun begged for mercy. You spineless fellow! Davis shouted angrily. The control of the nether white tiger originally lay in Davis's hands. Seeing Zhu Zuyun actually dared to beg for mercy, Davis was just a burst of anger. Zhu Zuyun, so weak. In anger, Davis simply gave up defense. Controlling the netherworld white tiger, he slammed into the 9 netherworld white tiger fiercely. Boom! With a loud bang. After a collision of soul power, the netherworld white tiger disintegrated instantly. As the netherworld white tiger dissipated, Davis and Zhu Zuyun fell to the ground. He was vomiting blood and looked like he was dead. Davis had a smile on his face. At least, Zhu Zuyun died with him. Emperor Xingluo had anticipated this day long ago. The Xingluo Empire royal family, that's what it is like. The prince grew up in blood. However, it is still inevitable to feel a little lost. After all, these are his sons. No matter who dies, it is sad. But Davis can't compare with Dai Mubai at all. The loss in his mind was instantly forgotten. Dai Mubai! Dai Mubai! Long live His Royal Highness the Third Prince! Long live the Third Prince! Countless people were shouting Dai Mubai's name. Everyone was cheering for Dai Mubai. End of this chapter. Chapter 57. Everyone gathers together and sets out again for the immortal grass. Chapter 57. Everyone gathers together and sets out again for the immortal grass. This. Li Yang swallowed. Davis, died already. Li Yang was shocked. Is this the battle for the throne? It's really too cruel. No wonder all the previous Star Luo emperors were masters. If he wasn't a master, he would have died long ago. It's really cruel. The former captain of the Xingluo team is gone just like that. Dragonheart Lion's face showed shock. This is the young emperor. The Xingluo Empire will definitely become more prosperous in the future. From now on, the third prince Dai Mubai will be the crown prince of the Xingluo Empire. The high-pitched voice of Emperor Xingluo resounded in the sky. The news began to spread around as soon as it was announced. People all cheered and celebrated the arrival of a new era. The next day. Wuhandian. Your Holiness, the Xingluo Empire's plan has failed. Dai Mubai has been appointed crown prince. Someone reported it. Well, it doesn't matter. Bibi Dong didn't really care. For her, this matter was actually dispensable. Even if we fail, at most we can only deal with the Xingluo Empire, which will be a little more difficult. Anyway, this is not a big deal for her. Your Majesty, this Dai Mubai is indeed somewhat threatening. The person in charge of reporting reminded, Dai Mubai, currently only at the soul sect level, already has the ability to kill a soul saint. Can you tell me in detail? Upon hearing the news, Bibi Dong was a little surprised. As the Pope of Wuhan Palace. Of course, she is also a one-in-a-million genius. I have also seen many geniuses. But this is to kill a soul saint with the cultivation level of a soul sect. That is indeed a bit too genius. To the Spirit Hall, it is indeed a very threatening existence. At the same time, Hulina skipped to the door and heard the conversation inside. Lie down outside the door and eavesdrop. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Dai Mubai and his 2 companions entered Xingluo City. At 6 o'clock, a battle broke out on White Tiger Street. Dai Mubai easily killed a soul emperor. After that, Dai Mubai took out a sword and killed a soul sage. And after that, he performed a martial soul fusion, and easily killed a soul saint. Afterwards, he entered the palace and attempted to assassinate the bishop, but was killed by the Grand Marshal of the Xingluo Empire, Dragonheart Lion. The deacon in charge of intelligence at the Spirit Hall reported all of this in vivid detail. It was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. The Spirit Hall is, of course, an undercover agent in Xingluo City. Therefore, this information is easy to obtain. Outside the door, Hulina's first reaction was disbelief. How could there be such a powerful person? But this is the information that the Spirit Hall is focusing on investigating. That is to say, basically, there is no possibility that this information is false. This forced Hulina to believe it. Is Daimyo Bai really such a genius? Hulina was shocked. That's it, I understand. Bibi Dong was indeed surprised after hearing the story of Daimyo Bai killing the soul saint. However, she soon calmed down. According to your description, the power that Daimyo Bai used to kill the soul saint only existed for a very short time. In other words, he himself has not actually reached the level of being able to kill the evildoer of Soul Saint with the body of Soul Sect. But, being able to kill a Soul Emperor at the age of 15 does show some skill. Bibi Dong couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Bibi Dong thought about her talent. I even feel that Daimyo Bai's talent is even better than mine. You go down. Yes. The deacon thought that His Holiness the Pope had listened to his reminder and was ready to target Daimyo Bai, so he withdrew with peace of mind. Teacher, is this true? After the deacon left, Hulina couldn't help but walk up. Daimyo Bai, is he really as powerful as he says? Were you eavesdropping again? When Bibi Dong saw Hulina, she couldn't help but speak. Oh, teacher. Hulina walked up to Bibi Dong and spoke coquettishly. You. Bibi Dong glanced at Hulina to see what she was thinking. It seems that I need to comfort Nana. Nana, remember this. There is never a shortage of geniuses in this world. Do you know what a genius is? Bibi Dong looked at Hulina. A person with great talent is called a genius. Hulina couldn't help but ask. No. Only the weak can be called geniuses. Bibi Dong said coldly, only a genius who has grown up can be feared by others. Tang Hao, in his 20s, is already a soul sage. Is that genius enough? 44 years old, titled Douluo, a powerful figure. He is also the twin stars of the Haoshan sect. But what was his fate? He was suppressed because he provoked the Spirit Hall. In this world, strength is everything. Bibi Dong stopped talking here. There was one thing she didn't say. Bibi Dong in the past was also a genius. She is so valued by the previous pope. Naturally, his talent is not bad. In her 20s, she was also a soul saint. But Kyung Sunji. Bibi Dong clenched her fists. But it soon loosened. Talent is nothing compared to strength. After hearing what Bibi Dong said, Hulina suddenly understood and her mood became more stable. Master is right. Isn't it just that you are more talented than me, Daimyo Bai? I will definitely surpass you. She secretly made up her mind to surpass Daimyo Bai and prove it to her master. But Bibi Dong didn't know. In this world, there is a thing called upgrade. She also didn't know that some people's cultivation could soar up like riding a rocket. The soul sect she thought of was now a soul king. Douluo City. What? You are already level 57? But you're only... When Zhu Zuqing heard the news, she was dumbfounded. No wonder she felt that Daimyo Bai was particularly powerful today. In the previous battle, she was defeated in one move. So he couldn't help but ask Daimyo Bai what level he was at, but he didn't expect to get such a shocking result. She guessed that Daimyo Bai might have become a soul king. But she didn't expect that Daimyo Bai would. Level 57? What kind of monster is this? Don't worry, Zuqing, you will soon be able to break through to the soul sect. Daimyo Bai smiled and spoke. Now, if only they could find the magic herb. With Zhu Zuking's talent, a breakthrough is a foregone conclusion. Now, their goal is to find the magic herb. Anyway, the matter of the Star Luo Empire has come to an end. Davis will never waste the power of the Star Luo Empire to deal with Daimyo Bai again. Congratulations, Your Highness the Prince. Yang Wudi and Niu Gao also came over at this time. He opened his mouth and congratulated Daimyo Bai. Niu Gao's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. He made the right investment. From the power of the dragon. Wouldn't that be really cool? End of this chapter. Chapter 58 Tiandu City, the Power Clan. Chapter 58, Tiandu City, the Power Clan. In the past, the Po clan and the Yu clan, because the Haoshan sect offended the Spirit Hall, had to hide his identity. Hidden in the Star Luo Empire. Even the Yu clan is developing quite well. Don't dare to be too ostentatious. In Longxing City, one even has to please the Lord of Longxing City. But they can appear openly. They left the Haoshan sect and joined the Xingluo Empire. He also has his own land in the imperial capital of the Xingluo Empire. Of course, this was all given to them by Daimyo Bai. The imperial clan. Everyone was busy building their own houses. Many powerful people are now trying to curry favor with these two families. Everyone knows about the Po clan and the Yu clan in Xingluo City. That's all thanks to Kong Long, accompanying the current crown prince. Although they did not participate in the battle on White Tiger Street. However, the events of Longxing City also made the weight of these two tribes very heavy. Many powerful people cannot find a prince, so they can only curry favor with these two families. Yang Wudi and Niu Gao are very satisfied with their current life. Doorway. Su Xiang and Su Yu came over with smiles on their faces. This time when Daimyo Bai went to obtain the magical herb, he brought Su Yu along. Your Highness, when do we set off? Su Xiang took a step forward and asked. Now, they are all ready to go and can set off at any time. Upon hearing this, Daimyo Bai simply waved his hand and said, No rush, let's wait for someone else. When Emperor Xingluo learned that Daimyo Bai was going out, he sent someone to help him. Not surveillance. He really wanted to help, and the other party was a student of Xingluo Royal Academy. You will be his from now on. Daimyo Bai was also a little curious when he first heard about the other party. Besides, Emperor Xingluo also told him that there were some things that he could only tell him after he ascended the throne. Daimyo Bai already had some guesses in his mind. This may be the bloody truth behind the battle for the throne. As Daimyo Bai spoke, a young man soon walked in. This person is Li Yang. Your Highness, hello, seniors. Li Yang is a little shy. Especially, seeing so many big guys, I suddenly felt nervous. Standing next to Daimyo Bai are two soul Douluos. This is... Everyone was a little confused about Li Yang's sudden appearance. This Li Yang looks to be in his early 20s. No matter how talented he is, he can only reach the level of soul sect at most, right? What effect does this have? Although, it is unlikely that the Star Luo Emperor would send a character like the Grand Marshal to follow Daimyo Bai. But it doesn't have to be that serious. Why don't we send a young man? Among them, Su Yu, who has the lowest cultivation level, is also a soul king. Li Yang, show us your soul skills. Daimyo Bai saw this and said with a smile. Signaled Li Yang to release his soul skills. Yes, Your Highness. Li Yang nodded and released his martial soul. Mirror of reflection. In the hall, two mirrors suddenly appeared. Li Yang walked in from one of the mirrors. Then, he walked out from the other side. This is actually such a special soul skill? No wonder. Li Yang's soul skill, it turns out, is a space movement soul skill. This immediately reduced some of the doubts in other people's minds. If that's the case, then this young man could be useful. Niu Gao exclaimed in praise. Senior is so complimentary. Li Yang scratched his head, feeling a little shy. Now that everyone is here, let's set off. Dai Mubai spoke calmly. Okay. Yang Wudi and Niu Gao nodded. They are not afraid that their people will encounter any danger in Xingluo city. Now, they are on the same front with Dai Mubai. Anyone who dares to provoke them will offend Dai Mubai. Xingluo Empire. There has never been a deposed crown prince. To offend Dai Mubai is to be at odds with the Xingluo Empire. Therefore, Yang Wudi and Niu Gao could rest assured and leave with Dai Mubai. Set off with the crowd. A few kilometers away from Xingluo city, a Dai Mubai appeared. This is Dai Mubai's clone, which is a full 1000 meters away from Dai Mubai's team. In other words, he can summon his own clone within a range of 1 kilometer. This time, he summoned his clone with the intention of going to the city of slaughter. Anyway, the clone has the feature of being able to be resurrected once a day. Not afraid of death at all. Even if you encounter some masters in the city of slaughter, you can also escape unscathed. By the way, you can also visit Shrek Academy. After all, it's been 4 months now. I don't know what's happening with Shrek Academy now. Let's go, don't keep me waiting. Dai Mubai traveled light, took out his flying soul guide, and rushed into the sky. With his soul power exhausted, he ran in the wilderness. Taking a detour to Soto City would make his journey longer, so he had to hurry. The opposite entity. Dai Mubai and 7 others rode the carriage leisurely. Half a month later. Your Highness, come this way. This is where the Power Clan lives. Dai Mubai and his group arrived at Tiandu City. Niu Gao was unusually enthusiastic. Lead the way for Dai Mubai. I haven't seen that old guy Titan for a long time. By the way, Your Highness, I think we can absorb Titan as well. Niu Gao took the initiative to speak and suggested. He must have a friendship with Titan. Both he and Yang Wudi joined. It would be better to bring Titan in as well. Dai Mubai walked. But I was thinking in my heart. I don't know if this Titan can be subdued. To be honest, Dai Mubai didn't really want to subdue Titan. This old guy is completely a bootlicker of Tang Hao. Moreover, Dai Mubai is not short of manpower now. Things are different now. In the past, Dai Mubai only had Suxiang by his side. So he tried to win over Yang Wudi and Niu Gao. But now, there are already 3 soul Douluos around Dai Mubai. Yang Wudi is one of them. And he is loyal to Dai Mubai. To be honest, with such strength, one can even challenge the next 4 sects. Of course, we can't win. Therefore, regarding Titan, Dai Mubai thought that it would be okay if there was a responsibility or not. It's not very important anyway. I think it's unlikely. Titan has been waiting for that bastard Tang Hao. He probably won't join us. Yang Wudi spoke with a look of disappointment. This guy Titan looks like a house slave. Sometimes he really wanted to shoot him and make him face reality. Tang Hao is a sinner. It was the Haoshan sect that betrayed the 4 attribute clans. Can you have a little ambition? Upon hearing this, Niu Gao, who had been enthusiastic about leading the way, suddenly became silent. No more words at this time. Indeed, he also knew Titan's character. If that's the case, then we have to be more secretive about our actions and not reveal our identities. Suxiang suddenly spoke up to remind them, after all, this is the Tiandu Empire, not our territory. Ah! Dai Mubai nodded in affirmation. The 7 of them entered Tiandu City through Li Yang's space teleportation. This reflects the importance of space attribute soul skills. Yang Wudi and Niu Gao nodded. In fact, they had anticipated this day a long time ago. After the Haoshan sect closed its doors, the 4 single attribute families each lived in seclusion in their own corner. especially after they joined Dai Mubai. Just completely let go of the past and draw a clear line between them. The four attribute clan is already dead in name only. They may become enemies with their former friends. End of this chapter. Chapter 59 Goodbye Shrek, everyone is happy. Chapter 59 Goodbye Shrek, everyone is happy. A clan of strength. When Titan heard the magpie's call today, he felt that there was good news. As predicted. Looking at Yang Wudi and Niu Gao, Titan was a little surprised. Old Rhino, Old Goat, why are you two here? Their four major families have long been separated. I didn't expect that I would come to see him. Moreover, there were 3 children and 2 strangers next to them. Let's go in first. Niu Gao spoke with a mysterious look on his face. Okay. They are old friends after all. So, Titan didn't ask any more questions. He just took Dai Mubai and the others into the hall. Tell me, what brought you here? Arriving at the hall, Titan couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. It's like this. We thought we could have a party and meet each other. You can call Baihe over. Yang Wudi spoke. Ah? A party? Why is that? Titan was a little confused. We haven't seen each other for so many years. Now that we have the chance, of course we have to meet. Niu Gao replied as a matter of course. Yes, we've been separated since the Haoshan sect closed its mountains. Now that we finally have a chance to meet, why not? Yang Wudi spoke with some indignation. That brat Tang Hao hurt us so badly. Otherwise, we could meet anytime. Don't say that. The master was also forced to do so. When Tai Tan heard Yang Wudi say this, he immediately became unhappy, but, you guys are just having a party. What do you care about me? Just decide whether to get together or not. Yang Wudi and Niu Gao waved their hands at the same time. Titan looked at them in confusion. Titan knew very well that these two people must have other purposes in wanting to hold a party. However, no matter how Titan asked, neither of them said anything. There was nothing Titan could do. He guessed that this might be related to those strangers. You're all here, what else can I say? Titan said helplessly. Dai Mubai dressed up in disguise this time. Therefore, Titan did not expect Dai Mubai's identity. In fact, Titan was not wrong. This time, the proposal for the party was also proposed by Dai Mubai. He hoped to simply call the Min clan over as well. At one time, all 4 attribute clans were solved. And, ask others not to reveal their identities. This is how the current scene came about. Okay, I'll make the contact. You guys go down and rest first. Chatted a few more words. Titan sent them to the guest rooms to rest. Hey! Arriving at the guest room, General Niu Gao couldn't help but sigh. From his tone just now, he seems to still have hopes for the Haoshan sect. I guess he won't agree. I just can't understand why. Tang Hao has hurt us so badly. And he still. Yang Wudi couldn't help it anymore. Dai Mubai didn't really care about this. Your Highness, when are we going to get the magical grass? Yang Wudi couldn't wait to get the magic grass. In Yang Wudi's opinion, he must get the magic grass. Only by mastering the strength can you challenge Tang Hao. Yang Wudi's thoughts are actually a bit strange. He knew very well that with Dai Mubai's talent, he will definitely be able to beat Tang Hao in the future. However, this is not what Yang Wudi wants. If he wants to follow a master who can defeat Tang Hao, he could just run over and join the Spirit Hall. What he really wanted was to be able to master power comparable to Tang Hao's. Yang Wudi was also looking forward to the magical herb. No rush, this magical herb is in Sunset Forest, very close. Dai Mubai said calmly. If you want to get the immortal grass, you can't avoid Douluo. I don't know if Douluo is in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire now. Otherwise, why not just go find him directly? Dai Muebai's plan for Douluo was to confront him directly. Either surrender or die. As a titled Douluo quality inspector, he was still very confident that he could deal with the other party. If he wanted to find Douluo, Dai Muebai decided to look for Douluo first. After all, she is Douluo's granddaughter. It would also be much easier to find Douluo through her. It's not easy to fail. Douluo should be in Tiandu Royal Academy now. Dai Muebai planned to let Niu Gao handle this matter. Niu Gao, go and invite Douluo from the Tiandu Royal Academy to come here and use the name of the Li clan. Dai Muebai called Niu Gao. The Li clan still has a certain status in the Tiandu Empire. It's not as bad as the other two families. Niu Gao moved very quickly. However, the news was not very good. Your Highness, Douluo is not here. She and the other members of the royal fighting team have all gone out for training and have not returned yet. Niu Gao reported. That's it. Dai Muebai couldn't help but frowned when he heard this. If this is the case, it means that Tang San and the others definitely haven't arrived at Tiandu City yet. Of course, I didn't meet Douluo. So no one got the magical herb. In this case, it is not very realistic to find Douluo through Douluo. In that case, we have no choice but to go to Sunset Forest tomorrow. In this kind of situation, you must find a way to seize the initiative. Otherwise, by then Tang San and the others would have to wait for them to come to Tiandu City. Maybe, there will be no share of the magical herb for me. Soto City. The big soul fighting arena. A wonderful single-player duel is underway. Yu Tianheng fell to the ground in disbelief. He stared at the boy in front of him with wide eyes. It turned out that just now, Tang San used a hidden weapon. Third brother is so awesome. Xiao Wu cheered in the audience. Happy for Tang San's victory. Yu Tianheng. Douluo rushed onto the stage and looked at the injured Yu Tianheng in front of her. I felt a surge of anger in my heart. You, despicable. You actually resorted to such despicable means as backstabbing. Douluo accused Tang San, I want to duel with you. Ahem. You are no match for him. Yu Tianheng stretched out his hand and stopped Douluo. I am no match for this thousand-handed Shura. Not to mention, it was Douluo. Since Shrek Academy did not have enough people, the 5 of them did not participate in the team battle. Therefore, Tang San failed to break Douluo's poison. Yu Xiaogang on the side crossed his arms and looked at Tang San with satisfaction. It's all Dai Muebai's fault for taking Zhu Zuqing away. Yu Xiaogang felt resentful in his heart. He actually wanted Shrek to fight with the other party. Otherwise, Dai Muebai and Zhu Zuqing are not here, so there are not enough people. But when I think about Dai Muebai now, he might be dead. In fact, he died before the battle for the throne even began. Yu Xiaogang felt relieved. There won't be so many complaints. However, what he didn't know was that Dai Muebai was watching the battle from above at this moment. In the elegant single room, Dai Muebai stood in front of the fence and had a clear view of the area below. This is his clone. I want to come and see what's going on at Shrek Academy. I just didn't expect to see such a scene. I couldn't see Douluo in Tiandu City just now, but I see her now. End of this chapter. Chapter 60 Shrek's number 1 genius, Dai Muebai. Chapter 60, Shrek's first genius, Dai Muebai. On the duel stage. Tang San coldly pulled out the poison needle from Yu Tianheng. Douluo still looked at him with hatred. Is it already this time? Dai Muebai arrived just in time. It seems that it won't be long before they go to Tiandu City. Wait for everyone to leave. In the box of Shrek Academy, Qin Ming came in with the royal fighting team. Dean, long time no see. Qin Ming said to Flanders with a smile. Both sides were a little surprised. The students of Shrek Academy never thought that they would have such an outstanding senior. Qin Ming can actually be a teacher at Tiandu Royal Academy. Yu Tianheng didn't expect that the excellent teacher Qin Ming would come from such a fake school. Everyone gathered together at this time. Next to Yu Xiaogang stood Tang San. Yu Xiaogang was extremely proud at this moment. His own student, despite being many years apart in age, defeated one of the twin stars of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Young people are truly formidable. I never thought that our Shrek Academy would produce such a genius. Qin Ming made no secret of his praise for Tang San. Tang San is indeed very powerful. Very talented too. Although Tang San used some tricks to defeat Yu Tianheng. However, this is within the scope of the rules. That is certainly feasible. Hearing Qin Ming praising Tang San, Yu Xiaogang suddenly felt proud. Of course not. Don't you see whose student this is? Or, let's have a team battle. Yu Xiaogang suggested. He still wanted to prove his teaching quality through team battles, that was for sure. But there are only 5 of you. Isn't this inappropriate? Qin Ming couldn't help but ask. You know, for this team battle, everyone has been training according to the template of 7 people. So, if the other side has only 5 people and it is a team battle, it is true that there is something wrong. You 5 want to fight 7 of us? Aren't you just asking for defeat? Duguyan couldn't help but sneer. Such words immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the 5 people from Shrek Academy. What did you say, Pepperhead? Ma Hongjun was instantly dissatisfied. What? You dare to call me Green Pepperhead? Upon hearing this, Duguyan's eyes became extremely dangerous. Duguyan, don't talk like that. Qin Ming couldn't help but turn around and educate Duguyan and the others. You guys! Flanders also looked at the people from Shrek Academy and was about to say something. Then I thought of Shrek's school motto, those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre. I swallowed back what I wanted to say. It would be great if Dai Mubai was here. At this moment, he thought of his students. If Dai Mubai were here, Shrek would not be afraid of Ma Hongjun even if he was a troublemaker. But now, there are only 5 of them, and it is impossible for them to defeat the royal fighting team. Ma Hongjun is still so impulsive. If Qin Ming wasn't one of us. If a real fight breaks out, everyone in Shrek except Tang San will be beaten half to death. Without Dai Mubai, Flanders didn't even dare to mention the school motto. Just when Duguyan and Ma Hongjun were arguing. At this moment, a blonde figure walked in. Ma Hongjun, who was arguing, was stunned, and Flanders opened his eyes wide. Mubai! Boss Dai! The moment I saw Dai Mubai walk in, Ning Rongrong immediately hugged Dai Mubai and burst into tears. Dai Mubai, I thought I would never see you again. Father's rejection. Also, everyone is worried about Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong had always been in despair, but at this moment, she saw Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong's tears suddenly burst out. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were even more excited and exclaimed at Dai Mubai. Zhao Wuji also showed a look of surprise on his face. Unexpectedly, Dai Mubai returned safely. You big pervert, you're finally back. Rongrong was so worried about you. Xiao Wu also spoke with a smile. Hey, Xiao Wu, what are you talking about? Xiao Wu's words immediately made Ning Rongrong feel shy. Looking at Dai Mubai in her arms, Ning Rongrong quickly let go of Dai Mubai. Flanders also came up and patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder. Mubai, I'm glad you're okay. This is... Look at the golden retriever who suddenly walked in. Qin Ming was also confused. Who is this? It looks like he has quite a presence. Yu Tianheng and others were also curious about this guy who suddenly walked in. Yet, I think those Shrek Academy students have always been centered around him. Hear these sounds? Flanders couldn't help but straighten his back. This is Dai Mubai, and he's also the most outstanding student at Shrek Academy. What? The best student? Qin Ming was a little curious. What kind of genius is worthy of such an honor? Yu Tianheng and others were even more curious. Tang San's talent is already pretty good, but why isn't he the best? How outstanding must this person be, to be even more capable than Tang San? Yu Xiaogong's expression turned a little ugly. Dai Mubai is now 15 years old, and his soul power is already level 43. The data that Flanders mentioned was from a few months ago. This data is already very scary. What? A 15-year-old soul master? Is this true? He's really amazing. A 15-year-old soul master is already a genius among geniuses. Yu Tianheng and the others were all filled with emotion. Some people, if they become soul master at the age of 20, are already geniuses. But Dai Mubai is only 15. By the way, where's Zuking? Why can't I see Zuking? Suddenly, Xiao Wu asked. Xiao Wu's question. This made the other people in Shrek Academy feel uneasy. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuking have always been together. Moreover, it seems that Zhu Zuking is also involved in the battle for the throne. Could it be that something happened to Zhu Zuking? Oh, Zuking had something to do, that's why she didn't come. Dai Mubai began to explain. Zhu Zuking is now with her original body. Of course there is no way to come over. Dai Mubai thought silently in his heart. And I saw several people talking about Dai Mubai, and some even gathered around Dai Mubai. Even Xiao Wu is like this. This made Tang San feel dissatisfied. Why? A nameless fire suddenly arose. Ma Hongjun looked at Yu Tianheng provocatively. Our boss Dai is back. Now, we can start fighting. The 6 of us can beat the 7 of you without any problem. Ma Hongjun shouted. Tisk, come on, it's just a soul sect, right? How can we lose when 6 against 7? Duguyan sneered. He looks like he won't admit defeat. Fair enough. Although Yu Xiaogang was reluctant to admit it, Dai Mubai was indeed capable of fighting 2 people at the same time. Just right. It's time to have a fight. Dai Mubai did not comment on this. It just so happens that I can help Ma Hongjun and the others. Enhance your own prestige. By the way, Dai Mubai just returned and isn't very familiar with the team's training. This time, let Tang San command the battle. Yu Xiaogang thought about it and spoke again. No doubt. This is to strengthen Tang San's authority. End of this chapter.